It's a blood clot vibes. Yes, family, large up yourself. Big up yourself. It's the hostess with the most. Just select the Silas Blooms on the 1 and 2s. You know how we do. It's the vibes. Yes, family. Must soon come, family. Yes, we'll forget this thing started right, you know. Give me 1 second, family. Let me run the rhythm on me, I'll wait, you know. We about to get into this recap. We about to get into this recap of the battle, the debate last night with Malaki and Captain Tazarych. Excellent debate. Of course, Malaki Maccabee got the edge. He took that. You know what I mean? He proved without a shadow of a doubt that Paul was hostile. He proved without a shadow of a doubt that the nigga was a Herodian. He had more connections to the Herodians than a Benjamite. When he was asked to prove his Benjamite lineage, nigga couldn't prove it. All he did was quote verses saying that Paul was a Benjamite. Anybody could do that. The Jews today claim to be the house of Israel, but they're quick to say that, no, they're not the real Jews. Those are Ashkenazi Jews. Those are European Jews, but although they're claiming Jews, it's the same thing with Paul. He was claiming the lineage that wasn't pertaining to him. You dig? Before we get started, let me put something up real quick. This nigga Paul was claiming the lineage that did not pertain to him. Yes, family. You know what I mean? But before we jump into the actual debate, I want to point out some things, you know what I'm saying? Because nobody ever brought out a description of Paul. That's why niggas was shocked when he brought out the description. And based off what the recorded history said, that Paul was a pale man and he was basically a European as we know it. You know what I'm saying? He's not described because, you know, if Paul is from the tribe of Benjamin, the tribe of Benjamin is supposed to be the West Indians. I'm West Indian. Paul's supposed to be looking like a copper-colored nappy-haired nigga if that's the case. But the description we got of Paul is him being described as the very Edomite in the Bible. Malaki Maccabee, the champ is in the building. The champ is in the building. You know what I mean? Let me go over a couple things before we get into this debate. You know what I mean? I'm going to drop the link for the God to come in. But let me just point out some things right here to show that Paul is more closely connected to the Edomites than per se the Negro. All right, hold on. Hold on. Let me grab me a drink still, you know. Let me grab me a drink, you know. Let me go out nowhere. Let's get this shit popping, yo. Because Tazarych defending a slave master. And that's my stance. Y'all niggas hate the white man, but you was defending a nigga who was persecuting you like the white man. So, all right. Share my screen real quick. So let's start. Let's start with the Roman citizenship right quick. Because to me, when Mally brought that out in his live some time back, that's what sparked my interest in like, yo, that's a good point. How did this nigga become a Roman citizenship? He claimed to be Roman, you know what I'm saying? So let me just tap in for a second. Just show my little screen. So look, after Julius Caesar defeated Pompey at the Battle of Pharsalus, Antipater sided with Caesar. Now, Antipater, as you know, is the forefather of the Herodians. So Antipater sided with Caesar during the Roman Civil War, during Caesar's Egyptian campaign. Antipater joined Mithridates and Pergamon's army marching to rescue Caesar in Alexandria. Caesar made him chief minister of Judah, as Judea become known to the Romans, with the right to collect taxes eventually. So Caesar is setting up Antipater over Judea. Caesar made Antipater's son Phasaelus and Herod the governors of Jerusalem and Galilee. So now you're seeing how they were put in power. They were put in power by Caesar. Antipater was forced to side with the libertarians. All right, let me scroll down. All right, hold up. Come back up right here. I'm here past it. A second. Come back up real quick. Or maybe that was it. No, it was another line. Hold up. See something. One second. There was another part where it was going in on no, that's yeah, I may have missed it, but we were shown how the Romans, Caesar, gave providence over Judea to Antipater. There was another part outside of this part right here. It says Caesar made him chief minister of Judea as Judah became to the Romans, as Judah become known to the Romans with the right to collect taxes eventually. But there was another part we was talking about the citizenship I'm looking for. Hold up. Hold tight, hold tight. Everybody hold tight. No, I ain't deleted by mistake. Right there. Hold tight. Let me see if I can find this one. Little verse or no. You know, I mean, I'll come back to that, you know. I'll come back to that. But here it just showed how Antipater sided with Caesar, and Caesar gave him providence over Judea with the right to collect taxes and, you know what I mean, with free Roman citizenship. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. So the Roman became, that ain't it. That would be it. Dang, that was a death blow too. Give me a minute, y'all. If we can't find it, may I just move forward? I'm gonna have to move forward. All right. Let's move forward. Yeah. So now Antipater, here's the proof that Antipater and his forefathers, his descendants, I mean, was not accepted really by the real Israelites, the real Judeans. Though historians understand that Antipater's family had converted to Judaism in the 2nd century, right? Tensions that existed between the Jews, the Jewish people, and the powerful Edomites. So these things was well known in Antipater's day, that these niggas was not the descendants of Jews, but converts. Herod's ancestors were among the historical elite in Jerusalem who had been taken by King Nebuchadnezzar into Babylon. That's the claim. Herod's ancestry is undocumented in the meticulous records of the returned Jewish family. So here's proof that the nigga did not have no ancestry connected to the returned exiles. Provides credible. Hold up. Oh man. We just start from here. Claiming a heritage among the Jews from as early as the Babylonian captivity provides credibility for a pro-Roman and Hellenized Herod as a king over the Jews, for they were highly contemptuous of him. What does that mean? Deep hatred. Antipas' family converted to Judaism during the forced conversion by the Sadducees' influenced Hasmonean Hyrcanus. So just a little bit to show you that the Idumeans converted to Judaism. So when Paul makes the claim of being a Benjamite, that's due to the fact that his forefathers made a conversion to that doctrine. Now, another thing, we got Paul's physical appearance. It's described as him being pale skinned. We use this cat as an example because it fits the description of Paul. Latin version of the Acts of Paul and Thelsa. It is added that he had red florid face like this. That's a red florid face. In the history of the contending of the St. Paul, his countenance is described as ruddy with the ruddiness of the skin of pomegranates. See that? We're not making this up. The Acts of St. Peter confirms that Paul had a bald, shining head with red hair. We're not making this up. First came out red. What is it? Genesis 25:25. And the first came out red all over, like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. So Paul fits the description of an Edomite, hands down. He don't fit the descriptions of a Benjamite. So I just wanted to, damn, I can't, like, hold up, man. I gotta find that joint. That was the death blow to this whole thing right here. Sheesh. All right, there you go. I had to scroll down some. There we go. I had to scroll down a little bit. How Antipater got Roman citizenship. Antipater at first sided with Pompey. Antipater shifted his alliance to Caesar. He is snaked. He double-crossed, double-minded. Antipater, I'm reading the highlights. Antipater and Mithridates and Pergamon rescued him with 13,000 men, and they're aided of numerous nearby friends. Now, this act that Antipater did for Caesar in 47 BC rewarded this. For his demonstration of valor, Caesar elevated Antipater to Roman citizenship, freed him from taxes, and showered him with honor and declaration of friendship. So here it is, right here is where Antipater and his descendants get free Roman citizenship, freed from taxes. So when Paul said he's a Roman citizen, it's based off the claims of this right here, this act of 47 BC, when Antipater came and sided with Caesar. And for that, he said, nigga, I'm gonna make you a Roman citizenship. This is what I was looking for. So there you have it. It's too much circulating Paul being tied with the Idumeans, you know what I'm saying, compared to him being tied to the Benjamites. Show me where the Benjamites got free Roman citizenship. Show me the Benjamites in Taurus, period. You know what I mean? Show me the Benjamites in Taurus, period. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and get into this thing. Let me hit the link. For Malaki Maccabee in the building, I'm gonna share my screen. We're gonna go through this. So hands down, Paul is more related to the Edomites than he is a Benjamite. You can't even show me no Benjamites in the story of in the Acts and none of that. Show me some Benjamites. Show me where he, you know, if he a Benjamite, it got to be some other tribes of Benjamin he link up with down the line. That's, these the Benjamite brothers. You know what I mean? Where Benjamin at? We don't see Benjamin nowhere. We don't see Benjamites nowhere in the first century.
All right, let me grab this real quick.
All right.
All right, and I'm about to start. I'm about to start right now.
Time start. Go ahead.
All right. Salute Herodian, my kinsmen. Greet them that be of the household of Narcissus, which are in the Lord. Romans 16:11, KJV, Saul of Tarsus. Source, parallel New Testament. This Bible enough to Zoya. Romans 16. Romans 16, verse 10 and 11. What does it say? Because someone said just because it says kinsman, it don't mean relative. As for the peace of the sons of the house of Aristobulus, as the peace of Herodian, my relative. My relative. Now look at this right here. Who are the Herodians?
Now, right there, he's letting you know Paul is calling these niggas his relatives. I'm not going to call somebody my relative if I'm not family connected to them. You know what I mean? Who do that? Who makes statements, especially the first around these times where your word is really your bond. What you say is really what you got to stand on. So he's not going to be out there saying these niggas is my relative and it not be true.
Source, blueletterbible.org. I mean, this is Bible enough. Herod equal heroic. the name of a royal family that flourished among the Jews in the times of Christ and the apostles. Herod the Great was the son of Antipater of Idumea, appointed king of Judea BC 40 by the who? The Roman Senate, at the suggestion of Antony and with the consent of Octavian. He at length overcame the great opposition which the country made to him and took possession of the kingdom BC 37. And after the battle of Actium, he was confirmed by Octavian, whose favor he ever enjoyed. He was brave and skilled in war, learned and sagacious, but also extremely suspicious and cruel. Check this out. Hence, he destroyed the entire royal family of Hasmoneans, put to death many of the Jews that opposed his government, and proceeded to kill even his dearly beloved wife Miriam of the Hasmonean line and his 2 sons she had borne him. He died. He died in the 70th year of his age, the 37th year of his reign, the 4th before the Dionysian era. In his closing years, John the Baptist and Christ were born. Matthew narrates that he commanded all the male children under 2 years old in Bethlehem to be slain. These are Paul's and them grandpappies and family.
Now look,
Herod, surname
Paul and them people doing this. He mentioned 37 BC. That's 10 years after Caesar gave them Roman citizenship and freedom from taxes. And now they committing this genocide on the Hasmoneans. 10 years after they got free Roman citizenship.
Antipas was the son of Herod the Great and Malchus, a Samaritan woman. After the death of his father, he was appointed by the who? The Romans, tetrarch of Galilee and Perea. His first wife was the daughter of Aretas, king of Arabia, but he subsequently repudiated her and took to himself Herodias. Is Herodias an Herodian? The wife of his brother Herod Philip. And in consequence, Aretas, his father-in-law, made war against him and conquered him. He cast John the Baptist into prison because John had rebuked him for this unlawful connection. And afterwards, at the instigation of Herodias, he ordered him to be beheaded. Induced by her too, he went to Rome to obtain from the emperor the title of king. But in consequence of the accusations brought against him by Herod Agrippa I, Caligula banished him, showing you the Herodians beef too within themselves. Who is Herod Agrippa I? Herod Agrippa I was the son of Aristobulus and Bernice, and grandson of Herod the Great. After various changes in fortune, he gained the favor of Caligula.
Pause right quick. Mally is going through the line of the Herodians and showing you how Paul is closely tied in with these Herodians coming on down the line. He's giving you a recap of history. That's what Cap probably didn't understand at this point. He's recapping the history of the Herodian lineage and then tying it into how Paul has close relation with the Herodians, especially him saying, I'm a Roman citizen, I'm a freeborn Roman. That gave it all right there.
And Claudius, to such a degree that he gradually obtained the government of all Palestine with the title of king. He died at Caesarea at age 44, AD 44 at the age of 54 in the 7th year of his reign, just after having ordered James the apostle, son of Zebedee, to be slain and Peter to be cast into prison. Paul shouting out his family, and his family are our enemies. Who is Aristobulus? Source, Brill.com. Herodians after 70. The descendants of Aristobulus, son of Herod and Miriam, were the most influential family in Judean politics in the 3 decades before 66. So this showing you Paul is shouting out these Herodians. Look at this right here. Look at this. Now, question. Not only
now look at that. He said Paul is shouting out the Herodians. Why he ain't shouting out the Benjamites? If he's from the tribe of Benjamin, why he? What first century Hebrew at this particular time will be shouting out Herodians when the tension is already in the atmosphere? We got our brother Malaki Maccabee in the building. Peace to the righteous God. What's good, King?
Gang, gang in this thing, brother. Gang, gang, man. All praise to the Creator. All
somebody
praise
somebody God fell last night, man.
Yeah, bro. It got bloody. It got bloody up in there, man. I been getting messages all night. Man, I didn't really go to sleep last night, man. I've been getting messages all night, bro. Killed this thing.
Yeah.
It was real easy, man. I'm about to enjoy this slowdown though, because this is really.
If you need me to stop anywhere, I may miss something. You just be like, you'll see, like, pause it right there, and then you go in too. You know what I mean? Because you the real king of the slowdown and shit. I'm catching up with y'all with the slowdown.
Yeah. The slowdown gonna be even more hectic because now we get to hear all the goofy shit he was talking about. You feel?
But me? I like right now what you're doing. You're laying the premise of the lineage of Paul.
Mm-hmm.
See, he thought you was about to come and start proving, where he was against the law. What you're proving is that his lineage is Idumean, Herodian, being entirely close to them, so which makes the law none and void to him. So whatever he says is irrelevant. That's what he ain't catch.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the source of the hostility. Paul descends from the very family that hunted all of us. You know what I mean? Now, anybody can have a change of heart, okay. But naturally, somebody is going to be looking at you with a jaundiced eye until they comfortable enough to know that, okay, now he really sincere. It did. But even if you had, say me and C-Li was saying something different, even if we had and we saw things different, there's no reason for either one of us to pronounce judgment on each other, curse one another.
Right.
Say, nigga, you deserve to be castrated. You a worker of Satan. You false, you fake, you pseudo. You feel me? There's no reason to call you a hypocrite or any of that. So what people need to really ask themselves is, why was Paul so angry after his conversion? Like, the nigga was angry. All you gotta do is read Galatians, bro. He's angry as all hell at the apostles. You feel me? So that right there and that what makes his so-called conversion not even solid. Like, all right, well, if you was really sincere, the same brothers that you was hunting and killing, you should have tapped back in with them and say, look, I see the light now. I know I was like this with y'all. Whatever y'all need me to do, I'm here to work, man. I'm here to gain your trust. I'm here to work.
Right, facts. And what you just mentioned in the debate, how the cat was slaughtering the Hasmoneans. You know what I mean? And Paul is bigging these cats. How you gonna big up? That's like we bigging up Slave Master.
Yeah.
Yo, big up Slave Master, my relative. That don't sound right. That don't even make sense.
That don't even sound right. Why is he bigging up these famous ass Herodians and you know they ops?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And what are the odds? What are the odds that he hollers at Aristobulus, which is a famous Herodian, and then in the very next verse, it's a cat named Herodian in Rome, but he ain't related to the Herods.
That was silly for him to even question and think that Herod is not her. That's like saying Israel and not relating it to Israel. Now, come on, man. Like, let's be real.
Come on, bro. It don't make no sense.
Or statement. Not only is Saul of Tarsus a bloodline relative of Herod the Great, he also had Roman citizenship. Did any of the apostles have Roman citizenship? No. Did Yeshua have Roman citizenship to Zoryak? No. Acts 22, verse 25 through 29. And as they bound him with thongs, Paul said unto the centurion,
that was an important part right there. Did the Israelites have Roman citizenship? You got to prove that. If you claim that the Gentiles, who the disciples were going to go preach to, are in Rome and all these European places or whatever, you got to show them, well, how did these Israelites get Roman citizenship? He ain't never touch on that.
He tried to. He tried to bring up the freedmen in Greece. I'm like, boy, what are you even talking about?
Yeah, are those freedmen Jews? You ain't proved that.
Yeah, like
you ain't even show Jews in Tarsus. When did the Jews enter Tarsus? When did the Benjamites enter Tarsus? I looked the shit up. Ain't nothing there. I looked up first century Benjamites in Tarsus. Ain't nothing there but Greeks, Macedonians.
Oh my God, bro. Are you serious, man?
Yeah, you know me, bro. I'm like, shit, once you open a can of worms, my nigga, this more can of worms got to get open. That's how I think. I'm like, wait a minute. If he's claiming to be a Benjamite from Tarsus, there should be proof of villages of Benjamites in Tarsus, or sects of Israelites in Tarsus at this time.
And there's not. There's only Greeks.
There's Greeks, worshippers of Zeus.
The scourge of man that is a Roman and uncondemned. Look at that. When the centurion heard that, he went and told the chief captain, saying, take heed what thou doest, for this man is a Roman. Then the chief captain came and said unto him, tell me, art thou a Roman? He said, him said, Paul said, yeah.
Pause. There you go, right there. Like you said, the nigga told on. If he was a Benjamite, he would have said, nah, I'm not a Roman. I'm a Benjamite, the same way he told his brothers, for I'm a Benjamite. Why he ain't using it in this part right here? You know, that's that old, when white niggas try to act black, but then they get locked up and they among their own. they start speaking like they own because they realize, nigga, you one of them. You just fronting like you niggas. You ain't talking that nigga talk with them.
Nah,
so
exactly.
Paul ain't talking Benjamite talk with the Romans. Now he like, nah, I ain't no Benjamite. I'm a Roman. He lied. He lied. You talk about breaking the law. The nigga lied because he didn't say he a Benjamite. He said he a Roman. Show me some Roman Benjamites, my nigga.
Exactly. And then it's obvious that Paul is double-minded. That's what Tazarych wasn't seeing. Like you can go show parts in Paul's letters where it seems as if he's talking solid and stand up, but you don't want to address the parts where he's obviously standing total opposite of all that. That's what you don't want to deal with. You want to deal with the parts where it was fresh starting out, everybody was cool. You dig? And that's why I took him down to Acts 15, like further down. Like, no, genius, you got to keep reading that. The contention was sharp.
So thick. I was like, sheesh.
Mm-hmm. And the chief captain answered, with the great sum obtained out this freedom. And Paul said, but I was freeborn. Now, how can Saul of Tarsus...
Pause. He said the nigga was freeborn. I just showed you 47 BC, Caesar granted Antipater Roman citizenship. He ain't granting no Benjamite no Roman citizenship. The nigga granted Antipater Roman citizenship and free of taxes.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
Have Herod the Great...
Because you got it right there on the screen where it says, now how can Saul of Tarsus claim Israelite heritage, have Herod the Great as an ancestor, and be a free-born Roman citizen? Wow.
As an ancestor and be a free-born Roman citizen. Watch this. Source, scripticaclassica.org. The invention of Sextus Julius Caesar, governor of Syria, in the affair of Herod's trial. Look at this right here. Check this out. Check this out. About July 47, Julius Caesar came from Egypt to Syria, and during his short stay there, settled the affairs of the province and rewarded those states and individuals who had given him military aid in the Alexandrian War. Look at this. One of the individuals whom Caesar rewarded for his courage and excellent military record in the Alexandrian War was Antipater, the father of who? Herod, to whom he granted who or what? Roman citizenship. I have discussed elsewhere the nature of this immunity. In that paper, I put forward the suggestion that the privileges Julius Caesar granted to Antipater and his descendants, which was Roman citizenship, y'all.
Now pause. Now, let me give the precept real quick. Let me piggyback on that real quick. Quick, fast. He just showed how these niggas got granted Roman citizenship. Quick, fast. Watch this. To add on to what Mally is saying, coming back to where we at right here, when Julius Caesar and Pompey went to war in 49-48 BC, Antipater at first sided with Pompey. Antipater shifted his alliance to Caesar. Look, 47 BC. Malaki just showed you July 47 BC. Antipater and Mithridates and Pergamon rescued him with 13,000 men. Drop down. For his demonstration of valor, Caesar elevated Antipater to Roman citizenship, freed him from taxes, and showed him the honor and declaration of friendship. Backdrop. Back in what Mally is saying.
Them boys surgical with it, boy. Oh, wait.
That's how them niggas got free. That's how the nigga got freeborn. That's how the Herodians got Roman citizenship. And then that's how Herodian leaked and told on himself by saying, I'm a freeborn Roman. Nigga, you just told on yourself. Let me bring back the debate now.
Yep, all claiming to be an Israelite, just like the Herod, the Herodians. They converted. They converted to what you call Judaism back during that time. You feel me? So they are claiming to be Israelites, but they're not.
Exactly. How he missed that?
Come on, bro. That shit easy, man.
Antipater and his descendants have Roman citizenship. They have immunity. As we see, Saul is a bloodline relative of Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. This would explain why Saul told the captain of the guard that he was a freeborn Roman citizen. To be freeborn means you didn't have to earn or buy your citizenship, and that your parents were both born free. Source, wiki.org, Roman citizenship to Tazarych. Look at this. Citizenship in Rome could be acquired through various means. To be born as a citizen required that both parents be free citizens of Rome. So in order for Saul to be a freeborn Roman with citizenship means that both his parents had blood relations to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. Let's look at Antipater's family tree. It's Saul.
All right, Paul. That man, that's cutting, my nigga.
Mhm.
That's cutting. You just proved the lineage, the agreement and covenant with Caesar, and then how Paul spills the bean on himself.
Yeah.
You think Yahshua would have said, I'm a Roman citizen?
Nah, nigga, freeborn Roman at that. You know what I mean? So there's no coincidences in this. If we got him in his letter to the Romans, shouting out Aristobulus and somebody named Herodian, who they think ain't even related to the Herods. I told that boy, it ain't nobody in Bible with the name Herod. That's not related to them, man. Stop playing with me, bro.
Talking about he a Christian. I'm like,
Yeah,
man,
a certain Christian.
Yeah, I'm like, you so dry. I'm like, a certain, like, who you talking to, man? You think you talking to some fools? You think we ain't gonna question that? Come on, man.
Saul in there. Quick note: Saul's Greek name is Saulus. Source: blueletterbible.org, G4549. Saulus, i.e. Shaul.
Pause. You see it right there. It says Saulus right here because you was moving kind of fast because I know it was 10 minutes. But look, we slowing it down. There goes Saulus in the Greek.
The Jewish name of Paul. Close family of coastal boy.
I'm slow it down. Look at that. Close family of coastal bar be Antipater. There you go. Saulus be Antipater. Period. What is the odds of that?
Come on, bro. Come on.
Where the Benjamite family tree that we can see like this, where Paul is listed like this? Where that?
They ain't got it. They just got certain verses where he's claiming to be Israel. Bruh, anybody today claiming to be an Israeli is claiming to be an Israelite. You know what I mean? I showed that. I say the Hebrew way to say Israelite is Israeli.
Exactly. And then and then you already got the European Jews claiming to be Jews. You don't give them a pass, but you give Paul a pass?
Come on, bro. Stop that. Like, what's the proof? Like, you don't have a Benjamite family tree for him. We just produced an Herodian family tree for Saul. We just produced it. You know what I mean? We connected the dots. The man claiming he an Herodian. He got Roman citizenship, freeborn Roman citizenship. So my challenge to Captain Tazarych or anybody else who don't think what we did last night was solid, what I did with Paul, you do with any other apostle in the Bible. Like, if what I did is just so happen anybody can do that, like I'm making all of this up, well, that means you can make the same type of argument up about Andrew, Bartholomew, all the disciples, Peter, James and John, the sons of Zebedee. You can make up that same argument about all of them. If what I did last night was make that up about Paul, you should be able to make that up about anybody else that's a so-called apostle there. You know what I mean? The reason you can't do it, because you just can't do it. It's not there. You know what I mean? Paul's letters, see what make what we doing so dangerous is we going right into his letters. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And with Tazarych is seeing, dang, even Paul's letters contradict Acts. Like what went down in Acts, Paul's letters say something totally different. And it just didn't sink in with him. Like, bro, you thinking Galatians 2 is repping Acts 15. If that's the case, Paul's lying. Why is he lying? What did he say? He said, other than circumcision, I didn't get no more orders from Jerusalem about teaching. That's a lie, nigga. You were told to abstain from meats offered to idols, from things strangled, from blood, and from fornication. So he said, other than circumcision in Galatians 2, verses 6 through 9, other than circumcision, the leaders of the church had nothing else to add to me. By the way, their reputation as great leaders don't mean nothing to me. God has no favorites. This nigga is dissing everybody and lying at the same time. You know what I mean?
That's cold, man. That's cold-blooded right there.
Be Antipater. There he is right there. There he is right there. Vocab Malone. Saulus. Look at this right here. It's based off of Josephus' Work of the Jews and Antiquity of the Jews. Let's read some of it. Since everybody think this is lick your finger scholarship. Look at this right here. Antiquity of the Jews. And now Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, became the successor of Jesus, the son of Damnaeus, in the high priesthood, which the king The king is Herodian, Agrippa, which the king had taken from the other, on which account a sedition arose between the high priests with regard to one another, for they got together. Look at this. Look at this. Go around, aligns right up with Acts, the 4th chapter. Bodies of the boldest sort of the people, and frequently came from the reproaches to the throwing of stones at each other. But Ananias was too hard for the rest by his riches, which enabled him to gain those that were most ready to receive. Costa-Baris also, and who? Saulus, did themselves get together a multitude of wicked wretches, and this because they were of the royal family, and so they obtained favor among them because of their kindred to Agrippa. Saul is related to Agrippa, which is an Herodian. War of the Jews. Look at this right here. So the men of power, perceiving that the sedition was too hard for them to subdue, and that the danger which would arise from who? The Romans would come upon them, first of all, endeavored to save themselves, and sent ambassadors, some to Florence, the chief of whom was Simon, son of Ananias, and others to Agrippa, among whom the most eminent were Saul and Antipas, we read his name earlier, and Costa-Baris, who were of the king's kindred. What we talking about here? What we talking about here? Look at this. War of the Jews again. 558. However, Cestius sent Saul and his friends at their own desire to where? Achaia, to Nero, to inform him of the great distress they were in, and to lay the blame of their kindling of the war upon Florence. Look at this right here. Flavius Josephus against Apion. Antiquity of the Jews. I suppose that by my books of Antiquities of the Jews, most excellent Epaphroditus, those antiquities contained out of our sacred books, but are translated by me into the Greek tongue. Josephus is admitting that he's in Rome translating the Hebrew histories and putting it into Greek.
Now, pause. That's another powerful part right there. So this nigga basically is translating all the Hebrew literature at that time into Greek. Would that include Bible, Tanakh, or that's just the Gospels, Malaki?
Say it again. My bad, bro. I was over here.
No, you good. The Josephus translating the Hebrew writings to Greek. Is he just translating the Gospels, or is he translating Tanakh too?
Hey, so if you look at it from this angle, right, the Greek Septuagint is already in circulation. It's already in circulation by the time you get to the 1st century. You know what I mean? You know the history on that. All right, so what histories is he translating from Rome in Greek? I mean, we got the Antiquity of the Jews. Okay, well, that come out in the 90s, like 95, something like that. War of the Jews written in the 70s. So if it ain't just the Antiquity of the Jews, it's like, well, all right, if we know that our Gospels don't come out till after the fall of Jerusalem, from overseas in Rome in the Greek language. All right. Well, by that time, we already have someone in Rome that's familiar with the Hebrew history and translating it into Greek. So what are the odds that the characters in the New Testament and the characters in the War of the Jews are the same? I mean, same places. And remember, they supposed to be 40 years apart.
Right.
You know what I mean? So so you got a Saul, a Herod, Antipas, a Simon, a John, a James, a Mary, bro. You got the same place. Look, Saul in the same places as Saul in the New Testament. They got the same friends, Epaphroditus. You feel me? So how are we not to believe that the same literary team that wrote and inked the War of the Jews wrote and inked the Gospels? Why would we believe that ain't the case? After all, it comes from Rome in the Greek language, and it has the same characters in the same places at the same time with similar plots. So who the hell else is writing from Rome in Greek? If it ain't Josephus and his literary team, who else?
And the oldest testament found was the book of Mark, right?
Mark, the
Did
earliest.
Did they say where that was? Where was it discovered?
Nah, it wasn't even just it came. It was mysteriously published in the Greek language from Rome around the year 70.
So they claim in Rome. They're coming out of Rome then.
Yeah, all the Gospels. That's why the New Testament is in Greek. Remember, they was bruised.
Hold up, this shit coming out of Rome, specifically Rome. Like. So when they found the earliest Gospels, that shit was in Rome, basically.
Yeah, Rome is the one. Rome is the one with the. If you follow the money, Rome is the one with the Greek education for one. It's called Paideia. You got to be educated in Greek composition of Greek literature. It's almost like growing up in America. A lot of us take English comp or ELA or something like that. You have to have some type of understanding of how to compose the English language. It's the same with the Greek. You know what I mean? Like you don't just wake up and sniff the Folgers and start writing in Greek. No, it don't work like
Well, what
that.
year was the Book of Mark found?
70. They dated to the year 70, which just so happens to be the same year Jerusalem fell. 70 or a little later. That's the earliest gospel you got. Everything else come out after that. Matthew, Luke, John.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got to nuzzle in on the Mark then, because if Mark is the oldest gospel and every other gospel copycat that, that's what we got to nuzzle in on that goddamn Mark.
They all had Mark as a source, but Mark ain't even older than Paul's letters. You know what I mean? I can share if you want me to share that. Let me share.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Let me share that real quick. I tried to show to Zoryak some of that last night. Like, boy, you don't know what in the hell you even coming close to talking about. All right, so here, let me share my screen real quick. So everybody can see. The slowdown is even
when you
crazy.
share, it's gonna pop up on my little side, right?
Yeah, it's gonna pop up on your side.
All right, cool.
All right, here it go. Right, let me know when you see it.
Bang, there you go. There you go.
Okay, so this right here, y'all, source is the HuffPost.com, a chronological New Testament. I'm gonna put the link in the chat so y'all can look this
Can
up.
we put the whole screen up, or you like this cool like that?
Yeah, put the whole screen up so they all can make sure everybody can see. All right, let me see something real quick. Copy that. I'm about to put that in the chat for y'all. So y'all can see that. See, the slowdown is even more deadly. The debates is rapid fire, but the slowdown, that's where you get them at. Like, dang, dog.
Facts.
But dang, hold on. I tried to post it up in there. I'm just gonna put it. I'm gonna put it in the private chat. See, line, then maybe you can post it. It ain't let me post for some reason.
Oh, word? Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, I'm putting in the private chat right now.
All right,
I did post it. So whenever you can post it in the chat for them. Look at this, y'all. This right here is called, this is off the Huffington Post, and it's called A Chronological New Testament. All right, look at this. If you look, the books of the New Testament are listed in the order in which they were written, and they vertical. So 1 Thessalonians, Galatians, 1 Corinthians, Philemon. All this is Paul, y'all. Look at it. So 1 Thessalonians over here to the left. You know what I mean? Next up is Galatians.
So Paul wrote these books, to be clear.
Yeah. These so the chronological New Testament shows it lists the books of the New Testament based off the date in which they were written. All right. So as you see, Paul was writing before any gospel was written. It's crazy. So 1 Thessalonians, Paul, Galatians, Paul, 1 Corinthians, Paul, Philemon, Paul, Philippians, Paul, 2 Corinthians, Paul, Romans, Paul. Then you get Mark. Then you get James. Then you back on Paul. Colossians, Paul, Matthew, Hebrews, some say Paul, John, Ephesians, Paul, Revelation, Jude, 1 John, 2 John, 3 John. Luke, you got to get at the Paul too, because everything Luke know about the movement comes from Paul. Luke used a role with Paul. So Luke, influenced by Paul. Luke wrote Acts. You got to put that on Paul too. 2 Thessalonians, Paul. 1 Peter. 1 Timothy, Paul. 2 Timothy, Paul. Titus, Paul. And the last book is 2 Peter. Look at that. This man is responsible for damn near all the New Testament. Now,
Let's read this real quick. We can get back to it. Now, this is what it's basically saying. A chronological New Testament is different from and yet the same as. Hold on one second, bro. Make sure we are good. Okay, we good. All right, let's strip off this. A chronological New Testament is different from and yet the same as the New Testament familiar to Christians. It contains the same 27 documents, but sequences them in the chronological order in which they were written. The familiar New Testament begins with the Gospels and concludes with Revelation for obvious reasons. Jesus is the central figure of Christianity, and so the New Testament begins with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Revelation is about the last things and the second coming of Jesus, so it makes sense that it comes at the end. Revelation and the Gospels function as bookends for the New Testament. Everything else comes between. Acts, 13 letters attributed to Paul, and 8 attributed to other early Christian figures. A chronological New Testament sequences the documents very differently. Its order is based on contemporary, mainstream biblical scholarship. So that means the scholars know that the New Testament is out of order. Look at this. Look at this. Though there is uncertainty about dating some of the documents, there is a scholarly consensus about the basic framework. It begins, the chronological New Testament begins with 7 letters attributed to Paul. Damn, dog. All from the 50s. The first gospel is Mark, not Matthew, written around 70. Revelation is not last, but almost in the middle of the New Testament, written in the 90s. Dang, dog. 12 documents follow Revelation. So if Revelation wasn't written to the 90s, and there's 12 more books that follow, that means there's 12 books of the New Testament that were written in the 2nd century. So all that pseudo stuff he was talking shit, he guilty of the same thing. Don't even know it. Look at this. 12 documents follow Revelation, with 2 Peter, the last. Look at this, y'all. Written as late as near the middle of the 2nd century. Ball game. Like what you saying. That means whoever wrote 2 Peter, that's a pseudo document, meaning that somebody wrote that other than Peter and put Peter's name on it. Called pseudo anonymous. Just real quick, look at this. It says beginning with 7 of Paul's letters illustrates that there were vibrant Christian communities spread throughout the Roman Empire before there were written gospels. Wow. Is that so? So yeah, the messianic movement had been popping out of here, but it was headquartered and it was headquartered out of Jerusalem. But the leaders of it were messianic zealots. Some say Essenes, some say Nazarenes. You know what I mean? But they were anti-Roman. So,
right.
Yeah, there were what you call Christian communities. No, these were messianic communities. You know what I mean? Not Christian as in Paul's community movement. These was messianic brothers who were inspired by messianic prophecy. You know what I mean? And these were the ones Nero was saying he burnt Rome down and blamed on Christians. It's not the tax-paying turn the other cheek Christians. It's the messianic brothers that was giving them a problem. You know what I mean? That's what that's about.
So they was equivalent of your Black Panthers.
Yeah, there you go. But way more organized. These brothers had money. They had their own economy. They were minting their own coins. You did, and they was banging in Rome, Alexandria, and in Judea. So these brothers was highly organized. It took Rome 7 years to take these brothers down. And a lot of the battles we won. You know what I mean? So these brothers were highly sophisticated, bro. They wasn't just throwing pebbles at them. They were serious.
Right.
Look at this right here. It says, beginning with 7 of Paul's letters illustrates that there were vibrant Christian communities spread throughout the Roman Empire before there were written gospels. His letters provide a window into the life of very early Christian communities. Placing the gospels. Pay attention to this, y'all. This is how deep this is. Placing the gospels after Paul makes it clear that as written documents, they are not the source of early Christianity, but its product. Ball game, boy. I don't even know what else. That just told you that the gospels are not the source of early Christianity. No, they're the product. They come after Paul.
So whenever you read the Gospels and you see a few elements in there that seem like it's pro Paul, it's because the writers of the Gospels are pro Paul. They're influenced by Paul. Paul is never influenced by the Gospels. He never quotes the Gospels. That's because the Gospels wasn't out yet. Now the Gospels, if you find anything in the Gospel that sounds some way like Paul, that means the Gospels were written by a Paulinist, somebody who's sympathetic toward Paul. You feel me? And remember, in the Gospels, these are supposed to be eyewitnesses. But if they don't come out the earliest to the 70s and a gang of them to the 2nd century, that means they weren't written by eyewitnesses. Remember, this went down in the 30s. You got Mark coming out in the 70s. You got Revelation coming out in the 90s. You see what I'm saying? And remember,
all coming out of Rome.
From overseas in Greek.
All coming out of Rome, huh?
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, bro. You want to show some more?
No, that's it. Yeah.
Let's get back to this debate real quick.
Why is Josephus mentioning Nero Caesar's secretary Epaphroditus? Why is it that Saul and Epaphroditus are longtime friends? Saul not only has citizenship, he's connected from the Herodian appointed high priest all the way up to the household of Nero Caesar. Philippians 2:25, Saul of Tarsus. Yet I suppose it necessary to send to you Epaphroditus, my brother and companion in labor and fellow soldier, but your messenger, and he that ministered to my want, Saul of Tarsus. All the saints salute you, chiefly they that are of Caesar's household. Philippians 4:22, Paul, a Saul of Tarsus. The Saul in the New Testament and the Saul of Josephus side by side. Look at this right here. Saul in the New Testament, Herodian related. Romans 16:10 and 11. Saul and Josephus is Herodian related. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 17, section 4, verse 418. Saul in the New Testament, close to the Herodian high priest. Acts 4 and 5 and 6, Acts 9, 1 and 2. Saul and Josephus close to the Herodian appointed high priest. Antiquity of the Jews, book 20, chapter 10, section 4, verse 213 to 214. Saul in the New Testament called hell in Achaia. Acts 18, verse 12 and 13. Saul and Josephus called hell in Achaia. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20, section 1, verse 556 to 558. Saul in the New Testament suspiciously close with Rome. From citizenship up to Nero Caesar, Acts 22nd chapter, 25 through 29, and Philippians 4 and 22. Saul and Josephus is suspiciously close with Rome. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20, section 1, verse 556 through 558. Saul in the New Testament has a close friend named Epaphroditus, who just so happened to be Nero Caesar's secretary and Josephus's Patreon. Josephus' Patreon is Epaphroditus, who happens to be Paul's homeboy and Nero Caesar's secretary. Antiquity of the Jews, book 1, chapter 1, section 1, verse 1. Now look at this. Operation Messiah. Woof. St. Paul and Roman intelligence real quick. And the birth of Christian.
So putting Saul in the New Testament side by side with Saul and Josephus killed the whole argument. You know what I mean? Because now you got to say that's a different Saul. And what are the odds that they both are Herodian related? They both have Roman citizenship. They both are in a place called Achaia and called hell in Achaia. They both are close with Nero Caesar's household. What are the odds? And Paul's close friend is Josephus's Patreon and Nero Caesar's homeboy, a man by the name of Epaphroditus. And we are to believe that Saul and that Saul ain't the same person.
That's crazy right there.
Like, boy. He's telling you that everything that I connected yesterday, that's just trash. That's because you ain't got nothing to come behind it. You tell me, what are the odds that they are different people if they're in the same places at the same time, doing the same things, you feel me, and claiming the same ancestry? What are the odds that they're two different people? Like, same dealing with Titus and Jesus. The military campaign of Titus Caesar, when he destroyed Jerusalem, mirrors to the letter the ministry of Jesus Christ. They both started the Sea of Galilee. Right after that, they get to casting out demons at Gadara, and both of their campaigns end in Jerusalem. What are the odds? You see
That's
what I'm saying?
crazy.
And that's what Tazarych ain't seeing, getting a lot of people ain't seeing. Look, y'all. We brought out last night that there are Greek playwriters that are responsible for Bible. You can't get around that.
Nigga, just imagine that's just one probably out of many more we ain't tapped and found yet.
Come on, man. They using Greek playwrights and Greek proverbs from Greek niggas from 500 years earlier. And Paul saying in his vision, and his vision is how he becomes an apostle. He's saying that the Judean Israelite Messiah appeared to him, quoting Greek playwriters from 500 years earlier. So what I'm saying is, y'all, when you look at
we're gonna get to that too.
From that aspect, what are the odds? How the hell is Saul in the New Testament and Saul and Josephus not the same person? If they're not the same person, produce the odds. What are the odds that they're not? You did. Go ahead, bro. I just want to say that.
Nah, that's a good point, man. That parallel, man. That's what killed it, man.
Yeah, that's why I asked you to put that chart up for me. I was like, see,
that ain't no coinky dink right there, man. I'm looking at that shit like, sheesh.
Nah, bro, can't get around it.
Sanity. For whom was Saul working for, Tazarych? The only circumstance under which the high priest would employ his police force to arrest and imprison people would be if these people had shown themselves in some way to be a political threat to the Sadducean hierarchy and the Roman regime. If Saul was employed by the high priest to arrest people and imprison them, it can only mean one thing, Tazarych, and that is that Saul was a member of the high priest police force.
That's crazy right there, bro.
That boy the popo. Oh,
yeah, bro. That's a good point, Joe.
He them boys, he them people. It would have been his job to arrest anyone belonging to a movement that threatened the status quo. What kind of Jew might have taken up political police work in the service of Caiaphas? The police force of the high priest was no doubt an eclectic group, consisting of junior priests with allegiance to the Sadducean party or belonging to those few families from whom the high priest was traditionally selected. Added to these were mercenaries of various kinds, including Jews or non-Jews. Such mercenaries may have been relatively indifferent to Jewish nationalistic feelings and were perfectly prepared to endure the unpopularity that came to those willing to sell themselves to anyone yielding power in the interest of a hated military occupation. Let's keep strolling. Look at this right here. It says right here, not everyone accepts this explanation. We believe members of the Nazarenes were much more militant than this. Among the Nazarenes, there were at least some who wanted complete independence from Rome. Some scholars still believe that Jesus and his followers were among these members of the group and that this led to his execution. If it is possible that his brother James and some other apostles did not abandon their nationalistic aspirations after Jesus died. All right, let's keep strolling. The physical appearance of Paul. There go Paul, there he is. Nicephorus claimed that Paul was a little man, crooked and almost bent like a bow with a pale countenance.
Pause right there, man. Got him.
Man.
Got him.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, there should be, if what we saying is false, y'all, you dig, then any physical appearance of Paul should relate to what we call the West Indians or brothers that they call Benjamites.
Right.
You know what I mean, there should not be any ancient depiction of Paul being red or pale.
Exactly.
There shouldn't be not one. You feel me? This right here is the nail in the coffin to show dude is a Idumean. Dude is a Herodian. He is pump faking. Like, if you add everything up, his citizenship, him claiming he is or him shouting out Herodian, him shouting out Aristobulus, the Praetorian Guard coming to grab him before he got killed by the bros and all that. If you add all of that up, and then we finally get down to his physical description. And it'd be different if his physical description was a Bantu Negro from the Congo.
Right.
It'd be like, oh, okay. But no, even his physical description line up with being Esau.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You can't get around it, man. And shout out to my brother Sila Shalom. I say, man, if this thing go left field, it's your fault. He was like, man, Mally, hey, Mally, hey, son, hey, decent Paul, hey, Mally, hey, man, you got to put the physical description of Paul in there. I said, you know what? You right. I'm about to put that right up in there. And when I scroll up, I'm going to say, there he is. There go Paul right there. Damn. Shout out to Tazarych, man. It wasn't nothing personal.
Ain't nothing personal, man. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing personal. We just making a point. That's it.
Long and wrinkled and a bald head. In the Latin version of Acts of Paul and Thecla, it is added that he had a red, florid face. In the history of the contending of St. Paul, his countenance is described as ruddy with the ruddiness of the skin of the pomegranate. There go Paul right there. There he is. Nothing personal.
Pause right there. The Acts of St. Peter confirms that Paul had a bald, shining head with red hair. Genesis 25:25. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. There is nothing else to talk about. What is there else to talk about? Where the Benjamite at?
There's nothing, bro.
Nigga, we went back to the original forefather of this goddamn Idumean. First he showed you the Herodians, right? First century shit, but then he went back to goddamn Esau, the first nigga, the great grand, the nigga who started the red man, and there you have it. Nigga ain't even address it.
The Acts of St. Peter confirms that Paul had a bald and shining head with red hair. In closing, my opponent will attempt to rebuttal these sobering facts by quoting a few scriptures that Saul Paul claims he's an Israelite. My response to him would be, so does every modern day Israeli. Just because you're claiming Israel does not mean you're the real deal. Source, BlueLetterBible.org. Israeli, Tazarych, is Hebrew for guess what? Guess what is Hebrew for? Israelite, a descendant or inhabitant of the nation of Israel. As we see, Israeli is Aramaic for Israel. So Paul claiming to be an Israelite without any family lineage.
40 seconds.
If Captain Tazarych of the UPK can't produce an Israelite lineage and family tree for Saul of Tarsus, then he must admit that Saul is an Herodian Edomite whose entire family are the sworn enemies of our way, and that the UPK now endorses the teachings of Herodian Edomites as authoritative. Again, if he can't furnish an Israelite family tree for Paul in this debate, everything else he says is irrelevant. In my remaining rounds, I will get into specific teachings of Saul that are not only contrary to what the apostles teach, but even hostile.
All right.
Yeah, bro, that was a killer round right there, son. That was a killer round.
And left the family tree up on him. Tree up. You got to produce, and he never. Hey, y'all, the debate over because he never produced a family tree for Paul being a Benjamite. He never produced it. You just got him claiming to be one, but he never produced it. Easy work, man.
He have drew first blood, Captain, and now it's on you.
All that blood. Terrible.
Hey, let me know when he talking. If you want to correct him or say something, let me know.
You see my screen?
I see the screen.
All right, hold on.
Let me know when you're ready.
I just want to wait. Let me just put it like this. All right, I'm ready to rock and roll. I told y'all in this debate. Wait, first of all, for some reason, somehow Tazarych always get dragged into a debate. Like y'all have an insane obsession with my brother Tazarych. Y'all could just join the school and you could talk to him every day. Talk to him every day like I do. You don't have to throw him up on the screen or anything like that.
Yeah, we're not joining your school, Tazarych. No.
I told y'all this debate is gonna show he doesn't know the Bible. Now I did this on the fly, and I knew he would go to Romans the 16th chapter. So I'm gonna show. So first we're gonna read right here. So now we got Romans 11:1. It says, "I say then."
You know what? He didn't do that on the fly. Goddamn, Tazarych did that on the fly and gave it to his ass. That's what happened.
Yeah. Tazarych was in the back hiding off the camera.
Have God cast away his people? God forbid. For I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham of the tribe of Benjamin. Now this is Paul stating his registry. He's saying that he's.
See, and that's the crazy part. I just explained that you could be calling yourself an Israelite and claiming to be an Israelite and not be one.
Exactly.
The Herodians are an example historically in the first century who claimed to be Israel or claimed to be Jews and were not.
Right.
Right. So just because Paul says he's an Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin without any furnishing a family tree. You can't even tell us who Paul's father is.
Exactly.
Now you don't have basically this man is a ghost. He just saying he's a Jew from Tarsus. You feel me? So
ain't no Jews in Tarsus.
This is right. So this is disingenuous because of course you got a few verses where he's claiming to be an Israelite, but the point being, so were the Herodians. They were claiming to be Israelites.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And that's why I went and showed the Hebrew word for Israelite actually, y'all, is Israeli. The Hebrew word for parasite, parasi. The Hebrew word for Canaanite, Canaani or Canaani or something like that. Like you'll start seeing that every word where there's an "ite" in the Bible, you know, where there's Edomite or whatever it is, you'll see it's an E at the end of it. Israeli, parasi. I think Edomite is Adumay, but it's still the yod at the end of it. You feel me? So when you're saying Israeli in Hebrew, you're saying Israelite.
Mm-hmm.
So how many modern day Israelis are really Israelites? You know what I mean? So yeah,
right.
that's just because he claiming to be an Israelite don't make him one. That's the point. You feel me?
Case in point. Case in point.
He's a Herodian. All that garbage that he pulled out does not say Paul was a Herodian, and they're basing it off of scripture that he don't understand. Wait till I get to it. Then Acts 21 and 39. Now, this is Paul saying it, but Paul did not write Acts. Luke wrote Acts.
Pause it.
Luke is the recording.
So yeah, we know that genius. We know Luke wrote Acts and Luke wrote Luke, but everything that Luke has, he got from who? Paul. Luke is the physician. Luke rolled with Paul. Luke never met Yahshua. Paul never met Yahshua.
Exactly.
So if Luke wrote the book of Luke and he wrote the book of Acts, who is he getting his information from? Paul. So Luke ain't writing nothing that Paul ain't saying needs to be in there. Easy work, man. Dude was like making a lot of like crazy comparisons. I'm like, what is this cat talking about? Right.
So now, but Paul said, I am a man which is a Jew of Tarsus. So he's saying he's a Jew, and he's telling you where he's at. A city in Sicilia, a citizen of no mean city. And I beseech thee, suffer me to speak unto the people.
So right there, ain't no Jews in Tarsus. There was no Jews in Tarsus around this time.
C-Lot, pull that up if you can, bro. Man, that'd be hard.
Let me see. You know what? Let's see some. Yeah, yo, this shit is crazy.
Yeah, you can keep it rolling and just whenever you find it, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Acts 22 and 3. I am verily a man which am a Jew, born of Tarsus. Now, two instances where he's saying it. And then he says, a city in Cilicia, yet brought up in this city at the feet of Gamaliel, who was a Pharisee, and taught according to the perfect manner of the law of the fathers, and was zealous toward God. Let's go to the next one. Wait. So now we're going to go to his verse. His verse is in 11. So now when you actually read Romans 16 and 8, he's saluting various individuals, not houses. If it's a house, he tells you. So in verse 8, it says, greet Amplius, my beloved in the Lord. Salute Urbane, our helper in Christ, and Stacks, my beloved individuals. Salute Apollos, approved in Christ. Salute them which are of Aristobulus's household. Now you know he's talking about a trial. Hold on, I jumped the gun. Now you know he's talking about a house or a bunch of people. Then it says, salute Herodian, my kinsman. That's singular. That's not even plural. It's not even a plural.
That's a stupid ass argument.
Yeah, that was real lame and weak. Whoever said it was plural?
You act like we don't know that that's a person he's talking about. Herodian, right? But the point is, there's nobody in the Bible with the name of Herod in their name that's not related to them. Nobody. You can't point to one. Herod Agrippa, Herod Agrippa II, Herodias, Herod Antipas, Herod Philip. Right? There's nobody in the Bible with the name Herod attached to their name that's not an Herodian. So we knew the whole time that we're talking about a person in Rome. The point being, genius, this person is an Herodian. And when I went and clicked on the word for Herodian, it took you right back to the family of Herod.
Exactly.
See what I'm saying? That's what I did. I wasn't under the impression that was talking about the Herodian family. No, that's a man named Herodian. But you believe this man got the name of Herod and is not related to them?
Right.
And the fact that he is related to them, and Paul is saying that's his cousin or that's his relative, prove that Paul is related to the Herodians. He just got a relative named Herodian. That's it. We know that wasn't plural. We know that was one person. The point being, he's in Rome as in Herod, and in the very verse before that, he shouted out Aristobulus, which happens to be another famous Herodian. So what is we really talking about? So his argument points are real weak. I never said that was talking about. I never said Herodian was talking about the entire Herodian dynasty. Herodian in Romans 16 is one person, but that one person is bloodline related to that family. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And if it wasn't show, why was I able to go to Herodian's name and click on the root word and it go right back to the family? Stop it. That's easy work.
And Kinsmen is MAN because Herodian was just a man named Herodian. He went on that whole ramp about Herodian and didn't even bother looking up or exegeting that word Herodian in this scripture, which I'm gonna show you. And it says, then greet them that be of the house.
He's a damn lie. When I was reading the history of Herod, I got that out the Blue Letter Bible.
Right.
In the beginning, when I was reading Herod the Great, Herod Antipas, Herod Agrippa I, nigga, all that's in the Blue Letter Bible. That's in the concordance. So I did properly go there and exegete it and look up the definition. Come on, bro. Dude wasn't nowhere near ready for me, man. Nowhere near.
Nah. And a 2-second put together ain't gonna goddamn cut it too. What he trying to do?
Household of Narcissus. So when it says Herodian right here, it's not even talking about the house of or Herod or nothing like that. It's talking about a single individual. Of course, I would have to prove it. The etymology of that word right here. Herodian, a Christian Herodian. That Herodian in that verse is just one individual. That's all that it is. It's not the house of Herod.
That's stupid, nigga. You just said Herodian. So he's one individual Herodian. If that's the case, you still convict yourself.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, come on,
these niggas crazy, bro.
Rod. That's why when you keep going, the household of Narcissus, which are in the Lord, salute Tryphena. Now he's saluting other people. His whole first beginning, trash, garbage. I'm sorry. Now, I got to stop sharing just for 1 second, so I want to share something else.
I pulled up the parallel New Testament and lined up 3 versions of the New Testament side by side and showed that he was calling Herodian his relative.
Right.
Showed that.
He killed him on that, bro. He flooded
real fast. I need to, and I'm gonna come right back to that PowerPoint, but I need to share one. Thank you, I appreciate it, Si. Let me just.
I think that's what them niggas be fucking cheating at, because see, it shouldn't be no stop the time. That shit got to stop. All this stop the time shit, nah. Y'all niggas had weeks to prepare your presentation the way that shit should just flow. Where it ain't no goddamn stopping the time. Let me go look in this folder. Nah, man, y'all supposed to be more. He's supposed to be more prepared for that.
Over here, hold on. Now let me come back here. I want to share my screen. Testament was written in circulation by 100 AD. I want y'all to understand that. So any of the commentary that comes after, he has to show according to the law that Paul was hostile. Do not forget this topic. Do not. Don't be, even if you go by his logic that Paul was an Edomite, he still has to show how Paul was hostile according to the law. He ain't showed that yet. So now I'm gonna show you. So now what y'all see, I have scriptures on one side, scriptures on the other side. I'm gonna show y'all the parallel. So in Acts 9:7, it says, "And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice but seeing no man." So this is when Paul saw or met Christ. And then in verse 8, it says, "And Saul arose from the earth, and when his eyes were open, he saw no man, but they led him by the hand and brought him to Damascus." And then in 22:9, you see it says in verse 7, it says, "Hearing a voice but seeing no man." In 22:9, it says, "And they that were with me indeed saw the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake." So now you got one verse saying hearing the voice, another verse saying heard not the voice. What I also want to point out, he can't say that Christ can, excuse me, that Paul can see and why nobody else could see, because when we go to the book of Daniel, when Daniel saw that vision, in verse Daniel 10:7, it says, "And I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, for the men that were with me saw not the vision." So you can't even say, how could Saul see it and nobody else see it? Because you're going to have to question Dan. So now we have to deal with the word
Pause
hear
that, man.
or hearing.
Pause
You notice
that,
I have
pause that. Y'all see how he tried to explain away the contradictions in Paul's quote unquote vision on the road to Damascus? This nigga went back to Daniel. Talking about a vision Daniel had and the people around him didn't see the vision or didn't hear or something like that. Let me help you out again, Tazarych. Boy, you're looking like a mental midget out here, man. Acts 9, Paul claims that the men with him heard the voice of Jesus. And Acts 22, he claims that the men with him didn't hear the voice of Jesus. Huh? He don't know if he only heard the voice or they all heard the voice. He don't know if the light only surrounded him or it surrounded all of them. He don't know if he fell to the ground or they all fell to the ground. And then if you're trying to compile all of these versions together to make them fit, you still got to explain why he's quoting some Greek playwriters from 500 years earlier, bro. You know what I mean? So he's trying to make Acts 9, Acts 22, and Acts 26 harmonize when there are elements in all of them that are clearly contradictory. And he was so disingenuous with it, the nigga went to Daniel, the 10th chapter, and brought up a time when the people that was with Daniel didn't hear the voice or see the light or whatever he was talking, which has nothing to do with Paul's 3 different conversion accounts, bro. That was horrible for him to do that.
See, that's the thing. This nigga talking about the nigga came to him in the vision, though. You ain't meet the nigga in the flesh. You ain't address this nigga peoples, man. It's fake. You know what I'm saying? That whole shit is fake.
Yeah.
You ain't meet the nigga in real time. So that's why I say, Cap, if a nigga came to you and never met General Yohana, but said General Yohana came to him in spirit, would you accept that man? You know damn well y'all niggas ain't gonna accept that man in y'all school. You know what I'm saying? That shit is corny.
Highlighted. This is Matthew 13:13. It says, Therefore speak I to them in parables, because seeing they see not, and hearing they hear not." Those hearings are the same Greek word, G191, to be endowed with faculty of hearing, not deaf, to attend to, consider what is or has been said, to understand or perceive. So when you read Acts 9:7 and Acts 22:9, in Acts 9:7, what it's talking about when it's saying they heard not the voice, meaning they did not understand the voice. And also keep in mind, we're reading the book of Acts. So he's going to have to question the writer of Acts, not Paul. So now I'm going to keep going. This is the next slide. And I'm going to show y'all now, this right here is to show you how just because somebody gives further details or slide to the left or the right doesn't make the story a forgery. So Matthew's 15:22, when Christ deals with the woman that wanted a blessing for her child, you'll see where it says in 15:23, it says he answered her not a word, and the disciples came and besought him, saying, "Send her away, for she crieth after us." In Mark 7, it doesn't mention that. In Mark 7, all it says for a certain woman, it says the woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by nation. She besought him that he would cast forth the devil out of her daughter. So clearly, Mark is explaining it different than Matthew. But nobody is going to say that this is a contradiction or there's a lie here, because you know that you can tell the story differently. What would make it different if what he did was different. Even when he blessed her in 15:28, it says, "O woman, great is thy faith, in Mark 7, it says, for thy saying. So if he's going to question Acts 22 and 9, excuse me, Acts 9 and Acts 22, then he got to question this too. Body bag. Now let's go. Let me get some more. Now, when we get to Acts 9, let's see what else happens in Acts 9 when Paul. So after Paul meets Christ, Ananias meets Christ. So even in that story, Christ is not, excuse me, Paul ain't the only one that met him. In Acts 9 and 10, and there was a certain disciple at Damascus named Ananias, and this goes right to the subject, and said to him in a vision, said him in a vision, Ananias, and he said, behold, Lord, here I am. So now Ananias is having a conversation with Christ right after Paul had the conversation with Christ. And the Lord said, arise and go into the street, which is called Straight, and inquire in the house of Judas for one called Saul of Tarsus. Body bag. Christ just said Saul of Tarsus, just like Paul said he was a Jew from Tarsus. So if you're going to question if Paul was an Edomite,
Paul did. Christ did not just say that Saul was a Jew. He just said Saul of Tarsus. Didn't say he was a Jew. You know what I mean? Like the dude is trying to make the whole thing mesh together, and it's like, no, like you adding words to that. You know what I mean?
My thing is, go ahead.
And he didn't even know that Ananias is the name of the high priest that sent them out at first to persecute.
That's what I'm saying. So let's put this in real time. If we on a plantation and the slave master, whip this today, whip this yesterday, whip this today, hung a couple people we knew, and then tomorrow he wake up and come and tell us that Jesus came to him and he's an apostle now. As the slaves, we not gonna tolerate that. We ain't gonna believe that nigga. No. And this is the same situation you have with Paul. He's persecuting the first century Jews. He has a vision. You know what I'm saying? Then he comes back preaching the gospel, and y'all niggas hold this nigga word. Come on, yo.
He come back teaching the gospel that's completely opposite of the men that rocked and rolled with Yahshua. That's what they're not seeing. They already were out amongst the Gentiles teaching. Paul got out there and started doing his own thing. That's what don't nobody want to address. You don't want to address that he went out and started doing his own thing and felt as if he wasn't in subjection or needed even to answer or to comply with them. And it got even to the point to where he was talking bad about the bros, man. Like, I don't even know how you look at that and not figure it out. Like, dang, what's wrong with dude? He seemed kind of schizophrenic or something like that. You feel me? So right. No, he's trying to make it make sense. And what I was trying to tell Cap last night is this, bro. Look, you're in Acts 9, but when you go over to Acts 22, it's gonna say something different about his conversion. And when you get over to Acts 26, it's gonna say something different. So you're trying to make something make sense, but when you get to the precept for it, which is not in Daniel, it's in Acts 22. It's not in Matthew, it's in Acts 22 and Acts 26. Those are the other versions of his conversion story. When you line those up, bro, listen to me. They're not saying the same thing at all.
Right.
And the reason why that's so important, y'all, is because that's Paul's whole claim to being an apostle is this vision right here. This vision is his whole claim. So him trying to argue about Ananias and all that really is irrelevant because this supposedly only happened one time, which means that Jesus appeared to him speaking in Hebrew, some Greek niggas. You know what I mean? So we gonna add all this up. Then all right, you can bring Ananias on into the play, but again, there's still holes in the story. And the end result is Jesus appeared to you quoting some Greek playwrights from 500 years earlier. Come on, bro. There's a problem with what this cat is talking about, right? And if all it takes is for his vision to become an apostle, we in bad shape. Bad shape.
Christ knew who Paul was. He said he was Saul of Tarsus, body bag. And he have seen in the vision named Ananias coming in and putting his hand on him that he might receive his sight. Now, Ananias goes. No, I'm sorry, I'm skipping a part. It says, and then Ananias answered and said, Lord, I have heard of this man because Paul or Saul had a reputation of persecuting the followers of Christ. And then here's what Christ's response. But the Lord said unto him, go thy way, for he is a chosen vessel unto me to bear my name before the Gentiles, which goes right back to it can't be a different doctrine if Christ said to bear my name before the Gentiles and kings and the children of Israel.
The disciples already, and see, that's what he ain't getting it. The disciples already were out amongst the Gentiles teaching. Peter is one example.
Right. So
they already have protocol for foreigners who want to join the movement. They already have it. I'm gonna show y'all that too. Of course, I wasn't able to pull all that out. I wasn't able to pull all that out yesterday. I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to show y'all the Nazarene initiation. Y'all gonna be like, dang, dog, it's right there.
Well, should we share your? You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm about to show. I'm sharing the screen now, bro. Hold on.
I still got it up.
Okay. Yeah. Share this tab instead. Wow. All right, now look, this right here is the resurrection. All right. Now watch this. Paul is nowhere around at all. And look what's told to the apostles. Right here. Mark 16 and 15. He said unto them, go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. Every creature. See that? That's after the resurrection. They already were sent out. That's why people went and hollered at Cornelius. You see? He was already sent out into the world, y'all. There's no need for a Paul. So in other words, there was already protocol for any foreigner or Gentile who wanted to be an ally and join the movement. And they already was out there.
So this is when he had the 12. He sent the 12 men out there to go ahead and preach the gospel.
Yeah, they was already sent out to go do that.
Now look at that. Paul claiming to be the 13th.
Exactly, and claiming that he's an apostle to the Gentiles. No, you're not.
Lying ass niggas.
Yeah, no, you're not. They already was sent out and told to do this. Stand on business. Let me get another witness to that.
Yeah, Nehemiah, you can come in real quick. Let me bring the guard in. He want to tap in.
We're gonna go to Matthew 28 real quick. Show that, and then I'm gonna show y'all the night. And look, he don't even know that eventually you had to get circumcised. It's just part of that's protocol.
Right.
You know what I mean? Here it is, right here. Right here. Matthew 28, 18 and 19. And Yeshua came and spake unto them, saying, all power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Go ye therefore and teach all nations. See that? Baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Amen. So you see that? That's two witnesses that they were already sent out.
Right.
Already sent out to stand on business and handle that business, bro. I got one more I want to show y'all, and then you said the big homie want to get on too.
Yeah. I dropped the link in there.
Let me show y'all this, and then I'm gonna show y'all about Passover too. You don't got to chew on no lamb for Passover if you still celebrate Passover. I got all that, man. I got all that. All right, now look at this right here. Let me share this part of the tab. This was in the doc. This is part of the rebuttals I had for him. Easy work. Let me know if y'all can see that, Sila.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so now look at this. Eventual circumcision for a foreigner joining the movement, just not immediate. You ain't got to do it right when you get down, but eventually you have to. That's just part of the protocol. Look at this. But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter, Galatians 2 and 7. Paul admits the gospel of circumcision is proclaimed by the apostles, specifically Peter. Y'all should see that. Didn't he say the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter? That's what he just said. Look at this. Don't forget, Paul is not the only one writing to the assembly in Galatia. Peter is also. Peter, an apostle of Yeshua, to the strangers scattered throughout Pontus and where else? Galatia. Peter, who Paul says, look at this. Look, I, Paul, say to you, if you accept circumcision, Christ will be of no advantage to you. Galatians 5 and 2. Paul is responding to the assembly in Galatia because the apostle. You say what, Sila?
I ain't say nothing.
I thought you said something. Okay. Paul's responding to the assembly in Galatia because the apostles are teaching them to be circumcised, proving that circumcision is still commanded, just not immediate for believers. Source, Anti-Nicene Christian Library. And Tazarych, it ain't my fault y'all don't got none of these. Y'all talk about source up or shut up, right? Epistle of Peter, epistle or letter to Peter to James. Look at it. Peter to James, the master and bishop of the Holy Church, under the Father of all, through Yeshua, which is peace always. Doctrine of reserve. This is what Peter is saying to James. Knowing, my brother, your eager desire after that which is for the advantage of us all, I beg and beseech you not to communicate to any one of the Gentiles the books of my preachings, which I sent to you, nor to any one of our own tribe before trial. Peter writing to James saying, look, we got to protect our teachings, right? So nobody that's a foreigner or nobody that's native born, they shouldn't even receive nothing that we teach before they go through a trial. You can't just free willy-nilly let anybody on up in here. Hell, we might as well put an ad in the paper since we accepting everybody up in her. You see what I'm saying? So he's saying, no, we got to put them through a trial. You know what I mean? Just like when you go to work, you got a probationary period. It's the same thing joining the movement in the first century. You say nobody should even be fit to teach or have the books of learning before they are tried. They got to go through a trial. Look at this. But if anyone has been proved and found worthy, then commit them to him after the manner in which Moses delivered his books to the 70 who succeeded his chair. I'm going to jump on down. All right, look at this. Now the things that seem good to me, I have fairly pointed out to you. And what seems good to you, do you, my master, be commonly performed. Farewell. Now look at this, chapter 4. An adjuration concerning the receivers of the book. Therefore, James, having read the epistle, sent for the elders, and having read it to them, said, our Peter has strictly and becomingly charged us concerning the establishing of the truth, that we should not communicate the books of his preachings, which have been sent to us, to anyone at random. See, anybody can't just skip up in here and get these teachings. I mean, you can't just pop up, set up a YouTube channel and say, man, now I'm Big Dog Nazarite. No, you had to come back in. You had to come back in.
That's like martial arts. That's like a nigga claiming to be a black belt and he ain't go through the ranks.
Yeah, you heard me? Get in there and get your ass dusted. But look what it say. It says, but to one who was good. So he say, which have been sent to us, to anyone at random, but to one who is good and religious and who wishes to teach and who is circumcised and faithful. Remember, he's talking about foreigners and native born, Gentiles and Judeans. Look at this. And these are not all to be committed to him at once. Do y'all see this? He said, don't put it, look, we're not going to put all the requirements on anybody joining the movement all at one time. So you ain't got to get circumcised to get up in here to start out. You don't got to get baptized initially. You ain't got to do none of that. You just got to come in here and be willing to learn and follow protocol. And as time goes on, you get these things done. You become baptized. You become circumcised. You know what I mean? Look at this. And these are not all to be committed to him at once, that if he be found injudicious in the first, the others may not be entrusted to him. So he's saying, yeah, don't put all the discipline on a foreigner at one time. Take it step by step. So if he can't handle the circumcision, he ain't gonna be able to handle the baptism. You know what I mean? If he can't handle following a certified apostle around for a couple years, why even talk about circumcising him? He ain't ready. You see? Look at it. Wherefore, let him be proved. Remember, he said it need to be a trial, right? Wherefore, let him be proved not less than what? 6 years. You had to follow a real one around for 6 years, a real one like James, a real one like his brother Simon and Judah and Peter, and you had to follow the John and all. You had to follow the bros around for 6 years and learn at their kneecaps, learn at their feet. Because these are the apostles that roll with Yeshua. So you see the doctrine, how it was set up. It was a doctrine of reserve.
Anybody joining the movement got a 6-year probationary period. Watch this. And then after he passes his probationary period, and then according to the initiation of Moses, he that is to deliver the book should bring him to a river or a fountain, which is living water, where the regeneration of the righteous take place, and should make him not swear, for that is not lawful, but to stand by the water and adjure as we ourselves, when we were regenerated, were made to do for the sake of not sinning. So right here, there's not immediate circumcision to join the movement, but eventually you have to. And we just found out there's a 6-year probationary period. And we found out after that 6-year probationary period, you eventually get baptized too. You see that? So if y'all understand the doctrine of reserve that I just went over, the Nazarene doctrine of reserve, throw a vortex into the chat. I just wanted to show that real quick, Selah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was masterful right there. Nehemiah, what's good, fam?
Hey, shalom. What's going on, everybody? Can y'all hear me?
Big homie in the building.
What it do? Yeah, I'm at work, man. We had snow call today, but we didn't get a chance to go out on snow call, so we sitting here doing some extra work until about 3 o'clock. Then I got to go back to snow calls.
Well, y'all getting snow out there?
Yeah. They ain't be doing much, man. But if it's a possibility, we on call.
Got you. So what you think of the debate?
Oh man, I've been talking to Mally all night and this morning. Mally handled that. Ain't nothing to talk about. But look, this is kind of a thing I wanted to bring out too, is when you deal with the witness, right? Because Paul is not above the Messiah. Can we agree with that?
Right.
Because this is an issue that we have, is that a lot of people run to Paul to abrogate all the apostles, Moses, the Most High himself, and the Messiah.
Right.
Because
true.
if Paul said, that's the truth. And to hear this dude, Tazarych, say that he considers Paul's writings as scripture, boy, I said, how is he even a teacher? How did the letters or the epistles become scripture? Where they do that?
Facts.
That told me that you're not even qualified to teach at that point. Because you can't even decipher what's scripture and then what are letters. So if I write a letter to you, say lie, and I wrote this in the comments. I write a letter to you or Malaki, y'all call it scripture, y'all ain't qualified to teach.
Right.
If I write y'all a letter about Torah, and you calling that scripture, y'all ain't qualified to teach, bro.
Exactly.
You ain't qualified. Then here go another thing, and this is the thing, according to the Torah, the true scripture. If you want to sit here and go by the book, right? If we gonna play Bible based, you know what I'm saying? And we go by the book. Then you have to understand, by one witness can't nobody do nothing, but in the mouth of how many? 2 to 3 witnesses. Everything's established, right? Ain't this what Torah teaches? Am I tripping? Mally, Kaz, Cal, Selah, it's how it teaches, right?
Yeah, you all good, big homie.
So you have to have more than one witness. So if Christ tells you, and Paul is definitely not above Christ, if Christ tells you, if I bear witness of myself, my witness means what?
Nothing.
Nothing. Wow, say it again, bro. If Christ
Nada.
says,
Zip.
if
Zilch.
I bear witness of
Zero.
myself, my witness means what?
Nada.
What we talking about with Paul then?
Nothing. Not a damn thing. We talking about here. He really an agent. That's what we talking about.
Agent, right?
Think about this. Paul is literally first century COINTELPRO. The same people that took down Malcolm, the same people that took down Martin, is the same people that took down our ancient forefathers. They killed Judah Maccabee. They killed the Jesus of Dalmatia, the other Jeebus.
Them niggas was in bed with the Romans.
So look,
the other Jews that actually got killed. See, what they don't want to tell you is that during the quote unquote Judean that was killed during the time of Pontius Pilate wasn't even named Jesus. Him name was Judas. And that's who, excuse me, and that's who in the 30s was killed by Pontius Pilate. Even attested to by your boy Josephus. Josephus told us it was Judas.
Now what stops it from over us?
So when they backdate in these stories, notice how the story is backdated exactly 40 years. Exactly. From the fall of Jerusalem all the way back. Now, funny, that would be 70, right? So if you go back 40 years, we see Jesus and Titus both starting off their quote unquote ministries at the same time. They do the same thing in the same places. The whole fisher of men thing, yeah, Titus did that too. He was fishing Hebrews out the goddamn Dead Sea with these spears. He wasn't fishing them, he was spearing them, killing them.
Spearing them through. Facts.
Leaving them in the water. And the funny part about that water is over there, it is abnormally buoyant, right? That water is abnormally buoyant, so the bodies couldn't have sunk. They just floated. The bodies just floated on the water. And so you find out in them 3 years the rise and fall, or the rise of Jebus in his and then his death, is the same 3 years correlate, done with the same thing of Titus, to the fall of Jerusalem.
Hey, what Cal was saying is absolutely 1,000% correct. Let me share my screen when I get a chance, Eli. We about to go ahead and put the nail in the coffin. You know what I mean? And that's the same thing with Saul. See, the same thing is going on with Saul and Josephus and Saul in the New Testament. It's the same exact thing that went down with Titus' military campaign and the ministry of Jesus Christ. This right here is from the book Caesar's Messiah, a Roman conspiracy to invent Jesus. Look at it. It is right here. So I'm starting on the left side of the page first.
And Mally broke that down so good, man. Y'all, look, when somebody take that much time to do that much work, bro, and all he can come on the screen and do is say is trash. And when he's asked the question, can you with scripture show us the bloodline of Paul and any Benjamite? And that's Cosma and Cal who asked him that, bro. He couldn't show one thing, bro. He couldn't show one thing, bro. And all he could do is quote Paul on Paul. Did you see when Mally? I'm sorry, Mally. I'm finna direct my hop up because you know I'm at work. So then when he asked him, well, can you explain to us, since we got it wrong, what is meat offered to idols? That boy didn't open up one Torah book.
According to the Torah, I asked him. That nigga went to Paul.
Bro, I told you, bro, because he told you he considered that scripture, bro.
He hit the Hebrew shuffle on that. He hit the Hebrew shuffle. He got the show adding up everything else, but getting into that Torah. He didn't show that. He didn't show. But first of all, this is what Mally is trying to get through to y'all. I don't think a lot of people, this went over a lot of people's head. If it's not prepared by the Leviticans, don't matter what it is. If you a goddamn Israelite, Hebrew, Jew, Nazarene, Essene, if your meat wasn't properly slaughtered by the Leviticans, it is meat prepared for the devils. What? Because why? Because it's anything else but Jaja. That's why. So if it wasn't done, if it was done wrong, or if it wasn't done, or if it was applied to meats offered by demons, all you would have to do is not offer it to Creator, and it's a meat sacrificed to demons.
Yep.
This is what I'm saying. A lot of people miss that point, bro. Everything but what the Leviticans gave you is meat offered to idols.
There you go.
It's that simple, bro. Look,
That's
Mally
why.
broke that down and went right. My fault, Mally. Mally broke that down, went right into the scripture, bro. Listen, man, he did not miss a beat, bro. He gave you chapter, verse. You can go back and read it yourself. Everything you eat that's meat is a peace offering. Yes. What you eat is a peace offering. Yes. And that's why it was a Levite in every gate. And then the beautiful part, not only when he gave it to you, he got answered the question again. He went back into the Maccabees and showed you what the priestly class did. They left, went into the wilderness with their meat, right? But the part they didn't have was the temple and the altar. And so clearly they could have slaughtered some animals. They had them, dog. But they had ate herbs continually, bro. They fought that whole war on plant base, bro. Precept, bro. What are you talking? Because it couldn't be properly prepared. Them priests, dog.
Right.
They could have hired a watch or whatever. They could have did a dance.
Yeah.
All around the meat if they wanted to, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
All right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and hit mute and let y'all brothers get it. Hey, man. Hey, Mally, boy. If I can come and give you a hug, boy, I'll burn hug the mess out you, boy. Then I'll throw a rock and bust your head like I always would.
I'm peaceful today, big homie, man. Give me a pass.
It's cool.
Man.
It's
Give me
cool.
a pass.
Give him a pass. Stall him out, Debo. Stall him out.
Hey, man. Y'all keep my family in prayer, man. I was just up there with Cal in Detroit, man, in October, man, with me, Mal, and a few of us. And I went to go see the new baby born into our family, man. And got a call at 4:51 this morning, man. My little baby cousin passed away.
Dang.
So I'll probably be back up there in the D-time again, Cal. So I'll be hollering at you soon, most likely, fam. I hated to be on this situation, but you know.
Yeah, I hate it to be like this.
Yeah.
So
Dang.
I'll keep everybody updated, man. Just keep us lifted up, man, to the creator, man, you know. But hey, that baby soul ain't got a stain on it, so we all good.
Right.
Well, at least now we know for a fact what Jaja do for them babies. So they all good. They couldn't be in better hands, baby.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? And by the time you get there, because of the purity of their soul, that baby will be a giant spiritually. By the time you get there, it's gonna be a giant. He gonna build your homes. He gonna build your thing. He gonna get you together when you're there. Here you go, Pop. Here you go. I was waiting on you.
Here you go, big cuz. Family been waiting on you.
Here you go. I've been waiting on you.
Yeah.
Oh man, glory to the Creator.
Man, all good, great honor.
Oh man.
Hey, but look at this right here. This is from Caesar's Messiah. If y'all don't got the book, I would suggest get on YouTube and look at the documentary. It's action packed. This deal go hard. It's by Joseph Atwill, right? Now look what he said. He says, and this is page 222, I think it is. He said, I found interesting the thought that the authors of the New Testament and War of the Jews may have created the same outline 2,000 years ago as they began their construction of the two works. See the chart on page 221. The first Savior of Israel was used as the type for Jesus. The second Savior of Israel was then used as the type for Titus, the final Savior of Israel. Though cleverly hidden, the relationship between the Gospels and War of the Jews is simply an extension of the typology used throughout Hebraic literature and the Gospels. For example, Dockery writes, typological exegesis seeks to discover a correspondence between people and events of the past and of the present or future. Typological exegesis then is based on the conviction that certain events in the history of Israel prefigure a future time when God's purpose will be revealed in their fullness. As they had with the parallels between Jesus and Moses described in the introduction, the authors of the Gospels and War of the Jews create a series of typologically related events that occur in the same sequence. This is the proof they left us that the ministry of Jesus was the type
for the campaign of Titus, a fact they wish posterity to understand. For example, the 3 crucified and 1 survives passage recorded by Josephus is clearly noted as occurring after the captures on the Mount of Olives, but before the condemning of Simon and sparing of John, so as to mirror the sequence of those events in the New Testament. Likewise, in the New Testament, the description of the naked young man's escape on the Mount of Olives is given before its description of Jesus's capture. The events occur in the same sequence in Josephus's twin Mount of Olives assaults. Though in the Cannibal Mary passage, which is actually presented in the chapter following the capture of Eleazar on the Mount of Olives. Look at that. The specific time when it occurs. Josephus does make it clear that it occurs during the siege of Jerusalem, that is, following the demons of Gadara incident, but before the 3, hold on, this gets good. But before the 3, watch this, go back up. Oh, that's on the next page. That a chart is I want to show y'all. Let me go to the next page, finish that off, and then we're going to come back to the chart. Show y'all that real quick. Here it is right here. All right, crucified and 1. Which crucified? Hold on, yeah, hold on. I think I messed up. 1 second.
You good? Peace, Lucy.
1 survives. Hold on.
Peace. Peace and love.
And only relate. Here it is, right here. And 1 survive can only relate to Jesus' crucifixion and not to any other element from his ministry. Read that again in its full swing. It says right here. Likewise, Josephus. Hold on, dang. You talking about the Mary? Man, this deal done jumped all the way over for me, y'all. Hold on. They got me messed up. Let me go back one. You don't want to mess none of this up, man. It's good. All right. Hold on, Lucy. I got you, brother. All right. See, that's where I went off here. Okay. It says right here. It says that is following the demons of Gadara incident, but before the 3 crucified. Here it is right here. 3 crucified and 1 survives passage, which occurs following the siege. The same approach is also used with the parallel signs before the destruction of the temple given by Jesus and Josephus. The twin sequences are difficult to explain away. As I have noted above, while it is at least possible to argue that the satirical parallels between Jesus's ministry and Titus's campaign occur by chance, if that were the case, these accidents would occur in a random pattern. However, the sequences fishing for men at the Sea of Galilee, an individual filled with a legion of wickedness, the drowning of those possessed by the legion of wickedness, the twin assaults on the Mount of Olives with first a naked man escaping and then the capture of a Messiah, Simon's denials, an episode where 3 are crucified but 1 survives, Joseph of Arimathea taking the survivor down from his cross, Simon condemned, John spared, and a false accusation against the founder of a messianic religion by a gut spiller. All are concretely the same in both works, in the New Testament and in the War of the Jews. Further, the parallel Cannibal Mary and signs before the destruction of Jerusalem passages both occur after the Gadara passages, but before the crucifixion passages, and thereby do not contradict the parallel sequences within the ministry of Jesus and Titus's campaign. Notice that there is no historical, logical, or theological reason for these satirically related events that have been recorded in the same sequence. He's like, there ain't no reason. Why is Jesus' ministry and Titus' campaign in the same order, in the same places? Right? So he's saying there's no reason for it to be. Right? Look at this. Jesus was free to have concluded and not begun his ministry with the phrase fishers of men. The authors of the New Testament were not forced to put the strange tale of Jesus condemning Simon while sparing John at the very end of the gospel. Josephus was not required to have included the tale concerning Cannibal Mary in his description of the siege of Jerusalem, any more than it was required for Jesus to be at Jerusalem when he offered up his flesh. Further, the linking of the 2 specific events that form each parallel
which in turn becomes a link in the sequence of parallels, is self-evident. In other words, of the 11 events from Josephus's work cited above, the only possible episode from the Gospels that can be linked with his description of the fate of the rebel leaders is the passage in which Jesus condemns Simon and spares John. Likewise, Josephus's episode in which the three crucified, but one survives. Look at this, but one survived can only relate to what? Jesus' crucifixion. You know, it was three of them that got crucified, and not to any other element from his ministry. Therefore, since no outside factor seems to be responsible for the sequence of parallels, I can calculate the odds on whether they could have occurred by chance. To do this, I start by simply assigning to each of the 11 New Testament events cited above the number in which it appears chronologically. Thus, one would number the Fishers of Men episode 1, the individual filled with a legion of wickedness 2, and so forth. If I then apply the same numbering system to the 11 episodes cited above from the works of Josephus, the probability that I would assign the fishing for men episode the same number 1 that I gave its parallel episode in the New Testament would be only 1 in 11. Let's keep going. I then have a choice of which technique to use in continuing the process of calculating the odds on whether the sequence could have occurred by chance. Like, is it a coinky dink that Titus' military campaign and Jesus' ministry start in the same place and they all in the same place in between Jerusalem and end in Jerusalem? Is that a coincidence? Did that happen by chance? Look at this. The most conservative approach would be to assume that once one of the 11 episodes has been used, it cannot be used again. Using this approach, the probability will be calculated by a factorial of 11, or 11 times 10 times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, which will equal one chance. One chance in 39,916,800. Good night. Now watch this. Another approach would be to assign truly random possibilities for each of the events. In other words, any episode could occur at any time and would not be excluded from the calculation by occurring before. The odds of two strings. Listen, y'all. The odds of two streams of 11 random episodes occurring in the same order will be 11 to the 11th power, or one chance in 285,311,670,611. Y'all, in other words, the writers of the War of the Jews wrote the Gospels. Ain't no way around it. He said,
in other words, it's impossible.
It's impossible. It's 1 in 285 billion. Now, this right here is the chart. So you know, we're visual people. This right here is the chart. We're gonna turn this into we're gonna go ahead and put this on the doc for y'all too. That way we can always have it. So y'all see this, right? Look at this. We got Jesus' ministry, and then we got Titus' campaign. All right. On the left, start of ministry in Galilee. Jesus begins ministry at Gennesareth and says, "Follow me and be fishers of men." Titus, start of campaign in Galilee. Titus has his onset at Gennesareth, where his soldiers follow him and fish for men, like Cal was just saying. You know what I mean? They was hunting the rebels and speared them through with their spears. Look at this. At Gadara, dealing with Jesus. At Gadara encounters legion of demons inside one man. At Gadara encounters legion possessed with wicked spirit coming from one man. Jesus, swine run wildly and 2,000 drown. At Gadara, 2,000 of the demons do not drown. At Jerusalem, the son of Mary offers his flesh to be eaten. At Jerusalem, according to Josephus, the son's flesh is eaten by Mary. Yeah, come on now. Jesus envisioned signs occurring before the temple's destruction. Josephus records the signs. How do y'all, all that Matthew 24, there should be signs in the heavens and, you know, lightning and all that. Actually, Josephus recorded that. All that was in the heavens right before Jerusalem fell.
Oh, we need to hear that.
I got it in my book.
We need to hear that, bro.
Josephus records signs that occurred before the temple's destruction.
Jesus, and escaped by a naked individual at Jerusalem northeast corner, and escaped by a naked individual at Jerusalem's northeast corner. Messiah captured on the Mount of Olives. Messiah and Josephus captured on the Mount of Olives. Simon's denials. 3 are crucified, 1 survives in the Gospels. In Josephus, 3 are crucified and 1 survives. In the Gospels, Joseph Arimathea takes survivor down from the cross. In Josephus, Joseph Bar Matthias takes survivor down from cross. Y'all, don't that sound familiar to you? Don't Joseph Arimathea sound like Joseph Bar Matthias?
Wait a minute, ain't Joseph Bar Matthias? Ain't that Josephus?
That's Josephus.
Wow! Oh!
That's Josephus. That's his name.
Oh! Wait a minute. Josephus was the nigga who supposedly took Jesus. Oh!
That's crazy.
Oh! 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 But wait a minute. Josephus is saying he the nigga that took Jesus down. Oh!
That boy Cowboy.
Oh, that hit different. Oh, do your homework.
Yeah, do your homework.
Do your homework on Joseph Bar Matthias and Joseph Arimathea being the same nigga. And either way, both of them are saying they are sons of Mattathias, the Hasmonean king. How?
Y'all, we seeing that the odds of this randomly happening and lining up like this by chance is 1 in 258 billion. Y'all, wow. the same literary team wrote both works. Look at this. New Testament, Simon is the rock upon which the new church is to be built. Josephus, Simon is the rock upon which the new church will be built. And the Simon and Josephus was a killer. He wasn't playing, and it's crazy because Simon Peter had a sword on him when they came to arrest Jesus in the New Testament.
Is that Simon Magus?
That Simon
is that Simon Magus?
Playing with you. He was serious.
Is that Simon Magus?
Nah, that ain't. That ain't Simon.
Oh boy! Oh, I was about to say, boy, you can't be just doing this.
No, that ain't Simon Magus, bro.
Oh man, because I thought Simon Magus was called Peter.
Yeah, Simon Peter has a name named Simon. Actually, Simon Peter and Simon Magus are 2 different cats.
Okay.
Some scholars tell you Simon Magus is Paul. You know what I mean? Look, it's a gang of videos out there about that. Look at this right here. Jesus sends Simon to a martyr's death at Rome, but spares John at conclusion of his ministry. Titus sends Simon to martyr's death at Rome, but spares John at conclusion of campaign. Come on, bro. You can't make this happen. Judas falsely accuses Jesus and spills his guts. And Josephus is a cat named Catalyst, falsely accuses against Josephus, Bernice, and Alexander and spills his guts. So what you have here, y'all, is how the New Testament and the War of the Jews parallel each other, specifically Titus's military campaign, which is called a gospel. Gospel in Greek is evangelion, which means a good military victory. So Titus's military victory, which is a gospel, parallels Jesus's ministry, which is a gospel, from where it starts, y'all, to where it ends, and every place in between in sequential order. And the odds of that happening by chance is 1 in 258 billion. If y'all got some understanding, throw a vortex up in the chat. That's it for that right now.
Yeah, that's a bag drop right there. Yeah,
damn.
Dang. Sheesh. Yo.
That's crazy.
Joseph, my brother Matthias and Joseph Bar Matthias and Joseph Arimathea is the same nigga. Yo.
That's crazy.
Yo.
Yeah. And then Josephus taking down three friends get crucified, one survived. You know what I mean? That's in his biography. The
He
Vita.
couldn't. He had to backdate this for the simple fact Josephus ain't old enough.
Nah.
He ain't old enough.
Yeah.
He would have just been in his 40s in 70. Late 30s, 40 and 70. He would have been born after Jesus died.
Who you talking about, Josephus?
Yeah.
Josephus.
Yep.
Let me pull a chart up. We put everything on the timeline. I got the chart.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make it visual.
Look at Lil Shoe over there looking like he's feeling good, man. What's going on, man? What's going on with you, boy? You look like you feeling marvelous. Shit.
Right.
What's going on,
I think you put that Super 7 in the air, boy. He didn't tapped in.
talk to us, Lil Shoe. What you think about the debate last night, bro?
I think it's what you said the other day. I think the captain had a ragu vision.
Yeah. Had a ragu vision.
He had a ragu vision. Started levitating. You know what I'm saying? I told you I don't know why he even did that. I don't understand why he should have known better not to do that shit. But hey, you know.
Yeah, man.
I just hope Zion Lex got some understanding from that shit.
Yeah. Y'all trip, man. We done ran through the conscious community top scholars, especially the Israelite community. Who we talking about? Zion Lex, Tazarych, Naphtali, Nepal, and then listen to me. It was all easy. Like the gang done been through all that. We ran through them, y'all. Like we blew through them like Osir blew past the false god who was trying to check him. You remember Osir popped up and they got to talk and he said, "Look, I don't even talk with niggas long. You got one more thing to say to me." And dude said something, he blew right past him. Anyway, 10,000 pillars of fire. You know what I mean? Got up to his throne and overthrew his throne like a child overthrows toys. You feel me? That's how we just showed and exposed the scholars in the Israelite community in the HOK as mental midgets, bro. You know what I mean? Look, Selah, that debate you had with Zion Lex wasn't hard, was it?
That shit was play. How much we put up on the scoreboard? Was 116? He put up 5 points?
You say, yeah, he put up like 5. Man, I think it was like 3 in Leviticus or Exodus he went to. That's it.
Yeah, I put up 116 on the scoreboard type shit. This nigga ain't put up number 5 verses out of his book.
Yeah.
The nigga Selah put up 114 in 3 quarters.
Yeah.
He set the whole 4th quarter. Talk about they ain't even play him in the 4th quarter. He put up 114.
That's what I'm
saying. That was ugly.
But hold
Zion
up though.
Lex came with 5 sources, and honestly, 2 of them was Owaspy.
Right.
Hey, but look at this chart.
Why would you go in Owaspy? It don't make sense.
We was talking about Flavius Josephus and Paul and them right here. So we got their birth dates, they so-called dates when they lived and died.
Oh, I see. Josephus 37 AD. So Cal is right. He was based off when they say Jesus died or in the mid-30s. Josephus was born right after that.
Yeah, he would have been a baby. Paul would have been about like in his 30s and shit.
When Jesus died, supposedly by his date, when Jesus died, Paul would have been 4 years before. Flavius Josephus would have been 4 years before he was born.
Right.
So how is he the nigga taking him off the throne? Unless, hold on, he is also Paul. Look at Paul.
Yeah.
That would mean I would have been a nigga right around Jesus' age. I would have been a nigga right around Jesus' age when he died.
But look at Philo though. Philo, he would have been there through the whole damn shit for the most part. But he would have been there at the birth of Paul and the birth of Josephus. Philo.
Hold on, but dig this. Dig this though. Throw all that on top. Right? Keep all this in mind, but put it on top that Apollonius of Tyana, who was born in 2 AD and died in 99 AD, says he is the Jesus character. I am the so-called Paul character because I'm the nigga who actually went into India and got the Gospels. I'm the nigga who went on the Isle of Man and had the revelation that they applied to John. Look, he would cover the whole 1st century.
Now, if you put Antiquities Unveiled on top of this, that just changed the whole narrative, to be honest. That's going to change the whole narrative. We just beating these niggas up on a concept of Josephus, Paul, and all that. But you bring in Antiquities Unveiled, nigga, that's shit. That's a whole other dynamic right there. Apollos of Tyana saying, nigga, I am the nigga who had the journeys that Paul went to up in Asia.
Nigga,
but think about it. Think about it. That right. Would explain, think about it. The life of Apollonius of Tyana explains how Paul is Josephus and lives to the new century. Apollonius died at 97 years old in 99. Look when Josephus died. Exactly. He said he had his vision, that's quote unquote John's vision, in like 90.
You know, there might
Is
there
this
might
why
be
we don't get the book of John till 95? And then the nigga who say he right in Flavius Josephus, Apollonius said, I was the nigga Nero was talking to. I was the man Domitian, Titus, and Vespasian was talking to. I was their right-hand man. I was the oracle. I was the seer. I'm the nigga that got brought up on the trials, and this is how I'm really a Cappadocian. Where's Tarsus? Ain't it right next to Cappadocia? Right up in Turkey?
Ain't no Jews out there.
Ain't no Jews.
What you was about to say, Lucy?
No, I would say it was probably something to what Kyle was saying, because there is certain debates that some of the letters that are supposedly attributed to Paul didn't write. So for all we know, Paul might be somebody a little different. And somebody probably like took his name. Some of the letters are definitely written by him, but some of them they say are questionable, like they're like spliced together. I forgot, they maybe Corinthians and a few other letters. I'll have to go back and freshen up on that. But I was just saying that, so there might be something to what Cal is saying, because that might be the case. That could be just Josephus, you know, taking from Paul, like, you know, plagiarizing his name and writing shit in his name. You dig what I'm saying? Because they're trying to concoct a new religion out of it. You dig what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the Council of Nicaea, like I was saying the other day. Like, that's what they were doing. They were trying to stamp out the original Christian sects. You know what I mean? That kind of rose up with Yeshua, what have you, and amalgamate. They just used him as a template. They used the historical Yeshua as a template, and they added all the other shit, the miracles or whatever, the stories from demigods, Zarathustra, other prophets, and then like what Malaki was saying, the shit that you read in the wars against the Jews or whatever, like, you know, the war of the Jews and Josephus. That's probably what it is. It's just probably deeper than what we think it is, bro.
Yeah,
like,
it's definitely deeper. It's definitely deeper, and you right on point.
Because I said some of the things Paul teach. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You got it.
No. Go ahead, fam.
No, you got it. I'm good. It's irrelevant. No, you straight.
No, I was gonna say we gotta take into account who is writing and who is authorizing the writing in 1st century. Is only one people in the world, and we see that the only book that come out at that time in the 1st century is authorized through these people, and that is the Roman, and that is Josephus, a so-called Hebrew writing in Greek. telling you that all the Hebrew text I converted. You dig what I'm talking about in the Greek? So there is no way you write in a book 1st century and the Roman hierarchy is not authorizing it. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's crazy, yo.
You know what I mean? So could dig this, Lou. Could Paul be a pseudonym? Could he be writing under a false name, like, you know, like what's the brother that wrote the book about the Mississippi? He writes under a pseudonym. Could we see, could Saul, and how about even Flavius Josephus being writing a pseudonym? Because I mean, if let's just say Luis, who turned into Louis, who is now Luciu, wrote 3 different books at them same times, which one of them is a pseudonym, but also which one of them is not Louis? You see what I'm saying? So I think this is what we seeing, bro. Some rubble double. You know what I mean? Some backdating.
That's what it is, Cal. It's called backdating and double writing.
So I say, because some of the things that Paul teaches, like I keep saying, agrees with the Owaski teachers, like about afterlife and the resurrection or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's contrary to what James and them would have believed. James and them kind of believe more or less, like, I guess I'm gonna say within the canon of the New Testament.
Yeah.
Because I never looked into like the Gnostic Gospels or whatever and what they say about resurrection, but they more or less preach like a bodily resurrection. But Paul is over here saying that it's not bodily.
Right.
It flesh and blood doesn't inherit the kingdom. So it's more like a transfiguration, like a transmutation. And that's how the Owaski describes it. So I don't know who Paul was, you know what I'm saying? Within the New Testament,
yeah,
that cat, that's who you are. But there could be a possibility that Paul is somebody totally different, you know what I'm saying? And somebody's using his name, you know what I'm saying? So that's a possibility. I don't know.
Yeah, you dealing with Roman intelligence, and man, they come up with not alter egos, but they come up with characters on paper all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It could be the cat sitting right next to you. Y'all go look at the Berlin Station when y'all get a chance. It's gonna blow your mind. It's a series. Came out a couple years ago, and they was looking for this nigga named Timothy Shaw. And the whole time it's this nigga Hector sitting right next to you. You know what I mean? But he came up with a whole identity on paper, and then had the CIA and everybody looking for this cat named Timothy Shaw. So this wouldn't be the first time to which a whole identity had been cooked up on paper. You dig? And then you can spread propaganda through your literature. I mean, hell, if all of them are writing letters to these assemblies, it ain't nothing for you to go ahead and write your letter up and get it post dated and send that deal right on through. So there's nothing new about it. Once you understand how intelligence works and fact finding and all that, once you understand that, and it's like, man, it ain't nothing for them to make up a character on paper, but it's really another cat doing this.
Yo, look at this nigga, Paul.
Paul looking ass nigga.
Yo, old Tazarych face ass nigga. Damn.
That's Lua, man.
You see that kind of road?
There go Lua, man, the kind of road. That's that nigga who
Hey.
came to Paul in that vision on the road to Damascus. Same nigga who came to Constantine.
What if that's really a representation of Gabriel and Luamon?
Yo, y'all think John Ballanubro took out that portion? Because Paul's not in the Owaski. I feel like that's
just an assumption that we make based off the parallels what's going on. You
No,
know
I know that. I'm saying, do you think there's a possibility that might have been recorded and left out?
Oh
I
no,
don't. No, I don't.
that would have been recorded. That would have been crazy. That would have been the end all be all right there. To be honest, that would have been in there.
Or the 12 tribe thing. You did what? If that would have been,
if the story of Jacob would have been in there, that would have been interesting. The story of Jacob, and now that we're doing an investigation of Paul, that would have been interesting too, right there. Everybody. But to me, like the Owaspi with the story of Abraham, it ends out with Isaac getting a wife. So if that's the case, Yaakov would have came out, and the tribes would have probably sprang. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a possibility. Because the Owaspi ends the story of Abraham with Isaac seeking a wife for his son.
Owaspi only mentions Jacob once, and it's in passing. When it's Owaspi only mentions Jacob one time, and mentions it with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and that's it. And that's the only time that I know of that Jacob is mentioned. But there's no story about him, and it's like what you said, it ends with Isaac having a wife. So Jacob was probably real, but that whole shit about him having 12 sons and the whole 12 sons, that's his name.
Right. I think that's fake. And I think right there, Luciu, is how the modern day Jew writes himself into that historic paradigm. He literally writes himself because the only time
the 12 tribes would have had to come under Luamung, because when he revised the text with Ezra, that's where we see the 12 tribes. The same way how like the same way Noah was taken from the ark and made into a person. It could be something along the 12 tribes, but
no, I believe you're right, because it comes under the that doctrine comes under Ezra. So that means they getting it out of Babylonian.
And they did astrology, so that's where he got it from. Think about it, 12 tribes, 12 apostles. You know what I'm saying? You have 12. That's what it is, 12. I think
the 12. And they wrote themselves into history. You got to remember, Ezra was not an Israelite. Ezra was a Jew. The wannabe, the hanger-on, the guy who was praising the God and the Lord, who was enslaved and had a kingdom, went to war. He did everything opposite of what the Israelites did. He was of that stock. So to still tie to Abraham, he had to write himself back into, because Daniel tell you all their history and even their language was lost. This is where they pick up Hebrew, in Babylon. Hebrew is nothing but the Paleo-Indo-European tongue, which is ceramics straight out of Egypt. Straight out of Egypt, 100%.
Hey, look at Paul. They got him described just like how he looked.
Tazarych, nigga, that's Tazarych.
Yeah, they said the nigga was bald-headed with red hair with a goddamn pomegranate skin. That's look at that. They go Paul right there.
That's Paul. Look at Jebus though. Damn. Right. Damn.
Look at Yahshua.
Jebus got that soul glow.
That nigga got that S curl.
That boy got that dew in that thing, boy, with the locks though.
That's crazy. But look how Paul. Look at the imposter though. He even looked like an imposter in this shit. But Paul
he looked like he want to hate on the nigga, don't he?
Yeah, Paul ain't never met the nigga. What he doing there?
Never even met the nigga. That's crazy. Hey man, this is amazing to me, man. All this history, man. And
it's crazy. Look at that coin, bro.
You see that? Yeah, you caught that, Melly. Hold up. Look at that. Look what that's saying.
Look at that coin, boy.
With the
Peter and Paul with the Kai in the row in the middle, boy.
With the sword.
Oh my God.
With the sword.
Yeah, they got the sword.
Hold on, look at the crossbones at the bottom of the skull. The sword.
Can you close up on it?
Let me see if I can hold up. Let me see if I can open this up on here.
Look at the crossbones, bro. The skull and bones crossed right at the bottom of the sword.
Look at that shit go right there.
Dang, look at that boy Kai in a row again. That boy Louamon, boy.
Hold on, is that from Constantine?
Yeah, that had to be.
Is that from Constantine? If that's from Constantine, it's over with.
Yeah, that's Constantine. Say it right there. Right there.
Oh, it's over with.
Good. And then there go Peter and Paul. They before then, they first century with the Chi in a row. And then Sela showed the Macedon, the Ptolemies with the Chi in a row on their coins.
Exactly.
Eusebius and Constantine himself said the event happened. He said that the God came back at night, explained it to him, and he put it on his standard. Now we have a coin printed in the exact same time, showing what was in the sky, which was the Chi in the row, and the standard. Look what's on the coin.
That's crazy, bro.
Look what's right. That's it. That's what he said. That's Constantine's vision.
They got a snake right here and shit.
Serpent.
Who is they going against?
That's Millennium Bridge. That's the only time he brought it out. That's the first time he brought it out.
That's Maxentius. That's the false god. That's everything demonic. And look what the staff is doing, piercing the snake.
That's crazy. I'll just say that picture too.
Listen, bro, it's over with. Paul had the same vision but blow that coin up. Blow that coin up right there. Yeah. Look at the bottom of that coin. What Louis Armand say his signs was gonna be?
The skull and the cross, bro.
He also said his act will be bulls.
The bull, exactly, that's a bull.
And that's the symbol of the enforcement, the sword.
Right? The Chi, the row, the skull.
Peter got some keys. Peter got the keys to the kingdom. Look at him.
Look at that. They got the Chi in a row above head.
I think Luamon might have followed in the steps of Ahura, because he seems close to Mithraicism. That's where he got a lot of that shit from, because Mithras was slaying the people, being the savior.
You know what? You're probably right, because they came up during around that time.
Yep. He exactly
came
right.
up around 6th century BC is when Luamon rose upon the scene.
And they already had Mithradism already in Rome.
That was my question. I was going to ask that. So
they already had it. So that is the Mithradism.
The state religion of Rome was how you say it?
Mithraism.
Mithraism.
It was a religion among the legionaries. It was more or less an underground religion. They did it underground in like caverns and shit. So it was frowned upon. It was frowned upon by the government. They didn't like that shit.
Okay.
Because remember, Mithra come from Persia, and then the Hindus got Mitra. You know what I'm saying? So they were at the time they were battling with the Persians. So,
but this the crazy part. In the 49 false prophets, Luamon raises up Mithra. That's Luamon false prophet.
So that's what I was thinking. And then what's the similarities between Mithraism? How you say it?
Mithraism, Serapianism.
What's up with that?
It's the same thing.
That in Christianity, is it?
Hey, explain that, Lucy, because when we was building the other day, you was talking about I think it had to do with the resurrection or something. You were saying.
I'm talking about I'm asking like, what's the parallels between Christianity and that?
Oh, it's many. Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, it's like you got the cross, the fact that he was born of a virgin, Mithras. He was born in a cave. They said he was born in a manger. What else?
Okay, so could that
rising, dying God, mythos, rising, dying God, born of a virgin,
savior. He's the savior type.
So look, could that have been? Could the Mithraic mysteries? Could that have been what Paul was teaching?
Well, you got to understand, this is already the hidden Roman throne system. It is Mithraism already.
So if he writing before the Gospels in the 50s about his encounter, his spiritual encounter on this road, could it be that what he actually was teaching was the Mithraic mysteries versus the messianic movement of the first century?
Yeah, because they already been around. Racism was around for a long ass time.
Exactly. So I'm saying is he ain't come teaching what the earthly Yahshua and them was talking about, but he did have him an encounter. He did have him in a vision. We got the Kai in the row on in the catacombs and all that now dealing with Paul.
Look right
here. The coins and all
look
that.
right there though. Look
what it say right here with the etymology. Who want to read it?
Let me turn it up real quick. Let me see. It say the name Mithras is a form of Mithra, the name of an old pre-Zoroastrian and later on Zoroastrian god, a relationship understood by Mithraic scholars since the days of what?
Franz Cumont.
Franz Cumont. An early example of the Greek form of the name is in the 4th century BCE. Listen, this is when the so-called Jews was in Babylon.
Kicking on rocks, the Greek poem shit around that time.
Right, and this is where they would have got it from. Because
what I'm saying. The Greek poem probably got that shit from Zarathustra.
They got it from Zoroaster.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the Greek poem that when Jesus came back and started speaking Greek, 5th century Greek poem to niggas. This is where the Greeks got it from.
Facts. They got it straight from the Persians. An early example of the Greek form of the name is in the 4th century BCE work by Xenophon, the Cyropedia, which is a biography of the Persian king Cyrus. Now, hold on. Dig this, though. Dig this. Cyrus, circa 500-ish. You dig what I'm talking about? Late 400-ish. You dig what I'm talking about? That guy lived at the same time of Zoroaster. He was Cyrus and Darius's oracle.
Put it this way,
that's the Zoroaster we know of historically. That's the one we know of historically. He come straight out of the Persian Achaemenid. You dig what I'm talking about? Dynasties in Babylon, which came, but they were Persian. We got to remember that.
So, in a nutshell, Mithraicism, ancient Mithraicism, is what Zarathustra was reforming. That's what he was reforming. Because the Mithraicism wasn't about agriculture, like wasn't an agriculture lifestyle. It was more or less like these warlords or whatever that were like promoted by these priests. I think Zarathustra called them mumbling priests.
Hey, who is Tony Greathouse? Ain't that old boy?
Yes, Tony. That was in the game.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and get in on about it. He on some bull. Let's get this nigga. He on the comment board talking crazy. So I ain't know if y'all knew, dude. But that's an old boy that used to be. I don't know. I guess he's still. I don't know if he's still in his feelings about C-Lot throwing him head first about the group or something. I don't know, but
yeah, you talking about that dude the other day that was talking about.
If what we talking about is trash, Playboy, keep it pushing. What you over here for?
Yeah. Him feelings
go ahead
hurt.
And keep it moving. Move around. We ain't checking for you.
Yeah, his feelings hurt. He emotional. Nigga, you ain't gang, and that's what it is, dog. You know, keep pushing, cuz. You dig what I'm talking about? Just keep pushing, man. You'll be all right in the end of the day. You got it all. Take some mushrooms. Get high, nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know what I mean? You got it. You know it all, cuz. Keep pushing.
I mean, yeah, if he feels it's trash, I don't know.
Yeah, what are you doing here? Yeah, we trash. You trash right in here with us. You right in here with us. You dig what I'm talking about? Stupid.
So basically,
like Mally said, genius.
What you say, Sailor Brown?
No, so basically, Mithraism is rooted in Zarathustraism, Persian.
It predates Zarathustra. It predates Zarathustra came to reform it. He was trying to like
You mean?
get rid of
Hold on. You saying not Zarathustra, Zoroaster?
whoever. I just know that it was before Zarathustra. Definitely Zarathustra. When Zarathustra came on the scene, that's when you had the beginning of like agriculture. You know what I'm saying? But the Mithraeus wasn't doing that. They were more or less like warlords or whatever, like these warlord kings, and they were like supported by priests, and Zarathustra called them the mumbling priests, and these
But
were the
look,
Mithraeus priests.
you got a point, because look what it say right here. Matter of fact, read this, Cosmo. Let me blow it up.
No. I'm not denying what he's saying. I'm saying the very first one of them was most likely Nebuchadnezzar.
No, I'm just saying right here. But you
Shit, Mithraeus, you go back to Myth.
you got these Zarathustra, then you got Kabbalistes who took the text.
There is two Mithras too. There is two Mithras. You right. Yeah, there is an older Mithra than the one that even Rome has.
But look, it says Mithraism, also known as the mysteries or cult of Mithras, was a Roman mystery religion centered on the god Mithras. Mithraism is inspired by the Iranian religion of Mira, which originated in ancient Iran before the worship of Zoroastrianism divinity.
Mm-hmm.
So it said
before the worship of Zoroaster.
Yeah, it says by the Mithraism is inspired by the Iranian religion Mira. So we gotta look at that Mira right there. That's the root of that. That's the root of Mithraism.
Yeah,
That's what Christmas is all about. Christmas is all about Mithras.
Let me see, because you know what crazy part is? Owaspi mentioned there's two Mithras. A good Mithra and a later on Mithra that got raised up by Luamong and killed in Persia. Hold on, go back up a little bit, Sila. What it say? Mithra, the Roman Mithras is linked. The Roman Mithras is linked to the new and distinctive imagery with the level of continuity between Persian and Greco-Roman practice debated. The mysteries were popular among the Imperial Roman Army, Louis, and about the first to the 4th century CE. Oh, shit.
Put it this way, the elite today, Mithraism is still being practiced to this day. That's what the elites are using. It's the same shit. All the mystery, occultic shit, Kabbalistic shit is right what Mithraism is.
There you go right there. It's, the next sentence is talking on that now. Go ahead.
It says worshippers of Mithras had a complex system of 7 grades of initiation and communal ritual meals. Initiates called themselves Zendoxoi. Those united by the handshake, the Syndexai. That's Syndexai or the Syndexoi. Syndexai, those united by the handshake.
See that?
They met in underground temples, now named Mithraea, which survived in large numbers. The cult appears to have had its center in Rome and but we know it's earlier in Iran. Damn. The cult appears to have its center in Rome and was popular throughout the western half of the empire, as far south as Roman Africa and Numidia, and as far east as Roman Dacia, as far north as Roman Britain, and to a lesser extent in Roman Syria in the east. Crazy.
Yeah. That's why they made the Christian religion with Jesus. That's why Constantine had to do that, because the Roman legionaries.
Oh, look at the next one. Look at the next. Look what it say right next to it. That's crazy. Boy, you shooting straight today, Louis. Louis shoot. He got that one eye open. He dead eye today. It say Mithraism is viewed as a rival of early Christianity, In the 4th century, Mithras faced persecution from Christians, and the religion was subsequently suppressed and eliminated in the Roman Empire by the end of the century. Wow.
They didn't eliminate that
Crazy
shit. They
though.
amalgamated it.
Dig this though. In Constantine's his triumphal arch for the Battle of Milvian Bridge, his iconography, excuse me, that's on there is all 100% Mithraic. He is in the if you show that iconic arch, he is in the form of Roman Mithras. He got the crown over his head, the shining light. It's crazy. That's crazy. That just came to my mind. That is nuts. Constantine did that.
The first Mithraeus in the Bible in Genesis is Nimrod. Nimrod would have been Mithraeus.
Wow.
So when it came from the sun temples, because Mithra is also a solar deity.
Mm-hmm.
In India, he would have been known as Mitra, or Varuna Mitra, or Vitra Varuna, some shit like that. But you know, Zarathustra, when he came to those the Yamnaya people, what have you, and he started preaching his, Zarathustrianism amongst the Mithraeus, that's what made them all scatter about. They have the caste systems or whatever, and they all scattered about, and they became the Hindus and the Greeks and the Latins and all that shit. And they took the Mithraic traditions with them.
That also goes to explain why we see the Indian gods in Rome.
Yeah, because you have with the Greeks and the Indians, they both had the same story of the gods and the Titans. The Greeks and the Hindus, the Titans are viewed as evil, and the gods are good. If you look at Zoroastrianism, Ahura Mazda is a Titan. So Zarathustra takes a Titan, and the Titans are pure, and the gods are evil, and the gods are trying to suppress truth to humanity and enslave them. So that's what that's about. The Hindus and the Greeks just reverse it. So now the gods are pure and the Titans are evil. Ahura Mazda is a Titan.
Yeah, Brian's right about that too. Mitra is in India because it's in the Rig Veda. Y'all check out the Rig Veda. Man, listen, man, India got some tales for your hand parts. You'll be reading the Mahabharata all next year. You think what I'm talking about? That's one hell of a fast story, man.
Mithraism will come from Tazarych.
Say it again, bro.
I said I'm assuming Mithraism, according to the WASPI, even though it doesn't say it clearly, I think it would have came from Tazarych, who later on became Ahura. I would assume.
I think. Yeah. I mean, or
maybe some guy during this one. I don't know. I don't know who was before him. I forget, but
remember there's a holy order of angels called Mithraius too.
Well, it's necessarily not like evil name, but it's definitely a solar.
Yeah.
Mithraism basically is when you start having sun worship. That's when we start having sun worship for real. That's when the emblem of the creator of the sun ended up degenerating into sun worship was with Mithraism. That's when it started in reality, that's when the religion started to become retarded. It started to retard it.
What time you think that was, Lou?
See, the solar shit been around since the Sun Kingdoms. The Sun Kingdoms were when that started. That was during the the fourth book of the Fourth Lords or something like that. Third book of Lords.
Yeah,
I forget. Whenever you had the Sun Kingdoms.
The Sun Kingdoms, they started in Persia with the Zarathustra, but then the Osiris had the Sun Kingdoms in Egypt when Moses and them was in there.
Wait a minute, I thought the Sun Kingdoms existed before Zarathustra.
Yeah, they did.
Well, if you're talking
They
about the
did.
time of Osiris the First, then you're talking that time.
Because if I'm not mistaken, remember Oas and all that stuff come up on the scene during the time of Osir. That's 13,000. No, that's 10,000 so BC.
Yeah, the Mithraids would have been Ahuans for real, dog. They would have been
Yeah.
like the men. They were the men of renown, bro. The men of renown.
Yeah,
That's
that
who
would
they
have
were.
been Sila, what did we do? Remember we just did that thing they said Nimrod was Uzal, the guy who failed. Remember the guys who was holding the so-called Ark of the Covenant and he fell, and the guy who died, Uzal, that is the great grandson suppostoly of Nimrod.
Oh, you're talking about from when we pull up the bloodline when it showed Nimrod associated in there in the story of Zarathustra, and it went back to
So what Louis is saying is more right, because it would push them back to this great date. It would push them back to this great date, 10,000, and he was like 440 or so years before that time. So it was like 10,700 would have been the time of Nimrod. 10,700. So I forget how it say it in the thing. It say it in the thing, and then it say something in Owaspy, if I'm not mistaken, too. So the men of renown would have been time of Thor time. 13,000 to 10,000. That time. You know what I mean?
They would have looked crazy if it was during the time of Thor.
Yo.
They would have looked wild. Because remember, man didn't have this to how we look today. That didn't come to the time of Apollo.
We would have we would have just popped up on the planet. We would have been like, they would have ate us, bro. Them niggas was big as fuck, bro. Them niggas was big as fuck, bro. I couldn't.
And you had cannibals back then too.
And hold on, we got megafauna. Megafauna is still readily on the planet. Probably the last scragglers of the dinosaurs. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't no telling what was in the water. Ain't even no telling.
It is during the time of Thor. You want to know why? Because that's when it tells you they had them fucking buildings, their walls, the city walls were decorated with skulls, dog.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. They were decorated with skulls. And this dude named Jason Reza Giorgiani was talking about Mithraicism. During the time of Mithraicism, you see a lot of bull's horns. They were slaying a lot of bulls during that time for sacrifices and shit. And remember, even in the Owaspy, it tells you they didn't just have skulls of animals. They had Ahuan, they had human skulls on there, all kinds of shit.
This is where you get your Golgotha from, right? Your Golgotha, your heel of skulls.
Those are those warlord Ahuans and shit like that. And Zarathustra was basically coming to
wipe that out.
That's not the way. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like trying to reform that shit. So it been around. You dig what I'm saying? Like during the time of like Nimrod, and it might have came from the Hamites because supposedly it tells you Nimrod came from Kush, and he settled in Shinar. So they might have been the first sun priests. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because supposedly the Hamitic and the Shemitic people were like intertwined in a way. They worked hand in hand and shit. So, because even Abram, in the Owaspy, he grew up as a servant or a slave in the house of a noble, or a king or a ruler or whatever.
There you go.
You want to read that, cause that verse? This verse is crazy.
To the kings and queens of the east, west, north, and south, over all the cities in the world, rulers in the temples of the stars or observatories, slayers of dragons, slayers of lions, slayers of tigers, men, women, children, and serpents honored in the Golgothas.
Temple of Skulls.
Which is a temple made of skulls, right? And by millions of cowering slaves, owners of thousands of wives, and whose boats sail in lakes of mortal blood, and whose crowns are honored by 10,000 men slain every year, sworn on the flesh of the thigh, whose words are life and death, and most obedient to the Sun Kings I command.
Look
Ooh,
at that. That's some heavy shit right there.
that's
Shows you the
barbaric.
amount of death going on.
Yeah, they were killing a lot, bro. They were warlords. They were raiding and shit like that, and they were being supported by priests, corrupt ass priests. Which, in reality, the Levites took on that spirit. You dig what I'm
Yep.
saying? The Levites ain't really no different from them. You know what I'm saying? They were like the sun priests and shit like that. They were along the rivers. They were in Egypt. They were in Persia. They were all over the world, bro. These were Mithraic priests. They were wild and they ate meat and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like they did like blood sacrifice. They retarded the religion. They're the ones that took the Ra and all that shit and made it all material. You know what I mean? Like, no, it's the sun. And no, that before that, the creator was emblemized as the sun. It was just an emblem. Not that you were worshiping the sun. They started
Yeah.
worshiping the sun. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And lost the meaning. Instead of they lost the meaning behind it, so they started worshiping the sun. That makes a whole bunch of sense.
that's what they started doing, and it became more primitive and shit. You know what I'm saying? They probably were mingling with the Nephilim, the fallen ones, which would have been probably your Neanderthals and Homo heidelbergensis and Broken Hill. You know, all these cats that were around. I think they were still around too. You know what I mean? You still had other type of humans around at that time. So, and these cats were. They would have ate you, probably would have raped you. You know what I'm saying? All kind of shit, dog. Like, all kind of shit, bro. Like they were wild. I told you, they need to watch me. Like the Mahoans that were out between, you know, Japheth and Shem and Ham or whatever. All them cats were wild, dog. They were out there cannibalizing and fighting each other and shit. You know, Ahoans were attacking Drooks. Drooks were attacking Ahoans. You know what I'm saying? Like it was nasty back then.
Yeah.
See that's when right there is when Asha left the throne and the new king rose up in his stay.
What it say? It say
turned out that when Asha abdicated
it said,
the throne.
now it so turned out that when Asha abdicated the throne, there were many aspirants to take his place. And the council of the sun was puzzled over whom to select. So peace would remain in Oas, or as modern day Susa. Right? But they finally made Haya Seeing king, because he was a great warrior, having bestowed the city's walls and gates with more than 10,000 skulls from the refractory tribes adjacent. So he killed 10,000 niggas that lived next to him and made a city.
That's crazy.
That is nuts.
Bro.
Made a city with more fucking skulls.
What? Hold on, one nigga killed 10,000 people. You killed them with a sword, bro. At best, you killed them with a sword.
We're full of
How much blood was you really letting, bro? Like, that's a lot of killing.
That's what I'm saying.
You did this in a lifetime? You killed 10,000 niggas in less than your lifetime? Hold on. This is crazy. Hey, bro, show that part about Uzzah.
That's what I'm looking for as I'm going down the line. So I'm just looking at some highlights as I'm going, like, oh snap.
Yeah,
they got pizza in here. Paisa.
Piazza.
And there you go, right there. They got a Kai in a row right there too and shit. The original Kai in a row. The Fate.
The Juggernaut. Unstoppable.
The test on the wheel in ancient times, true prophets were distinguished from false prophets by being bound upon the wheel. Angels of Jehovah would release the true prophets while the false one would perish on the wheel. You talking about testing the spirit? Sheesh.
Sheesh.
Hey, you want to try me, nigga? Nigga be up there for 3 days. All right, nigga, let me go, nigga. I was just playing. You see how niggas think? Yeah, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that right now.
It's in there somewhere.
That's close towards the end when Zarathustra's
it give you like the number of generations or some.
Yeah, it's when some new nigga take the throne and he talking about he the descendant of Nimrod and that whole shit.
Yeah. And what this is the first book of God's word. So is that time of Osir or is that time of Thor?
What you talking about?
He's asking what book runs parallel or contemporary.
Yeah, what time is the first book of the Lord? Is that Osir?
I'm not sure right now.
It might be Fragapati, I think. You know what I'm saying? I think after Osiris, it's the Lord's books. I think it's the fourth book or the third book of the third Lord, whatever.
Yeah, because if we got Zarathustra, Zarathustra is already on the scene. So that's Ark of Lu. That's 22nd arc cycle. Right. We see I'm not thinking. He just said Zarathustra, Hiru Mazda, all that. So that put us right there, 7,000 to 4,000 BC. 22nd arc cycle.
There you go, right there. Booyah. All right. Matter of fact, it's verse 4, but let's start from verse 1. Let's read into this shit because it's the 25th chapter of God's word.
Now this is from between 7. Read. Quickly now.
Hey, this is the real this is the real universal practical knowledge as we read chapter verse 25, verse 1. Read.
Zarathustra, the all pure, divided the people, leading his followers away from the others, taking them into good places of delight. After that, he looked back with compassion and he said to Ahiru Mazda, what about those who will not accept the Ormazdian law? Ahiru Mazda answered him saying, behold, your arms are full. Let the dead have dominion with the dead. Not only this generation, but many that come after you will not be alive to the Ormazdian law or the laws of God or nature or all creation, the higher law. Zarathustra apportioned his people into cities, villages, and families, but over all of them, he appointed Usava as chief. One of his companions who came with him from Oas. And when Usava was established, Zarathustra and his companions traveled farther, and they came to a city of Nicairo. Kingdom of Aboata, king of 12 generations. Now, this is the key. 12 generations through his forefathers whose title was Aboata, son of Uzzah, son of Nimrod, son of a house of Tusian, who was descended from before the world was. So right there, they give us a time, a way to date this thing. Right here, 12 generations. How long is 12 generations? 12 generations, 396 years. Exactly. And if you add in the 4 that happens every 100, you did what I'm talking about. You will get 400.
Basically 400, right?
You would get 400 years.
Previous to Zarathustra.
400 years previous to the time of Zarathustra. Right?
So that will lead us back into the ending of Osir.
It had
Yeah.
to have been because that's when they had the knowledge of all the stars and the zodiac or whatever.
Right. Wow.
Had
Look
to
at
have.
that.
It could have been before that.
So Yusak, right? Yusavak was established. Zarathustra and his companions traveled further and came to the city of Nicairo, kingdom of Aboata, king of 12 generations. So his people been on the throne 400 years, right? We know when Zarathustra died, right? We know when Zarathustra died, so it's in that time. Whose title was Abawata, who was son of Uzzah. So Uzzah is the nigga who fell and carrying the supposedly carrying the Ark of the Covenant and died. Who was the son of Nimrod? So 3 generations. Abawata, grandfather, was Nimrod, whose great or his second great grandson would have been Usavak. So Usavak is the great great grandson of Nimrod. Let that sink in. Now, this is the dope part. Nimrod is of the house of Tusain. I'd never even now. So now, when we looking back in history, we know where we at. We know where we at.
You might have been Japhia, maybe. You might have been from Japheth. He might have.
Yeah, that nigga may be a Japheth.
But you know what I'm trying to figure out now? How did Nimrod get tangled up with Abraham in some traditions? Like over there in San Lierfa, Odessa, they have a tradition that they have the cave of Abraham. They say Abraham was born there, one. And they said that's the place where Nimrod threw Abraham in a river of fire, and then an angel came and turned into water.
Yeah, he threw him in a kiln or something. Didn't he throw him in an oven or something?
No, he threw him in like a pool of fire. It was like a river, but it was like not a river. It was fire, all fire and shit. And an angel came down and turned it into the water. And now it's like a river there that's like really nice looking, but that's where the tradition is. That's why I believe Abraham came from there, because they have a tradition about that there. But regardless of all that, I'm trying to figure out how Nimrod even gets
mixed in with Abraham.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out because Abraham.
Years apart.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out, like, how is that? Unless Abraham was serving someone who was related within that ilk or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's probably why.
All these misdated times are on the shoulders of Zarathustra. I mean, Luama. I mean, Anu Hassaj first.
There's a story that's
where the confusion comes from in the scribes.
There's a story, right, in the Bible, right? Well, there's first of all, there's the whole idea that Abraham met Nimrod. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, like you said, that's confusing now that we know that they're so far apart in time. But there is a story to where it's told that King Og, right, was a servant to Abram, and he had a name. What is the servant Abraham sent to Eli? Oh wow! He sent his servant to go get Rebecca, right?
Yes, get what, Isaac a wife? Yeah.
Yeah, to get Isaac a wife, right? What is his servant's name? That guy's name starts with an E. They say in some histories, they say that person is Og. So it's crazy how, and then once you read the lost books of Og, you find out Og and Nimrod were contemporaries. And they
read the book of Jasher. you read the book of Jasher, Nimrod supposedly comes to Amraphel. And Amraphel is among the coalition with Chedorlaomer from Elam and Tyrus, king of Gentiles or whatever, the king of nations or what have you. That's what he's called. And he goes to war with Abraham and them. You know what I'm saying? So in the book of Jasher, Esau kills Nimrod. You know, when you look at those stories and shit like that. So he's still being like, you know, entangled with Abraham. So maybe Abraham just served somebody.
But you know what?
Go ahead, bro.
You got to remember, not to cut you.
No, you good.
Their creation starts at 3761 BC. So all their history, dealing with jubilees and all that, would have to come under that time period. I just want to add that.
So they had to mush it down, cause Og, Nimrod, all them speak about the time that the flood is happening. You see what I'm talking about? They all speak about they're caught in the flood. Now that we know the flood happened 22,553 BC, and now you're still trying to tell me you met Abraham, and also remember Og fights Moses. He don't even fight Abraham. He fight Moses. So now so now we done mixed 24,000 years worth of history down in the 3761 BC.
That's crazy.
You know what? It had to come from, it might have just came from Pan, bro.
The stories came from there, but how these niggas mixed that shit up, they did that on their own. They twisted that shit all the way up, bro. They twisted that off. How the hell you live during the flood, meet Abraham, and fight Moses all at the same time?
You know what? I'm gonna continue on with the debate with Mally. I'm gonna start off probably with Mally's second round.
All right, I'm gonna cut off because my phone's dying and shit like that. But appreciate you having me.
I'm about to jet. I'm a jet to the back, man. Good chopping it with y'all brothers. Malaki, Maccabee, Light, Megaton, Light Bomb.
Booyah!
Listen, the house of consciousness is now the house of Cosmon, and that thing's still smoldering. Oh, it's bullet holes all in the house of consciousness, and so I can't save it. So I can't save it. You dig what I'm talking about? 10,000 pillars of light, man. Kill Cosmon. I'm up out of here, man. That thing was a 30. Anybody got anything to say about it, man? Just keep watching. Breathe in, let that light in, man. I'm calm.
Peace and light, y'all.
Big facts. Bless up, bless up. Let me go ahead and play this. Let me get to the round two.
Israel, for I will show him how great things he must suffer. So Ananias goes his way, goes to the brother.
Show that Romans 16:11.
What did we just read in Acts the 9th chapter? Saying that the Gentiles by my need to answer y'all what Paul
ain't talking about nothing.
Because Peter and them is clearly
Go to Acts 15. Let me go ahead and help you out real quick, Cap. Yeah, Paul and Barnabas got the right hands of fellowship. And as you keep reading, genius, what happened? Acts 15:36. And some days after, Paul said unto Barnabas, let us go again and visit our brethren in every city where we have preached the word of the Lord and see how they do. Acts 15:37. And Barnabas determined to take with them John, whose surname was Mark. But Paul thought not good to take him with them, who departed from them from Pamphylia and went not with them to the work. And the content.
Why Paul saying it's not good to take him with him? What you thinking? You're already thinking contentious. I don't think we should take him with us. Already off the bat, showing suspect signs. First red flag.
Tension was so sharp to Zoya. What you mean it wasn't hostile? And the contention was so sharp between them that they departed asunder one from another. And so Barnabas took Mark and sailed unto Cyprus, and Paul chose Silas and departed, being recommended by the brethren unto the grace of God. So all you had to do was keep reading, genius. You would have ran right up on it and showed that Paul got into it with Barnabas too. Like he got into it with Peter, like he got into it with James, like he got into it with John. Also, you had the nerve.
So right there, he's showing that the contention is a hostile environment. If you ever been in an atmosphere where it's contention, shit thick in the air, hostile. You say the wrong two words and now it's a problem. So he's showing hostility right there.
To bring up Romans 16, boy. They should have told you about me. Romans 16. Look, let me tell you something. There ain't nobody in the Bible with the name Herod, Herod, that's not related to the Herods. What is wrong with you, boy? Look at this right here. Come on, I don't know the Bible, boy. You don't know the Bible. Look at this. Salute Herodian, my kinsman. I already pulled up on the screen. I already pulled up on the screen the parallel New Testament Bible, and guess what it showed? It showed that Romans 16:11, the kinsman is a relative. Now let's go to G2267. He tried to go there. He tried it, right? There ain't nobody in the Bible with the name Herod that ain't blood related to them, boy. What's this root word? This word Herodian is from what? G2264. Let's click on that real quick. Somebody should have told you I do's this, boy. Look at this. That word Herodian comes from the root word of what? Herod. What are you talking about? Ain't nobody in the Bible with the name Herod, whether it's Herodian, Herodias, Herod Antipas, Herod Philip, Herod the Great. They're all blood related to Zoyak. Just thought I'd help you out real quick.
See, so even if he's using Herod, plural or singular, it's still referring to the Herodians. Easy word.
Quick with that. Also, stop my time, side. Let me go ahead and pull my PowerPoint back up, and let's get into my rhyme.
Time stops. You got 12 minutes, 22 seconds left.
Yeah. That's powerful right there. Bag that boy on up real quick. Let me present this. Hold on. Share screen. I'm right back at you, boy. I'm back to back with it. Yeah, you ain't used to me. Watch this right here. Let me know when it's up, side. Back to back. Round two. You said I got how much time I got left, side?
You got 12 minutes and 22 seconds.
Okay, let's rock. The dietary law and circumcision amongst the apostles, that you abstain from meats offered to idols, Leviticus 17:7, and from blood, Leviticus 17:10-11, and from things strangled, Deuteronomy 14:21, and from fornication, Leviticus chapter 18, from which if you keep yourself, you shall do well, James the just. Notice what James is commanding Paul to teach is Torah to Zoyak. This was the foundational doctrine going forth from Jerusalem that all the Nazarene apostles taught and lived by. Let's look and see if Simon Peter, the apostle, understood what James ordered. Source, pre-Nicene Christian Library. And it ain't my fault you ain't got this. Homily 7, chapter 4. Trip off this right here. It says right here, to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh, not to touch blood, to be washed from all pollution. Same source, page 134. To abstain from the table of devils, that is to Zoyak, from food offered to idols, from dead carcasses, from animals which have been suffocated or caught by wild beasts, and from blood. As we see, Simon Peter, a true apostle, teaches exactly what James the just said teach in Jerusalem. What did he say teach? That you abstain from meats offered to idols. He was giving them Torah to Zoyak. The dietary law is Torah. Did Simon Peter practice what he taught concerning the dietary law? Absolutely. He stood on business. Page 195, same source. However, such a choice has occurred to you, perhaps without you understanding or knowing my manner of life, that I use only bread and olives and rarely potted herbs, and that this is my only coat and cloak. Look at this right here. Let's take a look at James, the brother of Messiah, and how he ate. Source, Nicene and Post-Nicene Father, second series, page 361. Jerome and Gennadius writing in the 400s to Zoyak. Look at this. Look at what he say. Look at this. It says right here, James, Hegesippus, who lived near the apostolic age, 1st century to Zoyak. In the 5th book of his commentaries, writing of James, says, after the apostles, James, the just of the Lord, surnamed the just, was made head of the church at Jerusalem. Many indeed are called James. This one was holy from his mama's womb. He drank neither wine nor strong drink, ate no flesh, never shaved or anointed himself. Let's keep rolling. Source, Gospel of the Nazarenes, page 4. Miriam and Yahshua had Nazarite vows on. Page 4. Therefore, you shall keep your covenant to eat no flesh, nor drink strong drink, for this child shall be filled with the Holy Spirit, consecrated to the Lord, a Nazarite from him mama womb. And neither flesh nor strong drink shall he take, nor shall a razor touch his head. Same source, page 15. It also came to pass that in the 2nd year of Yahshua's life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. As with Yahshua and Yachanan, he was consecrated unto the Lord, a Nazarite from his mother's womb. Based off ancient testimonials of Jerome, 4th century CE, and the Agesippus, 1st century CE, James, the brother of Jesus, was a Nazarite and a vegetarian. He didn't chew on animals, drink wine, strong drink, or allow the razor to touch his head. The Gospel of the Nazarene says the same thing. Peter the Apostle, according to Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, homily chapter 12, chapter 6, was vegetarian also. How does Saul respond to Zoyak? How does...
So right there, Melly is showing that Yahshua and his family were Nazarenes and vegetarians. Now, Paul is supposed to be an example of following Christ or Yahshua. So with that premise laid out, you would think that Paul would follow those guidelines as how Yahshua and his family was raised. But as you're going to see now, that's not the case.
Paul responds to the doctrine he has been commanded to preach and live by. Remember what James said, that you abstain from meats offered to idols. Now look at your boy Paul, Amplified Bible, regarding meat offered to idols. Look what Paul said, y'all. Eat anything that is sold in the meat market without asking any questions for your sake of conscience. Saul of Tarsus, 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. Now we know who Saul of Tarsus is calling weak. The true apostles, Amplified Bible. One man's faith permits him to eat everything, Tazarych, while the weak believer eats only vegetables to avoid eating ritually unclean meat. Saul of Tarsus, Romans 14 and 2. Now we know who Saul of Tarsus was talking about when he said they teach doctrines of devils if they command to abstain from meats, the true apostle.
See that? Now he's directing who Paul is talking to. He laid down the premise of how the Nazarenes lived. Now he's showing you how Paul was speaking against the lifestyle of the Nazarenes, from the long hair, you being weak, eating herbs. Those are shots. Who else he talking about?
Look at this. 1 Timothy 4 and 1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter time some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats, which God hath created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. How is this a prophecy if Saul already was commanded to abstain from meats by James the Just? Sit your monkey ass down somewhere. Also, according to Jerome, Agesippus, and the Nazarene Gospel.
No profanity, no profanity, y'all. No profanity.
James.
Yo, no profanity, brother. Let's go.
All right. Yahshua, his mother Miriam, his brother James, and his cousin John the Baptist were all lifelong Nazarites. No chewing on animals, no strong drink, no wine, no haircuts. Now we know who Saul was talking about when he claimed long hair was a disgrace to a man, the true apostles. New and Living Translation. Isn't it obvious that it's disgraceful for a man to have long hair? That's your boy Paul, 1 Corinthians 11 and 14. According to what we call Torah, to Zoyak, what constitutes meats being offered to idols? Watch this, Leviticus 17 and 3. What man soever there be of the house of Israel that kills an ox or a lamb or a goat in the camp, or that kills it out of the camp, and bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle or the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He have shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. Verse 5, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto the Lord. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. Notice the animal flesh is considered offered to an idol if this ritual was not done by a certified Levitical priest. None of the flesh being eaten today has gone through this ritual. Could the animal sandwiches that everyone is chewing on today be considered offered to idols? Absolutely. Now, what is a peace offering? And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto the Lord. Just jump down to verse 17. Look at this. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the third day, it shall not be accepted, neither shall be imputed unto him that offereth it. It shall be abomination, and the soul that eateth of it shall bear their iniquity. So let's summarize what meats offered to idols according to the Torah is. All dead flesh must be brought to the doorway of the temple and handed over to a priest for processing. If not, it's considered murder. 2, all dead flesh is considered an offering or sacrifice. The priest who receives your dead animal offers it as a peace offering to the Lord. 3, the priest performs a ritual by sprinkling the blood of the innocent animal on the altar and burning the fat as a sweet aroma to the Lord. If the flesh doesn't go through this ritual with a certified priest, it's considered flesh or meat offered to idols. Since they're considered peace offerings, they must be eaten the same day they were slaughtered or the next, never on day 3, for it is considered an abomination. Yes, dead flesh has an expiration date, biblically speaking. Are there any biblical examples to Zoyak that validate what I'm saying? Absolutely. 2 Maccabees 5:21, headshot. So when Antiochus had carried out of the temple 1,800 talents, he departed in all haste unto Antiochia, leaning in his pride to make the land navigable and sea passable by foot. Such was the hardiness of his mind. 2 Maccabees 5:21. So notice that the temple was under attack, and you can't bring your food to the doorway of the tabernacle. But Judah Maccabee with 9 others of thereabout withdrew himself into the wilderness and lived in the mountains after the manner of beasts with his company, who fed on herbs continually, lest they should be made partakers of the pollution. 2 Mac 5:27. Notice Judah Maccabee and all with him to Zoyak choose to eat on vegetables and herbs during this same period to avoid defilement and pollution. Don't forget what Saul of Tarsus said about herb eaters. For one believeth that he may eat all things, another who is weak eateth herbs. Romans 14. The law of circumcision and Saul's
So right there, Mally going in on a dietary law. He's showing how the Nazarenes stuck to the script, even at a time when the temple was under attack, even at a time when they had livestock to slay the animals and eat them, they ate herbs.
Facts.
See what I'm saying? Nigga, you damn near scared me right there when I heard your voice. I'm like, oh!
Yeah, nah. I had to take care of some of these children, so I was stepped away from the computer for a minute.
Nah, you good, bro.
Now we show in Bible and outside of Bible, and see that was the thing. He wanted to make it just strictly about the Bible. I'm like, bro, look, I'm going into the Bible, and then everything I pull outside of it is just verifying my point. You know what I mean?
Facts.
So, for instance, when I went to the pre-Christian library, pre-Nicene Christian library, and pulled out them writings about Peter, Peter was explaining what James told Paul in Acts. You know what I mean? So all I was doing was going to a commentary on the Torah, on the law. That's what all the New Testament is. It's just a commentary on what was written before it. You know what I mean? So what I was doing was showing 2 different perspectives. James said, teach this. Peter taught that and ate the same way. Paul gets out there and says, eat whatever you want to. So that shows teachings are in opposition. And so the title was, are his teachings different and hostile? So I didn't just have to show the hostility. I had to show the difference in his teachings too. And that's what we did.
Bro, what really put the nail in the coffin is when you showed in the Leviticus law that 3 days after the meat, it's not good.
Yeah.
That was the end all be all right. Now that I'm looking back, that was it. That was because he tried to come back and say, oh, well, you know, here's the clean and unclean meat. But if 3 days go past and you know what I mean, you can't eat that meat. And like you say, the meat in the meat market is well over 3 days.
Man, that boy. Then we got freezer. We got meat in our deep freezer that's been in there a whole year. Like, what is you saying? So yeah, most people didn't even know that if you eat chewing on, and me, I don't go by the flesh laws. I don't chew on animals, but I'm holding them to. I'm saying y'all claiming that you can chew on these animals because of Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14. So Zaryak didn't know that's all predicated on if it's been processed and slaughtered properly. You know what I mean?
Right.
He was like, I can eat whatever's within my gates. He went to Deuteronomy 14. All you got to do is keep reading, genius. Go down to verse 27, 28. It tell you don't forsake the Levite within your gate. You know what I mean? So wherever Israel lived, they had priests amongst them. Period. So being there are no priests amongst you, Tazarych, there is no temple, there is no altar, there's no way you can properly chew on any animals according to the law that you live by without it being unclean. Also, in the Leviticus 17, bro, he didn't name off hog head cheese. He ain't name off catfish. He didn't name off swine. He said lamb. He said goat. And he said oxen. All clean meat, according to the Bible. But all those meats can still be rendered an abomination if they're not processed right.
Wow, that's crazy. And you showed it too.
Yeah, lamb can be abominable in the Bible. People don't know that. If you don't slaughter it right, it's an abomination. If you eat lamb meat and it's been dead longer than 2 days, it's an abomination.
That's crazy, yo. So now we're about to move into the circumcision.
Yeah, another law, right? So he acting like we weren't talking about the law. I was talking about the law the whole time, especially once I got into the second round. When I got first round was just showing dude the Herodian, but when I got to that second round, I started cooking his ass on that law. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he can't say you ain't got them going to the law because you sure did. You basically just crippled his argument about the meat. Because you can eat meat, but you got to be before that 3 days. You know what I mean? You know these niggas got farms out there killing chickens and then preparing them before 3 days.
Yeah, even because I seen some people in the chat yesterday. Well, angels ate meat when they came to Abraham. Go back and read the story. Abraham still had to prepare it. He said, go and make ready. Go prepare this. You look up prepare, and it goes into preparation according to the law. Yes. You know what I mean? It ain't like cooking a hot dog. You know what I mean? A couple seconds and it's done. You got to go kill this animal. You got to drain the blood. You got to skin it. You got to cut it open. You got to remove organs. You got to take the fat. You got to put the fat on the altar, the flesh on the altar, the blood on the altar. You got to do all type of stuff for it to be ritualistically clean for you to eat. You feel me? And they're labeled peace offerings. That don't like your everyday meats. Nigga want to chew on. Talking about some he chewing on everyday meats. What that falls up under the category of a peace offering. It ain't a burnt offering. It ain't a trespass offering. It ain't a sin offering. But it is dead flesh. So who was it offered to? You would say, oh, it was offered to the Most High. Okay, that's what's up. But what kind of offering is it? They don't even know that. Your meats that you chew on just on the regular and it ain't no holy day or nothing. It's called a peace offering. It's a peace offering. And with the peace offering, that flesh can't be dead longer than 2 days. God is ass.
That's crazy. That was it. That's crippled them right there. So that probably passed to a lot of motherfuckers. But like you said, when you slow it down, you see where the fucking damage is done.
Position to it, Galatians 2, 1-7. Then 14 years after, I went up again to Jerusalem with Barnabas and took Titus with me also. And I went up by revelation and communicated unto them that gospel which I preach among the Gentiles, but privately to them which were of reputation, which are the chief apostles, lest by any means I should run or had run in vain. Saul admits he preaches a different gospel to Zaryak from the apostles. Why else would he have to explain it to them privately? You in school now, boy. But neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. Saul's gospel is anti-circumcision. 4. And that because of false brethren, unawares brought in, who came in privately to spy out our liberty, which we have in Christ, they might bring us into what? Bondage. Saul calls the law of circumcision bondage or slavery. He calls the apostles and the other brothers in this private meeting false. Look at this, verse 5, Amplified Bible. But we did not yield to them. For even for a moment, so that the truth of the gospel will continue to remain with you in its purity, Galatians 2 and 5. Galatians 2 and 6, New and Living Translations. And the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching, which is a lie. By the way, their reputation as great leaders made no difference to me, for God has no favor. That's your boy Paul.
Paul's
Galatians 2 and 6 talking.
That proves right there that Paul was lying. Paul was lying. Paul just said in Galatians chapter 2, verse 1 through 6, that when he went to Jerusalem, they only discussed what? Circumcision. That's what he said. All right, so let's go to Acts real quick. What else was he told? He said they didn't add nothing else to what he was teaching. That's what he said.
Right.
Okay. Let's go to Acts 15 real quick. Let's go to Acts. If you can't, matter of fact, bro, if you can, just pull it up on the screen.
Oh, you got your
Here, matter of fact, I go there so the people can see it real quick. Acts 15, verse.
Share your screen.
Yeah, I'm finished. Yeah. Sure.
Oh, all right, bet. Yeah. We do
right,
this.
Yeah, we do this, man. It's easy work, bro. Easy. All right, is that up right there?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so verse 19 says, and this is James talking. Wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to God. When he say trouble not them, he's talking about putting circumcision on them in the beginning. If they turn, if the foreigners want to get down with the movement, they don't trouble them. They don't have to be circumcised to join. But as I read earlier, by the time they're done with their probationary period, they got to get circumcised. And the proof of that is inside the Bible, Galatians, the 5th chapter. Paul is writing in response to them saying that Galatia needs to be circumcised. Also in Acts, 16, where Paul hurried up and circumcised Timothy because he feared the messianic zealots that was in Jerusalem. You see, because eventually, though Galatians 5 and Acts 16 show eventually you do got to get circumcised, just not in the beginning. Easy work. Now look at this. But that we write unto them that they abstain from the pollution of idols and from fornication and from things strangled and from blood. Go down to verse 29. James is still talking to Paul, that you abstain from meats offered to idols and from blood and from things strangled and from fornication, from which if you keep yourselves, you shall do well. Fare ye well. So in Galatians 2, 1 through 6, and Paul says that the leaders of the church, whoever they seem to be, it makes no difference. God accepts no man's person, but they didn't add nothing else to what I was teaching. Is that the truth or is that a lie? Because he claiming the Jerusalem council was only about circumcision. No, it wasn't. It was about dietary law as well. There it is right there. So you can take that off the screen right there. Y'all remember Acts 15 and 29 that you abstain from meats offered to idols and from blood and from things strangled and from fornication. Now we right back on the screen, right? And what did he say in Galatians 2 and 6? He says, and the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching. Is that true or is that a lie? That's a lie. We just read what else they told him to teach. The Jerusalem council was not just about circumcision. It was about dietary law too. So in his letter to the Galatians, he's saying, when I went to Jerusalem, we only talked about circumcision. We didn't even talk about none of that. They didn't add none of that to me. That's false. You see that? So if y'all understand that, throw a one up in the chat. You know what I mean? Throw a one up in the chat. We slow it down to make it real easy for you to understand.
Real easy. He ain't want to have that meat discussion.
He sure didn't, boy. You eat whatever the hell you want to eat. But that was making that. And that's why when I said yesterday he's lying, most people don't know how to make that connection. Like, okay, he's in Jerusalem. He's at the Jerusalem Council. Let's go back and read what that was about. We go back into Acts and read it. Paul, you're lying. Why do I say you're lying? Because they didn't just talk to y'all about circumcision. You also was ordered about that dietary law, and you got the nerve to twist your lips in Galatians and say nothing else was added to what I was teaching.
Wow.
See?
Wow.
See? Dude lying. Ain't that against the law, Tazarych, y'all?
Oh, this nigga. Oh,
what else we got, bro?
bad about the leaders of the church or the apostles, but contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter. Saul admits again that his gospel is different to Tazarych from the true apostles. After all, isn't the gospel of the uncircumcision and the gospel of the circumcision two different gospels? Look what Paul says back in Galatians 1:9. As we said before, so say I now again, if any man preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be damned. You still think he's not talking about the apostles? Let's look and see. He says James and Cephas and John. Look at this. Now look what Paul says about circumcision. Listen, I, Paul, tell you that if you yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no benefit to you at all. Galatians 5:2.
But look at that. But Casey, look what he say. He said, I, Paul. He's speaking as the authority. What happened to thus saith the Lord? What happened when God said, he said, I say. He's speaking as an authoritative figure.
That's what he's saying. That's why I was trying to like showing to Tazarych, and then the old boy they got on there to throw me that question yesterday, talking about Acts 16. I'm like, bro, it's in the very passage you just read. He only circumcised Timothy because he feared the Messianic zealots. That's it. Because of fear of the Jews, he circumcised Timothy, not because he's for it. You see what I'm saying? So he coming out telling you right here, this is hostile and it's opposite of what the apostles teach.
Facts.
If you allow yourself to be, which means Paul is writing as a reaction to somebody that's writing to Galatia about being circumcised. I, Paul, say unto you, if you allow yourselves to be circumcised, Christ will be of no benefit to you at all. Look at
wow. That nigga speaking as the authority. Like, yo, how? You get a little vision and now you that confident?
That's crazy.
That's your boy, Paul. Paul again. I am trusting the Lord to keep you from believing false teachings. God will judge that person, whoever he is, who has been confusing you. Galatians 5:10. Saul calls circumcision to Tazarych a false teaching and boldly declares that whoever teaching it will be judged by God. Look at this. Galatians 5:12. I wish those agitators would go so far as to castrate themselves. Galatians 5:1-2. Hostile to Tazarych. No matter how we feel, or no matter how different we claim we are in doctrine, we'll never say cut off your love muscle and your testes because you don't like my views on circumcision. This man was an op, and he said that the men teaching circumcision deserve to have their love muscles and their testes removed. Now, brother, if that ain't hostile, what is? Who else is teaching? 1 Peter 1:1. To the stranger,
Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ. That's what the verse you were trying to read before you cut it off.
Yeah, right there. Look who else is writing to Galatia. Peter. And according to Paul, Peter teaches circumcision. So when he say, whoever is troubling you shall bear their judgment, no matter whoever it is. You already know who it is. It's the very ones you was cursing out back in chapter 2 of Galatians and chapter 1. Peter and them are the ones pushing the doctrine of circumcision. According to Paul, they are. So how ironic when we go to 1 Peter 1:1, Peter, one who teaches the gospel of the circumcision, has been writing to the Galatians too. So who the hell does Paul have a problem with?
Yeah, he ain't picking at the part like that, bro.
Bad drop, boy.
All right, man. We got through the second round of Brother Maccabee. Now we go
and tried to go to the root word.
Start.
Okay, I appreciate it. So now what he tried to do was go back to Romans 16:11 with the Herodian. And then what he did was salute Herodian. I'm right on the same website he was on.
Look, he can't let that shit go right there, though, bro. He's still holding on to that shit.
Because he hit, boy. And yeah, I went right there to Herodian and went to the root word of Herodian.
Right.
And Herod comes up. I'm like, is this boy a mental midget for real?
He still ain't letting it go.
Yeah.
On. And then he clicked the Herodian, went to my G227, 67, and tried to go to the root word. If that Herodian was of the Herodian family, they wouldn't change the root word. But what he didn't do was show you this right here. Even the site that he went to.
That didn't make a lick of sense. That didn't make a lick of sense, brother. That brother said if he was really of the Herodian family, they wouldn't have changed the root word. Let me help you out, Tazarych. The root word is Herod. What the hell you mean they wouldn't have changed the root word? The root word to Tazarych is Herod. Herod. What do you mean they wouldn't have changed the root word? Where are you getting these mysterious rules from?
Right.
Who is the they? They wouldn't have changed what root word?
Right. And then I'm like, root word, nigga, you talking about James Strong's? This nigga ain't even making no talk about they wouldn't have. I'm like, dude, he's not even aware that James Strong's is the one who put this together. The they is James Strong's and his goddamn colleagues. He don't even know that shit.
And the root word is Herod. That's the root word. That the word I clicked on takes you back to Herod, which equals heroic. And then it names everybody related. Dude,
that's crazy.
Yeah, dude was out of his league yesterday, man. He was trying to make it seem funny and all that, but he a guppy. He was out there swimming with a shark, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This just proved it with that alone.
Said it was a certain Christian, which lets you know it wasn't an actual Herodian body bag. Come on. Now I'm gonna stop.
Come on, bro. Stop it. Stop. He was a certain Christian. Quick body. I'm like, nah, nigga, we ain't gonna slip that under the rug.
Like an Herodian who's claiming to be Jewish can't be a Christian.
But he ain't making no sense right now, bro. I swear
Didn't Paul tell Agrippa, I wish y'all was Christians? Hold on. Nigga, you got me messed all the way up. Let me go.
This nigga said Christian, a certain man. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull that back.
A certain Christian.
Who talk like that? Yeah, there was a certain. If a nigga was to say, there was a certain man, he gonna say, well, what's his nationality? That's the first thing he gonna scream. What's his nationality? Well, this certain man nationality is Herod. Y'all hush. Let me pull it back real quick. That was funny. Let me mute up.
In 16 and 11 with the Herodian. And then what he did was salute Herodian. I'm right on the same website he was on. And then he clicked the Herodian, went to my G227, and tried to go to the root word. If that Herodian was of the Herodian family, they wouldn't change the root word. But what he didn't do was show you this right here. Even the site that he went to said it was a certain Christian, which lets you know it wasn't an actual Herodian body bag. Come here. Now I'm gonna stop my screen. This cat.
Stop your screen. Paul.
He said body bag. Come here. Like he didn't even know what the hell he was saying at that point.
You didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Just share my screen real quick. I got it pulled up. Like Herodians can't be Christians. What is wrong with this dude? Man?
Don't tell me you about to do that.
Now look at this. This right here is Paul in front of Agrippa on trial. Look at this. This is what Paul says to Agrippa.
He's
King Agrippa, Acts 26 and 27. Paul says to him, King Agrippa, believest thou the prophets? I know that you believest. Then Agrippa said unto Paul, almost you persuade me to be a Christian. And Paul said, I would to God that not only you, but also all that hear me this day were both almost and altogether such as I am, except these bonds. So, no, Cap, you wrong. Agrippa is a Herodian. We all know that. And Paul just said, Agrippa said, you about to persuade me to be a Christian. Paul said, I wish all y'all was like me except in these chains. So Herodians can be Christians.
That's a good point.
They don't get more Herodian than Agrippa. Agrippa is directly related to Herod the Great. That's his granddaddy.
This shit is wild, yo.
So we got Herodian telling Paul, you about to persuade me to be just like you, a Christian. And Paul said, I would to God that not only you, but also all that hear me this day were both almost altogether such as I am, except these bonds. Let me show y'all this in a different Bible translation real quick. I don't know what's wrong with these boys. Is all y'all like we don't do this. NLT. Paul replied, whether quickly or not, I pray to God that both you and everyone here in this audience might become the same as I am, except for these chains. So Herodians can be Christians. Says all y'all don't know the Bible. He kept throwing that out there at me. No, he the one that don't know.
So he just cut himself again because he was trying to say that this was a certain Christian. So you click on Herod, go to the root word, and it says a certain Christian, but you disassociate Herod with that certain Christian. Come on, man.
Yeah, that don't even make sense. As if the Herodians can't be Christians if they choose to be.
Right.
They can. We just showed you in Acts 26, Agrippa is an Herodian. And Paul said, I wish all y'all was just like me. And Agrippa said, you about to persuade me to be a Christian.
Right.
So just because it says a certain Christian, y'all, does not mean they're not a member of the Herodian family.
Right. Facts.
And that's Bible. See that? All you gotta do is slow these niggas down, man. It's all man-made doctrine. Just slow him down. When you slow him down, when you bag him down with that Sig Sawyer, boy, it get real Mickey and tricky. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just wanted to show that real quick. Go ahead, bro.
That's hard, man. Niggas surgical with the Jake.
Back to back with it.
Now you got to do way better than this, man. God damn. So I'm gonna stop my screen and I'm gonna present my. This is horrible. So I'm gonna present my screen.
You sound like a straight hoe. It's like, come on, like, oh man, let me let it go, man.
And let me go back to my PowerPoint. Now, y'all saw. Now, what I want y'all to pay attention to, at the end, he brought scriptures, but a lot of this is not scripture that he bringing out. So he brought out the homilies, the pseudo. First of all, the fact that it got pseudo in front of it, I don't know why this brother used something that has pseudo in front of it. It says pseudo Clementines or Clementines, whatever you want to call that garbage. So I'm gonna give a couple slides. This is the novelistic story about Clement of Rome is his conversion under Peter's direction, which are known as pseudo Clementines. So specifically, that homilies illustrate continuous battles that existed between some who claimed Peter as their founder, Jewish Christians and Ebionites, and then others who considered Paul was essential. So basically, there was a divide of people after Peter and Paul. He still hasn't shown no division amongst the apostles. He still hasn't shown that. So now you just have a divide of people that want to follow Peter's, people that want to follow Paul. And so they wrote this pseudo garbage. I'm going to go to the next slide. Encyclopedia.com, a collection of early Christian writings wrongly attributed to Clement of Rome, which include 2 epistles, Virgins, the pseudo-Clementine homilies, his main thing for whatever garbage he was pulling out. Anybody can go to encyclopedia.com. You can see that this is garbage. I'm going to go to the next slide. The homilies purport to be the missionary sermons of Peter. Wait, I'm sorry. Did I skip one? I did that one. Yep. The homilies purport to sermons of Peter. They clearly show influences of Judaism, Ebonite teachings, and even admit the existence of 2 principles, one good, the other evil. Christ is portrayed in the homilies as a true prophet come to restore the pristine purity of the law, but he is not the redeemer. That's in the homilies. In the homilies, he's not the redeemer. I thought in the Bible, though, Christ is the redeemer. Hebrews 9:15 says he is the mediator of the New Testament. He's going to a book that says Christ is not the redeemer. Good night. It says Paul is described as a hostile man distorting the law. But the Bible, Romans 6:15 says, what then? Shall we sin because we are not under the law, but grace? God forbid. For not the hearers of the law are just before God, but the doers of the law are just. This is Paul's writings. So Paul is not distorting the law.
And so look, when I went to the Clementine homilies, which based off my research is 1st century, church writings. You know what I mean? Whether Clement wrote them or not, that's up for debate. And that's why they call pseudo.
You know what I mean? Because that's what they were doing back then. Like they would write works and then put the names of famous men who had already died on them, so these works could get some type of notoriety. It's called pseudo anonymous. You feel me? That don't mean that it's fake or it's
that
not
shit was
authentic.
weak. Yeah, that shit was still weak. You know,
Yeah,
he's finding anything. He's fishing. You know what I mean? He's fishing.
Yeah.
He's finding anything.
So when I went into that though, I went into that to show the harmony between James telling Paul to abstain from meats offered to idols and what Peter was teaching. See, so I went in there to show what the Bible was saying. That's why he can't get around it, because I went to the Bible. Acts 15 is in the Bible, that you abstain from meats offered to idols, from things strangled, from blood and fornication. And then from there, I went into the homilies to show that Peter understood what James said and taught that. That's why I went there. You feel me? So regardless of what you feel about the dates or who wrote it, all that's irrelevant, because even if I don't go there, you still got the problem in the Bible. The Bible says to abstain from meats offered to idols and all that. So I go there and show Peter actually upheld that command.
Right.
That's it. You know what I mean? This ain't a debate about which was dated first or dated
right.
earlier.
You're missing the point.
A debate about that. This debate is about which, that if Paul's teachings are in opposition and hostile to the apostles according to the law. So being the Acts 15, when he say abstain from meats offered to idols, all that's in the Torah, all that's law. All that's law. So all I did was go to a piece of work that is a commentary on that to show the harmony and to show what Paul should have been teaching versus what he was teaching. That's why I went there. You feel me?
He's still off topic.
Paul is saying the hearers of the law are not just before God, but the doers of the law. And then he goes on further. For when the Gentiles, meaning Israelites, which have not the law, do by nature things contained in the law, these having not the law are law unto themselves. Why did he pull out homilies? That's a pseudo book. If I go even further, this is in the evidenceofchristianity.org. The question of the Clementine homilies is a complex one. First of all, there are two versions which have been preserved in ancient manuscript form, one in Greek, one in Latin. There is no evidence that this document was widely used in the early church. There is evidence against it being very early letter. You can assume 100% that it was not written by Clement. This is his scholar, since he want to go outside the Bible. Outside the Bible is the only place that he can go. Jesus Christ. The dating is even difficult with the pseudo Clement. I don't know why he pulled that out. I want to go back up. So I'm going to go back up. I want to go up to hold on one second. Let me go here.
That boy using
when he did the Galatians, I don't know why he did.
That's exactly what I said. I said Katazai over there giving him what to say. Is that his round, or is that a rebuttal round?
It's supposed to be a round.
See, look at that. See what I'm saying? He's thrown off, wasting time trying to rebuttal what you say instead of getting to his argument.
Galatians. So when you go back to Galatians 2:1, where he went to Galatians, the second chapter, when it said, the first verse says, then 14 years after I went up again to Jerusalem with Barnabas and took Titus with me also. So now again, he has the apostle Barnabas with him and Titus. He's retelling Acts the 15th chapter, which I did in my first round on the other side. So he's trying to tell you that there was conflict in Galatians the second chapter, when Galatians the second chapter is just retelling what took place in Acts the 15th chapter. And in Acts the 15th chapter, I'm gonna read it again.
He's talking about conflict in Galatians 2. I showed the conflict. Showed it, right? So he's saying that Galatians 2 is just repeating what happened in Acts 15. What did Paul leave out in Galatians 2? The dietary law.
Right, exactly.
Dietary law. He said they didn't add nothing else to me. We only talked about circumcision, and based off my position and what I believe about circumcision, I left out the meeting. victorious. See? So again, Tazarych, you don't know what you're looking at.
Right.
You know what you're looking at. Slow down. If you slow down, you'll see that Galatians 2 and Acts 15 ain't saying the same thing. It's not saying the same thing. It's saying something totally different.
He's not being truthful about what went down in Acts the 15th chapter.
Mm.
He ain't being truthful. He's saying it was just all about circumcision. That's it. You know what I mean? Crazy, bro. So
that nigga was eating that meat. He didn't want to let go of that meat. So he was like, you know what? I ain't bringing that shit up because, boy, I'm about to eat me some of this meat when I get up here in Corinthians.
Yeah, right. And then when I went to the laws on how you supposed to properly slaughter an animal,
right?
The deal is there are no priests among the Gentiles. Like say you go to a grocery store and get you some lamb or whatever. There is no slaughterhouse amongst the Gentiles that are slaughtering those animals how the Torah say slaughter.
Wow, death blow.
And so that's why he told them to abstain from meats offered to idols. The understanding is the foreigners joining the movement ain't supposed to be eating flesh. Why? Right. Because every meat market amongst the Gentiles, every shamble amongst the Gentiles has meat in it that's been offered to an idol. You know what I mean? And that animal was not properly processed like the Torah says.
Right.
You feel me? So they wasn't eating the flesh, period. That's why they was vegetarians, because it was all compromised, especially out there amongst the Gentiles. You dig? And then once you realize that the Herodians were appointing the priests in Jerusalem, nigga, you can't bring your flesh to no foreign appointed priest. Like, what are you doing? You feel me? So that's why a lot of them brothers just you know what? We just vegetarian then. We gonna stay away from it, period, because we can't fulfill the Torah on properly processing and slaying this animal.
Facts.
You see, that's what all that was about, and that's why I went to homilies and all that. You know what I mean? Simple.
Yeah, fact. Over his pay grade right there.
And we on the toughest environment. It's source up or shut up.
And case in point, that's the thing. So regardless of what he talking about, like nigga, this is the source period. You stuck on the word pseudo. You just stuck on that word, but that ain't. You didn't disprove his point. That's the thing.
And when there had been much disputing, Peter rose up and said, men and brethren, you know how a good while God made a choice among us that the Gentiles by my mouth. So Peter, James agreed with Paul that Paul should go to the Gentiles. So in Galatians 2:9, when he says, for he that wrought effectually Peter the apostleship of the circumcision, the same was mighty in me and the Gentiles, that's what they agreed to in the book of Acts. That's Bible. That's Bible. Let's go further.
Pause it. But see, look, he didn't keep reading. If you keep reading down in the book of Acts, the 15th chapter, you're going to run right into Barnabas and Paul getting into it. And it says the contention was so short.
Well, he went back to that and then go back down again?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about, the Acts 15. Like, you know, they was all in agreement. They gave them the right hands of fellowship. You know what I mean? They all rolling together, bro. But as you keep reading the story, they have a falling out.
Right.
That's what he's not dealing with. You are up early with it. You not you don't thoroughly keep reading, finish what you're reading.
And then you addressed that already. So why would he try to go back and, you know what I mean? Like that, like you ain't say that, like he ain't hear that.
Yeah, because he could, bro.
I want to go. Oh, wait. Now we're going to go. This is Acts 15:12. Then all the multitude had kept silence and gave Barnabas and Paul declaring what miracles and wonders God had wrought among the Gentiles. And they held their peace. And James saying, men and brethren, hearken unto me. Simeon hath declared how God at first did visit the Gentiles. Now James is certifying Paul. And the title is according to the law. So what James is quoting is in Amos, the 9th chapter, about building the residue of the nation of Israel. So when Paul goes to those Israelites or those Gentiles, he's building the residue of Israel according to Amos 9:11, according to Isaiah 59:20, when it says in the Redeemer, which his homily says Christ is not the Redeemer, but it says the Redeemer shall return to Zion. Let's keep going. Now, what I'm showing is there is no conflict, even in the doctrine. So 1 Peter 1:10, it says, of which salvation the prophets have inquired and searched diligently, who prophesied of grace that should come unto you. Let's see what Paul says. Paul says, I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you unto grace unto Christ. The only grace you can have that Peter would tell you is from Christ. The only grace that you can have from Paul is from Christ. Romans 11:6. And if by grace, then it is no more of works. Galatians 5:4, Christ has become of no effect unto you. So Paul is still I'm sorry, whosoever of you are justified by the law are fallen from grace, because Christ represents that grace, the same grace Peter is talking about. John 1:17, for the law was given by Moses, but grace and truth came by Jesus Christ. Again, that's harmony. He has to show that conflict. Acts 15:11. But we believe that through grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, shall we be saved.
So he's saying the law came through Moses, but grace and truth came through Jesus? Is that what he's saying?
That's what he just read.
Wouldn't that be something different though?
Yeah, you got the law coming through Moses, and what he read, the grace.
Grace.
Yeah, grace or something came through Jesus.
Grace and truth came through by Jesus Christ.
Right,
but oh man. That New Testament is a hobby. That shit is a lot.
Christ and Paul said the same exact thing. Where's the different doctrines at? Why ain't he showing this different doctrine yet? That's what I'm waiting to see. The different doctrine that he's saying is supposed to be different.
Now he being disingenuous. What you mean I ain't showed the different doctrine? I showed where he's contrary or hostile in opposition to the dietary law, and then I showed the circumcision. Right. Those are laws to Zoyak. That's the Torah. See, that's how I know you're not being silent. That's how I know you cut, because I just showed you. I just showed you clear opposition and hostility. Clear. Everybody saw. That's why everybody really had me winning that deal 65-35. Right. I came to your backyard, boy, and took 65% of your votes. That's your house. That's your backyard. You feel me? So, bro, right. Look, even by the time it was done, they had us 50-50. Boy, the fact that me as the underdog can walk into the ops backyard or front room and leave with 50% of the votes proves that, boy, I dusted you. You got dusted. You know what I mean? You got dusted. Because how in the hell I come up in if we was on a neutral platform, it'd have been 80-20. All day. So, man, look, I feel good, bro. I went into the enemy's house. I went into the enemy's backyard. I'm the underdog over there.
Right.
Because Zoyak been on HOK for 10 plus years.
Right.
And he the top Israelite in the community. If he ain't the top, he's one of the top. And y'all mean to tell me minutes before it's over, we got the screenshots, Maccabee up 65% of the votes. By the time it was over, I get 50% of the votes. But even with that means I crushed you if I can come into your house and take 50%. I took half the votes home with me.
Exactly. First go round. First round debate. So need you to be having debates in and out the years, and first encounter, nigga get dropped like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Even with the poor, James 2, if a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, and one depart in silence. Now, Paul is James is talking about the poor. Romans 15:25. But now I go into Jerusalem to minister unto the saints. Romans 15:26, where they pleased him of Macedonia and Achaia to make a certain contribution for the poor saints which are at Jerusalem. Now they both taking care of the poor. Where is the conflict that they supposed to have? I still ain't seen it. We're going to get to that meats in a second. I know y'all waiting, but I want to show y'all how they were in complete harmony. Acts 11:28. And there stood one of them, Agabus, and signified through the Spirit that they should be great dearth throughout all the world, which came to pass in the days of Claudius Caesar. Then the disciples, every man according to his ability, determined to send relief. So now they're gathering money to go to Judea, which also they did and sent it to the elders by the hands of Barnabas and Saul. So if Paul is in conflict, why are they giving him the money to take back to Judea? If there's a conflict, if there's an issue, there ain't no issue. Acts 13:1, there was at church in Antioch, prophets and teachers, Barnabas and Simeon and Saul. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, Verse 2, and they ministered to the Lord and fasted. The Holy Spirit said, separate me and Barnabas and Saul for the work whereunto I called them. And when they had fasted and prayed, they sent them on their way. Wait till I read the next verse. So they sent them forth by the Holy Spirit, departed unto Seleucia. From thence they sailed to Cyprus. And when they were at Salamis, they preached the word in the synagogues of the Jews. Verse 25. And Barnabas and Saul returned from Jerusalem when they fulfilled their ministry, and they took with them John. Now that's another disciple. I thought Paul was in conflict and didn't rock with the apostles, but clearly he's with Barnabas, he's with John, he's with Ananias, he's with Peter. They calling him his beloved. He has to show where the conflict is at. Now, for time's sake, let me drop down. So now here we go. 1 Timothy 4:1. Now the Spirit speak expressly that in latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits.
Notice that he's everywhere where he's going, he's early in his mission. He ain't like he's not realizing as this thing go on, Paul decides to start teaching his own version and his own thing.
Right.
He's in Acts 11. He's in Acts 13. By the time you get to the bottom of Acts 15, after the Jerusalem Council, he had already fell out with Barnabas.
Right.
You feel me? So again, he talking about, I don't know, but he don't know the Bible because all he had to do was keep reading. And as you keep reading, you see, say, hold on, now this thing done changed.
And see, that's the thing. He's not laying out that premise. He's just reading verses to show how he, like you say, before they fell out.
Yeah.
But you're not laying the premise out to show, like, when did he get with the disciples? How did the ministry go to all the way to the end of the nigga life, or when the last mention, show how everything was consistent. But when you just show that there was contention that's thick in the air, that's a red flag right there.
Yeah, and then whatever I'm showing, he just decides to ignore. So he's not debunking anything.
Right.
He ain't debunking nothing. He's just running his mouth. That's all he's doing. He's just running his mouth. You know what I mean?
Thanks.
Speaking in lies, having their conscience. Now, for verse 3, forbidden to marry and commanding to abstain from meats. Commanding to abstain from meats is different than saying don't eat meat sacrificed to idols, which I'm going to touch in my next slide. You cannot tell us, an Israelite, that he cannot eat meat according to the law. That's why verse 3 says, which God had created.
Bruh, the Leviticus 17 I went to, y'all, and the Leviticus 7, I never said you can't eat meat, Tazarych. You feel me? If you going by the flesh laws, then the meat that you chewing on, genius, has to be processed and prepared a certain way, or it's considered offered to an idol. Right. I don't go by meat laws because I don't eat flesh. But since you chewing on animal sandwiches, since you chewing on loin meat, then you need to be thanking me because I just showed you in the law that unless it's processed this way, it's offered to a devil.
Right.
You see? So all that him getting loud, you got to show, can't tell an Israelite can't eat meat according to the law. I just showed you in the law that your so-called clean animals you chewing on is all predicated on it being processed, slaughtered, and prepared right. If it's not done like that, it is considered, biblically speaking, food offered to devils.
And then after 3 days, the shit, you can't eat the shit.
After 3 days is an abomination. And that's talking about lamb. That's talking about goat. That's talking about oxen. That's talking about all the clean meat these niggas eat.
That's crazy.
So if I was to ask him, according to the Bible, can lamb be considered an abomination? He'd have said, oh, hell no. He don't know nothing about none of this, bro.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
To be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. For every creature of God is to be received. Let me show y'all something. If y'all think I'm wrong, this is John 21:10. This is after Christ was resurrected. Yahushua said unto them, bring ye of the fish which ye have taught. So you telling me Christ is eating fish? But he's saying we can't eat meat?
Pause it. Now look at this. Even when you go to the law about eating fish, it tells you whatever you catch, you got to pour the blood out on the ground and cover it up.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if you're gonna run with the scenario that Jesus or Jeebus ate fish, or he did a miracle where he turned a few stinking pieces of fish into thousands in the desert, You know what I mean? What a lot of people don't know is that same story is told over in the Nazarene literature, and it was never fish. Never fish. It was some dried fruit and berries and some bread.
That would make sense.
Which makes more sense because again, if he done resurrected and he's supposed to be an angel, according to Psalm 78, verse 17 through 25, angel food is manna. It's not flesh.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So again, there are several inconsistencies in the book. See, as long as he has an understanding of where the Bible's infallible, I don't have that understanding. So when it comes down to trying to defend something to make something make sense when it don't make sense, I'm not under that burden anymore.
Right.
I can call it and say, yeah, you got a contradiction right there, bro.
Right.
You know what I mean? And if you're going to believe he ate fish after death, then he had to take the fish to get properly processed, don't you? If you ever been fishing before, don't you got to cut the fish open, take the guts out?
Facts.
That's processing, Tazarych.
Facts.
So even if he did resurrect and eat some fish, you better believe that fish had to be properly processed. But he was a spirit eating some fish. Stop it. That's
the spirit body got a digestive tract.
You heard me?
Fish is lawful. Let me go back down. Yo, what is going on? Let me go back down. So now in Leviticus, the 11th chapter, it says, speak unto the children of Israel. These are the beasts which ye shall eat. Verse 47 is the conclusion of the whole matter, to make a difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beasts that may be eaten and not eaten. So no Israelite can tell me that you cannot eat meat, because God gave us the rules and laws for what meat we can eat and what meat we can't eat. Romans 14:1, it says, him that is weak in the faith receive ye, but not to doubtful disputations. Again, y'all have to remember, we read these, the New Testament as a collective. But when it was first written, it was written as letters. So if I write a letter to Sinetta and a letter to Malachi, the letter to Malachi is going to be things concerning him. The letter to Sinetta is going to be things concerning him. But if somebody combine them, you can't now turn it into something different. So in Romans 14:1, the doubtful disputation, verse 2, for one believeth that he may eat all things, another who is weak eateth herbs. I can eat all things. What things can I eat? All things lawful. The doubtful dispute is if I decide to eat fish like Christ ate fish, or if I decide to eat a lamb, or if you keep the Passover, you got to eat lamb, you got to eat meat if you're going to eat the Passover.
You just disproved that already. You disproved that already. Go ahead, King.
Yeah. That's already been proven, right? Well, here, I want to show y'all something else. See, that boy don't know.
You me share your screen.
Yeah. I'm gonna share the screen right here. It should be up. Let me show y'all something. I already was prepared for that boy. I said he probably gonna bring up Passover and all that. I told you Tazarych Maccabee set a bird trap for you, boy. I didn't set a bird trap for you. I knew it. I said, boy, I'm gonna run up on that boy one day and shut him down. Let me show y'all how those who don't eat flesh can still observe Passover. Huh? Somebody better tell him I dudes this, boy. Look at that. I already had it prepared. This is my exact doc from yesterday. Let's examine the Passover real quick, and then I'm gonna let him keep rolling. But I mean, you be having to do this to adjust him on the fly, because to some feeble-minded people it may sound good. Look at this. Right. Passover, Jeremiah 7:21 through 22. This is what the Lord of heaven's armies, the God of Israel, says: take your burnt offerings and your other sacrifices and eat them yourselves. For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them, in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. The Passover is a sacrifice. And the day we came out of Egypt is supposedly the Passover. Now look, again, source up or shut up. I'm coming through. Now, I ain't just in the Bible, KJV. I ran through several versions of the Bible yesterday, didn't I? This is another one. This is the Holy Bible from the ancient Eastern text. George M. Lances of the Peshitta. All right, this is Jeremiah 7:21 and 22. Look what it's saying there. It says right here, thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices and eat meat which I did not command your fathers to eat. Verse 22. Neither did I command them concerning either burnt offerings or sacrifices in the day when I brought them up out of the land of Egypt. You was never commanded to sacrifice some animals and start chewing on loin meat. So look at this. From our perspective, the Creator never commanded the slaying of innocent animals, nor does the Creator need any blood to act peaceful with his creation. Now, let's show a biblical example of a Passover without the shedding of blood. That would be fair, wouldn't it? Look at this. Source. What's that? What's that? Big homie C-Lock?
Well, hold up. You still got the blue light up there.
Oh, dang. Do I? Oh, see, dang. Let me roll back now.
Yeah. Pull that back up.
Let me roll on back now. Hold on.
Because I'm like, wait a minute. Like that. Yeah, put it back up. It's all good. Yeah, run that back.
Yeah,
shit.
Run that back. Let's do that back real quick. Let me show you how this, man.
We ain't on nobody time schedule.
Here we go. Here. So this is on the rebuttal doc, y'all. I had this already ready. I knew he was gonna ask about Passover, but he did it kind of real quick and got up out of there. You know what I mean? So it's Passover, Jeremiah 7:21 and 22, the New and Living Translation, and the KJV. All right, now check this out. Check this out. This is what the Lord of heaven's armies, the God of Israel, says. Take your burnt offerings and your other sacrifices and eat them yourselves. For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. Another Bible. I was in all type of Bibles yesterday. Holy Bible from the ancient Eastern text, George M. Lanza's, the Peshitta, from the Aramaic. So this is older than the KJV that Tazarych peddles around. The Masoretic text, the Peshitta, is older than the Masoretic. Look what Jeremiah 7:21 and 22 says. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices and eat meat, which I did not command your fathers to eat. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Creator never commanded you to eat flesh. Neither did I command them concerning either burnt offerings or sacrifices in the day when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. Well, the Passover is a sacrifice, and the day we were brought out of the land of Egypt was Passover. Look at this. From our perspective, the Creator never commanded the slaying of innocent lambs, nor does the Creator need any blood to act peaceful with his creation. Now, let's show a biblical example of a Passover without the shedding of blood. That would be fair, wouldn't it, C-Law?
Facts.
What's that right there? What your boy got right there?
The Septuagint.
Oh,
Apocryphal. Wow.
Where you go with that Septuagint? For y'all that don't know, the Septuagint is the oldest form of the Old Testament in existence that's available to the public. The Septuagint is the Greek version of the Old Testament, and it is older than the Masoretic text that's in the KJV to this day. Any scholar will tell you that. The Septuagint predates the Masoretic. Okay? Now watch this. So this is still Bible. I'm talking about I ain't in the Bible. What's wrong with that boy? So we're going to go to Joshua 5. Right? We're going to go down to verse 10. Watch this. And the children of Israel kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening to the westward of Jericho on the opposite side of the Jordan in the plain. And they ate for the Passover, and they ate of the grain of the earth, unleavened and new corn. And this day, the Passover, the manna failed after they had eaten of the corn of the land, and the children of Israel no longer had manna, and they took the fruits of the land, the fruits of the land of the Phoenicians in that year. Where is a lamb being slain at in here? They kept the Passover and ate grain of the earth, unleavened and new corn. Y'all, what you're looking at is a fleshless Passover. Remember, what did Jeremiah 7 say? I didn't command y'all concerning sacrifices and burnt offerings when y'all came out of Egypt. It was never commanded by the Most High, ever. So right here in the Septuagint, y'all write that down. Somebody asked you to show me anywhere in the Bible where they had Passover without killing the lamb. I thought you never asked. Joshua 5 and 10 in the Septuagint. Huh? Now what he say? Body bag? That's a bag drop right there, boy. Because
Facts.
there are no lambs being slain right here at all.
Wow, that's crazy. And you didn't even get a chance to. Did you bring that out?
I didn't get a chance to. You
That's
know what I mean?
crazy.
You know how them debates go. That's why we need to start doing the presentations.
Yeah.
You know what I
Because
mean?
imagine if you would have had an hour layout presentation. Come on.
Yeah, I will let him have his hour. Let me have my hour.
Exactly.
Right. So now
he would have ran out. He would have been burnt out after about like 20 minutes.
Yeah, he wouldn't have had nothing. So you see, I just went to the Bible and showed at one example of Passover being kept without lambs being slaughtered. I went to the Bible first. Then I go to outside sources. I did it the whole debate. I go to the Bible first, then go to the sources to further validate my claim. So I just went to the Bible and showed what? A fleshless Passover, right? Now I can go to a source outside the Bible and further validate my claim. Look at this. The Gospel of the Nazarenes. Chapter 6, childhood and youth of Yahshua the Nazarene. Look at this, y'all. Verse 1. Look at this. Now, Joseph and Mary, his parents, went up to Jerusalem every year at the feast of the Passover, and they observed the feast after the manner of their brethren, who abstained from bloodshed and the eating of flesh and from strong drink. Huh? Huh?
Got him.
How does a vegetarian observe Passover? See, they'll have you thinking you can be a vegetarian except for Passover. On Passover,
and hold on, this still a Septuagint?
Nah, this is in the Gospel of the Nazarene.
Oh God, yeah, facts.
So I went to the Septuagint first, and then went to the Gospel of the Nazarenes to show, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Hey, look, they kept a fleshless Passover in the Bible, and they kept a fleshless Passover in the sources that I be going to.
Wow.
And when you get into deeper studies, when you finally get into Owaspy, you're going to see the Creator never commanded Moses to slay no lamb. Moses did that and cursed Pharaoh.
Right.
He cursed him, and that curse followed him after death too.
Right.
And then Moses had to do a redemptive work to get him up out of that curse.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But all that validates what Jeremiah said. Jeremiah says that it was never commanded to offer burnt offerings and sacrifices when you left Egypt. Right? We go to the Septuagint. We show the children of Israel keeping Passover, and not one lamb has been killed. We go to the Gospel of the Nazarenes, and we show Yahshua and his family keeping Passover, and not one lamb is on a plate. You see that? Easy work, bro. Easy work. So I already knew. I already was ready for him. He did. I already was ready for him. So he bring up Passover, got him. You dig? And then y'all got the sources now. Just look at the sources. All right, go right to the Septuagint. Y'all know Joshua 5, verse 10 through 11. Now, verse 10 through 12. Israel did not chew on lamb for Passover in Joshua 5, 10 through 12. Feel that? If you got an understanding, give me a vortex up in the chat.
Give that vortex. Easy work, man. That's a good point, yo. There's the millennium Western Jericho. They ate grain of the earth, leaving a new corn. Wow. Right there.
And see, again, it says in verse 10, the children of Israel kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening to the westward of Jericho on the opposite side of Jordan in the plain, and they ate. And they ate what they eat? Lamb chops, goat heads? No. And they ate of the grain of the earth, unleavened and new corn.
Wow.
So we have so if anybody still celebrate Passover and you feel like, well, I gotta eat lamb or I'm going to hell. No, the hell you don't. Why not? We got examples. Go to the Septuagint, Joshua 5, 10 through 12. They didn't eat lamb. You see, Jeremiah already told you that the Most High never commanded the slaughtering of no lamb. Don't let me get into Isaiah. Isaiah say he that kills a lamb as if he cut a dog's neck or something crazy like that.
He said a man who kills the ox is like he killed a man or some shit like that.
Yeah. So everybody, I see the vortices in the chat. Y'all see, we do have an example. We do have examples of Passover can be observed without the eating of flesh and the shedding of blood. We. All right, you can stop sharing that, bro. I just want to show that.
Killer.
So it says, let not him eateth despise him that eateth not, and let not him which eateth not judge him that eateth. So where's the conflict? All he's trying to do is get the brothers in Rome to stop beefing over one being a vegetarian and one being a meat eater. That's all he's doing. Verse 13, let us not therefore judge one another anymore, but judge this rather, that no man put a stumbling block. He's talking about bringing peace among brothers so they can stop arguing about a vegan versus a meat eater. That's all Romans the 14th chapter is talking about. When I go further, let me go down. Let me get his favorite first. Let me see if I get down to 1 Corinthians. I'm just trying to get down. So now in here, you have 1 Corinthians. I'm gonna go straight to 1 Corinthians 10. It says, what say then? The idol is anything, or that which is offered in sacrifice to idols is anything? Now, when you read 1 Corinthians 8, he's talking to people that have knowledge, but knowledge can puff you up and destroy your brother. So in 1 Corinthians, the 8th chapter, he's telling you not to eat meat offered unto idols. Let's see if in 1 Corinthians, the 10th chapter, he tells you not to eat meat. So now, in the verse that he says, whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. That's where he stopped. But that's not the point of the letter. You got to read the rest of the letter to get the point. He said, for the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. If any of them that believe not bid you to a feast, and you be disposed to go, whatsoever is set before you, eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. But if any man say unto you,
come on, bro.
Oh,
he just told on himself right there.
He did, bro. Damn. Damn.
He just disregarded the law.
He did. He said, whatever is set before you, eat it and don't ask no questions for conscience sake. For the earth, and the reason is, for the earth is the Lord's.
Right.
That's the reason. That's the reason. Come on, man. So if an unbeliever bids you to a feast and you just have a desire to go, whatever they put on that plate and put in front of you, boy, you better eat it. I don't care if it's hog head cheese. I don't care if it's a thigh of a man. We don't care if it's a pig ear listening sandwich. We don't care if it's loin meat. Whatever they put on your plate in front of you, you gotta eat that.
That's crazy. That's squid.
It's squid.
Oh man.
Watch this.
This is offered in sacrifice unto idols. Eat not.
Stop right there.
Eat not.
Stop right there. Just because someone tells you it's offered to an idol doesn't mean that's not what makes it offered to an idol.
Mm-hmm. You
feel me? Right. So in other words, Paul is saying, as long as don't nobody tell you it's offered to an idol, you cool. As long as they don't tell you, you cool. But if they tell you, hey, this really offered to Buddha, then hey, you know what I mean, you can't eat that. Listen to
That's crazy.
And let the whole family understand. That's why I went to Leviticus chapter 17 and Leviticus 7 and did the breakdown about the dietary law and then showed the Maccabees following that same dietary law. Because it ain't in somebody telling you that it's sacrificed to an idol. Especially today. Don't nobody even talk like that.
Right.
Like who you know today that's gonna come out and tell you, oh, this is sacrifice to Mithras.
Right.
Oh, this is sacrifice to the Mother Mary.
Facts.
Ain't nobody finna come out like that. Y'all, what makes it offered to an idol is it hasn't been properly processed according to the Torah. It hasn't been slaughtered, processed, and prepared how the Torah says it's supposed to. So it makes it offered unto an idol. It's not offered to an idol just because somebody tell you it is.
Right.
And it's like, and if that's the case, as long as they don't say nothing to you, as long as they don't say nothing to you, then based off Paul's logic, it's free game. You cool. As long as they don't tell you it's offered to an idol, nigga, you can eat.
Oh man, this nigga over here got niggas over here fucked up.
Because all y'all don't know what he's looking at, y'all.
No, he don't.
Know. You know what I mean? He ain't slowed down and looked at the other side. If Paul is saying this, then that means he's reacting to something.
Right.
He's saying this, that means he's reacting to somebody else saying that he's teaching opposite.
Exactly.
See, he ain't looking at the scriptures like that. He's just looking at them at face value, but you're not looking at what he not saying. See, that's how I study. I look at what he ain't saying.
Right.
Hold on, what the fuck? You know, hold on. What's the flip side of the coin?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, bro.
Killing them, bro. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
So if the meat is sacrificed unto idols, Paul is saying, eat not. Where's the conflict? Where's it at? And he says, eat not for his sake and for conscience sake. So for you and him, for the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. Conscience, I say, not thine own, but for the other. For why?
Don't eat it. So he don't say don't eat it because you stand in jeopardy of being cut off. Don't eat it because it's abomination. He said don't eat it for the sake of the nigga that serves you that food. He's saying don't eat it for the sake of the man who showed you the plate, who gave you the plate.
Wow.
So it's really on the server of the meal to tell you. It's really on the cat who's serving the meal to you. Hey, by the way, this is some Dionysus lamb chops, man.
I gotta abstain from that.
Yeah, I can't eat that now. You know what I mean? No, it ain't in what nobody's saying, y'all. It's in if it's been processed properly. It ain't in talk. Paul got y'all thinking it's in talk. It's not in talk. It ain't got nothing to do with your mouth. Easy work. All you gotta do is slow him down.
Shit. He said they got nothing to do with talk.
Is my liberty judged of another man's consciousness? So where's the conflict? Why is he cherry picking scriptures? That's the part that bugs me out about this whole thing. Why is he cherry picking to make it seem like Paul is against the apostles? But when we read,
all right, time moving into the third and final round. First, let me say this real quick. Y'all know Khalid Omani is one of my teachers. By no means should you be timing out Khalil Omani. He's on his other account, Khalil the Pork Bellies. No one should be timing out Khalil Pork Bellies. That's my brother right there. That is my brother right there. So without any further ado, Malaki Maccabee.
Yes, sir.
This is your third and final round.
Get it straight, baby. All right, here, let me pull this up. Let me go ahead and respond to Zaryak real quick, and then I'm gonna jump back into my round. Let me pull this up in Second Maccabees, chapter 5.
H. Millett, you said that's not him? All right. Thank you. I'm gonna call him right now and see if that's him. Go ahead, brother. I'm gonna start when you start.
All right, hold on 1 second and pull it up. All right, I'm responding to Zaryak real quick, man. Easy work, brother. All right, Second Maccabees 5. It should be sharing now, side. Let me know if it's up.
There you go. Time will start when you start.
All right, so Second Maccabees 5:21. So when Antiochus had carried out of the temple 1,800 talents, he departed in all haste unto Antiochia, weaning in his pride, to make the land navigable and the sea passable by foot. Such was the haughtiness of his mind. And then you start seeing what's going on in Jerusalem, going on with the temple. Look what Judah Maccabee in them did. And this man is a priest in the wilderness with livestock. So he knows how to slaughter an animal if he wants some flesh. But because the temple was under attack, how did he eat? But Judah Maccabee with 9 others or thereabout withdrew himself into the wilderness and lived in the mountains after the manner of beasts with his company, who fed on what? Herbs continually, lest they should be made partakers of the pollution. Yeah, to Zaryak, you do have laws in the Bible or laws of meat, but all that is predicated on if it has been processed properly. I went to Leviticus the 17th chapter and Leviticus the 7th chapter to show you that none of the meat anybody is eating today has gone.
You cleared it up right there. You were reminded of that. It's refreshing.
That's the example right there, y'all. So when I went to Leviticus and showed how if you got to bring it to the door of the tabernacle, and the priest got to perform a ritual by sprinkling blood and fat and flesh, and you got to do all this so it won't be considered unclean or offered to an idol, right? I went to Leviticus and showed it. Then I go to Second Maccabees 5:21 and verse 27 and show Judah Maccabee and them actually understood the breakdown that I just gave. They lived by it. Why? Because verse 21 says the temple was under attack. If the temple was under attack, they can't bring none of their flesh and none of their meat to the priest to properly perform this preparation ritual.
Right.
But what did they do? They ate herbs continually to avoid what? Defilement and pollution. See? And in our case today, y'all, there is no temple, there are no priests, there is no altar. So guess what? You ain't supposed to be chewing on meat at all today. Hey, if Judah Maccabee didn't do it for the 3 years he was at war with the Greeks, what make you think you can do it now and you don't have a temple?
Right.
You don't have an altar. You don't got no priests. That's why the bros and them was just vegetarian. It's too much to go through to make sure your meat cool. So it's like, man, we might as well not even eat it.
Right. Especially back then, no refrigerators, no nothing.
No, none of that. So y'all, if you understand, I just showed practically a biblical example of them applying Leviticus 17. That is the meats offered to idols, bro. That's the chapter on meats offered to idols and what constitutes it. If you understand that I just showed a biblical example proving the breakdown I give is true, give me a vortex up in the chat. See, he skipped right past this, and this is supposed to be according to the law. See, like?
Exactly. See that? Yo, that's heavy, bro. That's what I said, man. That's mechanical right there, bro. Because you crippled them when you showed the 3 days after the meet. You know what I mean? That ended it right there. So now it's like you got to show niggas, you know, doing anything eating meat before them 3 days.
And that's what I'm saying. Every Passover, every feast day. Hell, some of us got deep freezers full of flesh. Been in there a whole year.
Right.
You know what I mean? So no, that's part of the Torah they stay away from. These niggas talking they rocking law and keeping law. But that shows you that the Nazarenes and them looked at law or Torah different. They looked at it different than the average.
And hold up, did they eat the Passover lamb? Because didn't on the Passover they killed the goat on the 10th day?
Yeah, they selected it on the 10th day and killed it on the 14th day.
Right, got you. Okay.
You know what I mean?
They ate it in the evening.
So we see vortices in the chat. People understand. Like the second Maccabees proved the Leviticus 17 and in Leviticus 7 about the peace offerings and meats offered to idols, because Judah Maccabee and them, when the temple was under attack, they didn't eat no flesh. It says right in there, they ate only herbs continually to avoid defilement. See, bagging down. It sound good. It really didn't. It was kind of dry. You can tell he was reaching. But for anybody that thought Cap did something, it sounded good to you until we slow him down.
Facts.
See, he can't slow me down and do the same thing I'm doing with him.
But see, I don't think no other Israelite would have brought that what you brought out with the Leviticus law. It showed that. Because I don't think niggas are savvy to that like that. Nah, they would have overlooked that.
They not, bro. You know what I mean? So, and look, and that's where the Jewish people get the whole idea of kosher from. They get it out of Leviticus.
That's deep, yo.
Get out of Leviticus. Go ahead, bro.
Powerful.
Through the proper preparation according to the law. And that's what James was talking about in the book of Acts, dealing with Paul. I went to the pre-Christian library, the Pseudo-Clementines, to show that Peter is actually teaching what James told Paul to teach. Also, you got to get a historical and a chronological timeline going on, bro. You're talking about it at a time when Paul came through, got the right hand of fellowship, but as he went forward, he became more and more hostile. You also said,
there you go. You clear that up again. You showing the premise. You laying the premise out. Like, look, the niggas start off cool, but then you're totally ignoring the hostility parts. Cap think he's slick. He's trying to stick to the jolly good old days instead of dealing with the turmoil and shit.
Yeah, and acting like I'm just I've been deceived or something. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not reading what I'm reading. Nah, bro, I see what you're doing. You sticking early and you ain't going forward. If you go forward with them, you gonna run right into all that hostility. Like, dang, dude, really don't go. You know what I mean?
Didn't show any type of hostility. What's wrong with you? Galatians 5:12, Paul is calling for the castration of anyone teaching the gospel of circumcision. That's hostile. Castration means to remove your love muscle and your testes. When you go to Galatians 2:13, Paul is calling James, Barnabas, and Peter hypocrites. The word is dissimulation. Look it up. It's hypocrites. He also cursed them because they came with another doctrine or another gospel. Let me share my round. Let me show them around and let's jump on into this, man. Easy work. You feel me? I can answer all that on the fly. And also remember this, Tazarych. Let me help you out real quick. The apostles were already sent out amongst the nations to teach. There was no need for Paul to come in doing his own thing. You know what I mean? Gentile protocol, round 3. Now look at this right here. How much time I got, Si?
You got 12 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay, let's go. Round 3. Is Paul even a true apostle? Let's look at the requirements. Acts chapter 1, 21 through 26, headshot. Wherefore these men which have companied with us all the time that the Master Yahshua went in and out among us, beginning from the baptism of John until that same day that he was taken up from us, must one be ordained to be a witness with us of his resurrection. And they appointed 2, Joseph called Barsabas, who was surnamed Justus, and Mattathias. And they prayed and said, Thou, Lord, which knowest the hearts of all men, show whether these 2 thou hast chosen, that he may take part of this ministry to Tazarych and apostleship, from which Judah by transgression fell, that he might go to his own place. And they gave forth their lots, and the lot fell on Mattathias, and he was numbered with the 11 apostles. Apostleship, no excuses. 1, had to be a day 1. Had to be a day 1. Had to be around and witness the Messiah coming in and going out amongst the other apostles. 2, had to witness the Messiah's baptism. 3, had to witness the Messiah's ascension. 4, Joseph and Mattathias were selected by the apostles. So obviously they were around to be witnesses. 5, the apostles prayed and then cast lots. 6, the lot fell on Mattathias. He becomes the 12th apostle. This was the ordination process an apostle had to go through. Does Paul of Tarsus meet the requirements of being an apostle? No. Did Paul of Tarsus go through any ordination process to become an apostle? No. Saul's whole claim to being an apostle was solely based on his revelation and not on the requirements based above. Galatians 1, 11 through 12, Saul of Tarsus defends his ministry. But I certify you, brethren, that the gospel which was preached to me is not after man. Verse 12, for I neither received it of man, neither was I taught it, but by the revelation of Jesus Christ. According to Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. 1, the gospel he preaches doesn't come after mortal men. 2, he didn't receive his gospel from mortal men. 3, nor was he taught what he preaches by mortal men. Admitting this means he wasn't taught by the apostles of the Messiah, nor of the earthly Yahshua before he was murdered. Saul's whole claim to Tazarych to being an apostle was based on his revelation that he experienced on the famous road to Damascus. A self-proclaimed apostle with 3 different conversion stories. Acts chapter 9. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. Acts chapter 9 and 7. Acts chapter 9 and 7. According to this conversion account about Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. A light from heaven surrounded Saul. Saul fell to the earth and heard the voice of Jesus. The men with him didn't fall. The men with him heard the voice of Jesus, but didn't see Jesus. Acts 22. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. Acts 22 and 9. According to this conversion account about Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. A great light from heaven surrounded Paul. The men with him saw that light. Saul falls to the ground. Saul heard the voice of Jesus. The men with Saul didn't hear the voice of Jesus. Clear contradiction. Acts 26. And when we were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? It is hard for thee to kick against the goads or the pricks. Acts 26 and 14. According to this conversion account about Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. Acts the 26th chapter. A light from heaven surrounded Saul and those with him. They all fell to the earth. As anyone can see, these 3 conversion revelation accounts contradict each other. Why is this so important? Remember what Saul of Tarsus said earlier. His apostleship and the gospel he preaches is solely and wholly based on his revelation. If his conversion account, if his revelation account has holes in it, then we must naturally question his authority or apostleship. Let's take a closer look to Tazarych.
Oh man, it's about to get ugly right here, bro.
Man, it's about to get real ugly, boy.
You set that up. You set that up lovely right there.
Walking right on into it. We're talking about this vision this man had. He's quoting some Greek playwriters.
Yeah, you set the premise of that lovely with the goddamn first went into the vision. All right, we set that. Now we're gonna go into what this nigga's saying, bro. This is crazy.
What is this? It is hard for thee to kick against the goads or the pricks. Acts 26:14, you are hurting yourself by kicking against the goads. Source, Blue Letter Bible. G27:59, the word for pricks, as in the Greek writings, and iron goad for urging and oxen. Look at this. You see that CF down there? It says Pindar. It says Aeschyles. It says Euripides, and it says Terence. These are the Greek poets and philosophers responsible for that phrase, kick against the pricks. Who was Pindar? Look at Pindar. Look at this right here. Lived 518 to 438 BC, was an ancient Greek.
518 to 438 BC. Now keep in mind, the Tanakh was written in 450 BC with the men of the Great Assembly. So while the Tanakh was being written, niggas in Greece over here quoting, kicking the pricks or whatever, however that shit go. That's crazy.
Lyric poet. Look at this right here. Aeschyles lived from 525 to 456, was an ancient Greek tragedian, often described as the father of tragedy. There you is. Paul claiming the Messiah appeared to him, quoting these niggas, some Greek cats. Look at this. Euripides was a tragedian of classical Athens, along with Aeschyles. He is one of the three ancient Greek tragedians for whom any plays have survived in full. He in here quoting Greek playwrights, talking about the Messiah appeared to him. Look at this right here. Terence, Publius Terence Afer, better known in English as Terence, was an African Roman playwright during the Roman public. Now look at this right here. Look at this right here. Source, St. Paul in Greek Literature by Rendell Harris, 1927, headshot. St. Paul and Pindar. In the account of the conversion of St. Paul on the way to Damascus, we are told in the 9th chapter of the Acts that a light of dazzling brightness shone about him, and at the same time the voice of the celestial Jesus asked the searching question, why persecutest thou as me? And declared that it was hard for him, like a restive beast, to kick against the goads. This speech was said to be delivered to the consciousness of Paul in the Hebrew language, but it is turned at all events in its Lucan form into a verse, or what looks like a verse of Greek poetry. But as it was said to be Hebrew, the words pass for a common proverb, which might just as well be Hebrew as Greek. Do not Jewish oxen resent government and guidance? Why put them into a Greek dress? The sentiment in questions occurs in 2 or 3 Greek poets. First of all, it's in Aeschylus' Prometheus, Vinctus, and in the Agamemnon. And second, it is in Pindar in the second of his Pythian odes. And the third, in a nearly equivalent form, it is found in the Bouquet of Euripides. So that we need not trouble anymore about Christ speaking Hebrew. For Paul has translated what he says he heard from the Lord. When he is on his trial, he repeats the translation. So we have an acquaintance on his part with a Greek proverb, which occurs in Greek literature, and we should at once conceive an acquaintance with Greek literature. If it were not that the proverbial form need not to be confined to a book. So we read in Acts, against the goads, 'tis hard for thee to kick. And then we compare Aeschylus, against the goads, thou stretchest out thy leg. Kick not against the goads, Agamemnon. While in Euripides, we have better slave victims under him than kick against the goads, man against God, the Bouquet. And in Pindar, we are told that it is best to bear lightly the yoke that resteth on one's neck. For as you know, it is a slippery course to kick against the goads or the bricks. Look at this. Look at this right here. It says, when one looks over these passages.
That was a bad drop right there, bro. That was a killer.
Man.
That was a killer. That's a death blow right there. That's serious.
Yeah, man. Because again, don't forget his whole claim to being an apostle, y'all, is that vision he had. And in the vision, Messiah, first century Judean Israelite Mashiach, revolutionary leader, appeared to this man he never met in the flesh, quoting some Greek playwrights from 5 centuries earlier.
That's crazy.
Nah, dude. I don't want to wait. One of the next classes we doing is about that. We gonna read through that book right there. I got up on the screen because this is one example of Paul dealing with the Greek philosophy. Man, all through his letters, that's all he doing.
Man, that was a powerful one right there, bro. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Man,
this
what took all the air out of him. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Notice he didn't even respond to that.
Right. There's a lot of shit he didn't respond to.
Mm-hmm.
The nigga was a revolutionary, severe preacher in the flesh, speaking Aramaic. Come back in spirit, quoting some 5th century Greek poem. How? Yo, that's crazy, huh? All right. Yeah, yo, that's crazy.
By the occurrence of the figure of the ox goad to represent the mastery of God or fate over a recalcitrant will. The word recalcitrant expresses in Latin the same thing as the kicking of the goad does in Greek. How significant that Europeans speak of a man raging against God. That is almost exactly the language with which the 9th chapter of the Acts opens when it says that Saul, breathing out slaughter and threats against the disciples of the Lord, may we not say that he was converted in Greek and that he was Hellenist from the start. His subconscious mind was under the influence of Greek literature. Not only does Paul not meet the requirements of being an apostle, his only claim to apostleship is the revelation of Jesus Christ he had on the road to Damascus. When we examine all 3 accounts side by side, they contradict each other. To make matters worse, during his spiritual encounter, Paul says Christ spoke to him in Hebrew, quoting 4 Greek poets from 500 years earlier. So we are to believe that the Judean Israelite Messiah of the 1st century in Palestine, whom Paul never met, appeared to him from heaven, quoting Greek poets. Tazarych, that's like you having a dream about Malcolm X appearing to General Yohana, teaching him the doctrine of white power. Stop that. Saul openly defends his ministry.
Wow, that was a backdrop right there. That was it right there. So.
And I wanted to say, nigga, please.
I seen that. I was like, he gonna say it?
Sign me on one now. Don't say nigga, don't say man. Look.
Yo, you basically cooked all 3 rounds. You shut them down. You backed them down all 3 rounds, even in the rebuttals. He ain't addressed nothing you say except the shit he could probably the circumcision, the meat shit, but this type of shit he ain't addressing this, man. Okay. He ain't addressing the real shit.
And boldly declares the gospel he preaches wasn't given to him by a mortal man. 1 Corinthians 9, 1-5. Am I not an apostle? No, you're not. Am I not free? Have I not seen Jesus Christ our Lord? Or not ye my work in the Lord? He admits his authority as an apostle was being questioned, and that the church at Corinth is his work, or as he puts it, my work. Verse 2. If I be not an apostle unto others, yet doubtless I am to you. For the seal of mine apostleship, or ye in the Lord. He admits that he's not an apostle unto others, and that the church of Corinth is the proof or seal of his apostleship, and not the above requirements. Amplified Bible. This is my defense to those who would put me on trial and interrogate me concerning my authority as an apostle. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Look at Paul again. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. Now we know who the real apostles are. So who is Paul talking about? 2 Corinthians 11, 4-5. For if he that come preaches another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or if you receive another spirit, which you have not received, or another gospel, which you have not accepted, you might well bear with him. Saul admits to Tazarych there is another Jesus, with another.
You know, that's a good point, because he said if you preach the Jesus that we have not preached.
Yeah.
You're right. There is 2 Jesus, because the Jesus he's talking about is a ghost.
Yeah.
The Jesus the bro's dealing with is who lived in the flesh, documented in history.
Yes. And Paul is admitting there are 2 different Jesuses, the one he preached and the one the apostles talk about.
Wow. Yeah. This nigga trying to defend the lie. He trying to turn the lie into a truth.
Exactly. And that's why he can't get around it. You ain't willing to be real with yourself. You look, with all this information coming out, and you still gonna twist your lips and say, "Oh, I don't see no conflict." Nigga, you lying. That's it. You lying. You're in denial. Denial. Don't even know I am lying. That's what you in.
Don't even know I am lying. That's what denial. That's the acronyms of denial.
Denial, yeah. DENIAL. Don't even know I am lying.
Man, that may have to be turned into like a Godspell type of category and shit. Have a series called Denial and just show.
I feel you. Because look, all this again, y'all.
What I'm reading, these are Paul's letters. He's admitting there is another Jesus with another spirit attached to another gospel, which is different from his. So this is a messianic beef. Paul ain't talking to no Pharisees. He ain't talking to no Sadducees. He's talking about a whole nother gospel, a whole nother Jesus, and a whole nother spirit.
Yo, let me tell you
what
something.
he's talking about.
Let me tell you something, bro. If I ever get a budget, a nice little budget for a film, yo, I'm doing this shit, my nigga.
Yeah.
I'm talking about some Hollywood shit, like the real deal Hollywood looking film shit, hire real actors. We got to do some shit, you know what I mean? The conspiracy of Paul had this nigga as an agent, show this nigga that he turned into Josephus at the end of the movie, some real slick shit, you know what I mean?
Have Tazarych play Paul.
No, hey, we gotta have Tazarych play Paul.
Have Tazarych play Paul.
Oh man, this shit is hilarious. Hold up.
Spirit attached to another gospel, which is different from his. So this is messianic beef. This ain't got nothing to do with no Pharisees and no Sadducees. Look at this, verse 5. For I suppose I was not a whit behind the very chiefest apostles. Saul throws them under the bus and calls them super apostles and says he is in no way inferior to the true apostles. This also proves the apostles are the ones preaching another gospel, as Saul's put it. Amplified Bible, the so-called super apostles. Yet I consider myself in no way inferior to the so-called super apostles. Look what verse 12 says. Good News Translation. I will go on doing what I am doing now in order to keep those other apostles from having any reason for boasting and saying that they work in the same way that we do. Saul is admitting he's working to undermine the apostles. Verse 13. For such are false apostles. That's that word pseudo is. Like you were talking about the Clementine homily, pseudo. Well, Paul is in Greek calling the apostles pseudo or fake. Like y'all call IUIC fake. The very phrase that got you Negro rolling around on the ground. This is hostile for such a false apostles.
Hey, that was hard. That was a nice comeback right there.
Yeah.
Let that nigga slide with that motherfucking Clementine pseudo shit. Fuck that, nigga. Got you.
Yeah, nigga. Hey, look, I already knew I'm about to walk that boy right into this left hook. Because I already knew that false apostles was coming up in the presentation.
Right.
Feel me? Nigga, all right, well, you want to call that fake? Well, Paul was calling the bros pseudo.
Right. And this is in Bible. The Clementine ain't Bible. That's an external source, but this is Bible.
This is Bible. And this is after the Acts 15 and Acts 13 he was reading. This is way after that. He calling the apostles because, look, y'all, even according to Paul, the apostles are the ones in Jerusalem. I mean, outside himself, he self-proclaims himself, but whenever he's talking about apostles, guess who he talking about?
Right.
He talking about them in Jerusalem.
Wow.
So the fact that he got false before the word apostles, who he talking about?
Right.
He just said in verse 12, he was working to undermine them.
Who's the them?
It says right there. If you scroll back up, it's in parentheses. It says apostles. See?
That's it right there.
There is another Jesus with another spirit attached to another gospel, which is different from his. So this is messianic beef. This ain't got nothing to do with no Pharisees and no Sadducees. Look at this, verse 5. For I suppose I was not a whit behind the very chiefest apostles. Saul throws them under the bus and calls them super apostles and says he is in no way inferior to the true apostles. This also means the apostles are the ones preaching another gospel, as Saul's put it. Amplified Bible, the so-called super apostles. Yet I consider myself in no way inferior to the so-called super apostles. Look what verse 12 said. Right here. Good News Translation. I will go on doing what I am doing now in order to keep those other apostles from having any reason for boasting and saying that they work in the same way that we do. Saul is admitting he's working to undermine. So pause real quick, Sheila. Verse 13. I got 12 chapter 12 of 2 Corinthians 11. I got it in the KJV up top, and then in the red is a different translation. I read the red translation, and in the red it talks about the them or the apostles.
Wow.
Yeah. So right before verse 13, the verse before that, he admits he's working to undermine them. That's what
wow. Told on himself.
such are false apostles. That's that word pseudo is. Like you was talking about the Clementine homily, pseudo. Well, Paul is in Greek calling the apostles pseudo or fake. Like y'all call IUIC fake. The very phrase that got you Negroes rolling around on the ground. This is hostile. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. According to Saul, the apostles transform, and so does Satan, making the apostles in league or one accord with Satan. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. Saul calls these same apostles servants or ministers of Satan and pronounces their judgment. Remember, the only true apostles, remember this, the only true apostles are the ones that rode with Yahshua doing his earthly ministry led by James the Just, Acts chapter 1, 21 through 26. So whenever Paul is mentioning apostles outside of him and his crew, he's talking about them. In closing, I have proven using Paul's letter, he is, as a primary source, he is a Herodian. He is a freeborn Roman citizen. He's anti-circumcision or against the law, and he's anti-dietary law. He also curses the apostles, and he admits to having a different gospel than the apostles, and how he feels about circumcision is that whoever teaches it deserves to be castrated.
God damn. God damn. Right at the buzzer too, boy. You can't tell me that nigga ain't show you ain't showing proof that this nigga broke the law. And it was hostile.
Hey, bagged him down, bro.
You showed him proof of that.
Yeah, man.
That was your third round?
That was my third.
Man, you got them bag him down on that shit. You wanna listen to some of the Q&A?
Yeah. We can. Matter of fact, I'm about to go ahead. I'm still listening. I gotta go run and grab my sons around the corner real quick.
You know what? Matter of fact, because I got niggas hit my line and shit.
I know, bro. We've been on here 5 hours, bro.
I know, right? Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do a part 2. We'll probably do a part 2 and hit the Q&A and play with that on a part 2.
We can do that. I'm gonna go live probably tomorrow or the next day and go over some of this Greek literature dealing with St. Paul. You know what I mean? So we can probably run the question and answer in the beginning of that and then get right into it. You know what I mean?
Got you. Say less. Let's do that then. Let's do that, man. Yo, this is an excellent build. You know what I mean? Victorious as always. The big homie did his thing. You know what I'm saying?
Creative gang, man. It's an honor to be on the team with you, brothers and sisters.
Check it though. We up right now because you just took down Cap. I took down Zion Lex, and them they two biggest motherfuckers right there. Creative gang looking good right now, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we closed the year out very, very strong.
Facts.
You know what I mean? And we on top right now. Them the top 2 Israelites in the community.
Yeah.
In the world, actually.
You see what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? So that
you came to their back door and handle them niggas.
Yeah, and look, it was real easy. I actually thought he was gonna put up more of a fight than that. I kind of was let down, like, bro, you supposed to be coming harder than that.
Yeah, he's simple, man.
If I show up, I'm coming to play ball.
Right.
I'm not around here playing horse with you, and you know what I mean? I'm coming to play ball, so I expected him to, you know what I mean, to be on point. So I was kind of disappointed, like, bro, you supposed to come harder than that. I don't know what you doing.
Yeah, I don't know, that nigga arrogance thinking like, you know what I mean, like he the number one, or I'm like, man, nigga, you the weakest link, my nigga. You easy work. You ran from me. You ran the Mally and got handled. So what is you saying right now?
Nothing.
What is none of y'all niggas saying? Ain't none of y'all got nothing for us. Put your hand on where your hand on the goddamn chopping block next. He ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, he for sure ain't gonna show face. And y'all, we done also caught these scholars lying on their sources. Zion Lex, Naphtali, you feel me? Tazarych showed up. But even here, he was being disingenuous with it. If he was real with it, he just would have never took the debate and said, let me study this a little bit. You know what I mean? Let me study this a little bit and then come on back outside and holler at you. Like, I ain't even hearing that. Now, you supposed to be like, bro, I ain't had no time to even look at what you're talking about. Let me look at it. And then once I see something, we can go ahead and have a conversation and then probably later on debate it. You feel me? But nah, bro, none of that. These cats are jumping out here taking these crazy ass topics, whether it's from a WASP or whether it's from the Bible, and Creative Gang is running through all of it with ease.
Easy work, yo. Easy fucking work, man. So salute on your victory. You know what I mean? Another win. When it comes to these scriptures, can't nobody deal with it. You know what I mean? We, Battle of the Holy Books. That was a prime example of Battle of the Holy Books right there. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. When we hooked up a few years ago, that's what I was talking about. Like Battle of the Holy Books, bro. We can get this going, get everybody with their books, get them on stage. Let's get the crowd asking questions, and whoever book got the most answers, that's what we rocking with.
Mm-hmm. That was an idea from Malaki Maccabee, everybody, the Battle of the Holy Books, and I found that, like, nigga, that's the best thing I ever said, because now that cuts out all the argument. You just, pull out chapter and verse and prove your God, you know what I'm saying, or whatever the topic is.
Exactly, bro. So it is what it is, man. I'm about to go ahead and slide up out of here. Hey, look, man, love y'all indeed and in truth. Love, light, power. And y'all look, Credit Gang is here now. You dig? Hey, we the ones setting the standard. You dig? They can be mad all they want, but they got to deal with us. You got to deal with us. And it's been shown. It's been shown, man. Look, we cutting through them boys like a knife through hot butter. Easy work.
Yeah, facts.
Easy work. But I King, I appreciate your slowdown, brother.
No doubt. We got a little sidetrack where, we went into the OWASP and all that, and
that's all good.
A little bit of stuff. And I was like, you know what? Let me get back to the topic. You know what I mean? But we made it make sense. You know what I mean? This the longest live we had in a minute right here.
I know. We over 5 hours, man. Let me go grab my sons real quick, bro. I'll get back with you, King.
All right, salute, King.
Salute, King.
Bless up, yo. Yes, family. So with that, family, we're going to go ahead and, wrap it up. Your boy Salah Shalom replayed the debate with Malaki Maccabee and Tazarych. As you can see, it was an easy win for Malaki. He proved that first he proved that Paul was an Edomite. He was an Adubian, you know what I mean? Because Paul admitted that he was a free Roman citizen. And in order to be a free Roman citizen, you had to come up under the Herodians. You had to come up under the agreement that Caesar had with Antipater, that he gave him Roman citizenship and he was free from taxes. And Paul is claiming that citizenship. He ain't say he was a Benjamite when them boys came and rolled up on him and asked him, were you a Roman? And he said, yeah, I'm a Roman. So he told on himself. We showed the identity of Paul, being pale skinned, reddish hair, like an Edomite. And then Mally showed how Paul went against the law and he was hostile towards the apostles. Easy work. You know what I'm saying? Let me play my commercial break before we head out. Make sure to get your bitters.
Bitter Sweet Herbals. What it tastes is bitter, but the results are sweet. BitterSweetHerbals.com.
Run the rhythm.
Bitter Sweet Herbals. What it tastes is bitter, but the results are sweet. BitterSweetHerbals.com.
Make sure to get your bitters. Hey, yo, Ladybug, I got to get your commercial joint so I can start promoting your product on my joint like you be doing me. You feel me? And with that, family, we up out of here. Give me a one in the chat if y'all enjoyed yourself. We've been on here 5-hour class, half a day, you know what I mean? So salute, blessings until next time. Your boy Salah Shalom is up out of here. Let's ride. Let's ride. It's a blood clot vibes. Thank you.